Cool. I think I'm live now. Yeah, cool. Well, I thought I'd start off with listening to the song. Nice way to start it off. I'm always curious what people think. So, like, let me know what vibes you think of when you listen to the song. And then you can see if it's the same as the vibes I had in mind when I was crafting it. Ooh. So yeah, it looks like the content nuke or content puke, as I like to call it, from Ethan hasn't been out yet. I saw someone saying that they're not having a member stream tonight because he's getting ready, and so yeah, basically I got a couple of memes just to have a look at. So here we go. At the doctor blowing for 3 hours into a bag at Jake Doolittle. So guess he's trying to take a dig at Jake Doolittle for I think Jake Doolittle was saying Ethan's like he was suspicious that Ethan was like um I don't actually know the full law. I think he's suspicious that Ethan was hyping up his health issues for sympathy or clout or profit or something, and insinuating that does he really have like lupus or the stuff that he keeps going on about. Um, but anyway, I don't know. Like I was saying, I don't know the full law there. But anyway, he's got to make it personal at any moment. But yeah, so and then waiting for final approval to launch nuke. Fingers crossed. So he's hoping that whoever's doing these approvals. I'm assuming it's some kind of lawyer. Um, Says that it's okay to post. So it's like, yeah, this is all that's on his mind. He eats, sleeps, and dreams this thing he's working on, his masterpiece. He had, I don't know if it was like a Freudian slip or something, on the stream the other day, but he was he was like, you know, I've been working so much on this content, I think I can just drop it and then retire. And it's like, wow, dude, um, what is going on in his mind? Because it's like, for me, it's like he's gonna have to retire after he drops it, right? Because it's like he's gonna be the laughing stock of everybody forever, and no one's gonna want to take him seriously. It's gonna be a lol cow permanently, because like until he drops it, there's still in a way a chance for him to back down, apologize, and be like, okay, wait, I'm taking this too far. So yeah, once it's done, it's like a point of no return. You've burned the last strand of bridge. Like you've tried to burn the bridges, and maybe there was still one strand left where people were still holding out hope for you, and then bam, that'll be the last strand, and no one's going to hope for you to come around anymore. So in a way, in terms of being taken seriously, if that's what you want, you might need to retire because that's going to be unachievable anymore. But it was just interesting to me when he said something like that, and it was like he can't be that self-aware. Um, so what is the deal with that? Is it maybe he's thinking like, because how manufacturing consent works is like people might not necessarily think something, or have even have something on their mind. For them it might be completely out of the realm of possibilities, so they haven't even thought of it. And you just mention it like kind of in passing, right? And then you say it again, but a little bit more intentionally. And you get people to like get used to the idea so that when you actually come full force and you're like, hey, this is what I'm going to do. I'm quitting YouTube, everyone. It's like, see, I said it. I've been saying for months how I want to uh, retire potentially. Like it's been on my mind. It's not out of nowhere. So I don't know. Maybe he's like thinking, okay, as a backup plan, like, because he might still be getting high on his own supply and believing his own copium that he's going to be able to convince people of his points, and people are going to be like, oh my word, now that you've made this video, I realize that I don't like Hassan anymore. Wow, thank you, Ethan Klein. And it's like kind of like maybe he still believes that that's something that could happen. Um, if that happens, maybe I'm the one who should be quitting this whole thing because I have no idea what I'm doing, obviously, because I don't think that's what's going to happen. But anyway, um, so yeah, I don't know. It could be like if it doesn't work, if he can't pull it off, then he's going to have to put a tail between his legs and run away for a bit and hide and reinvent himself and come back as a different Ethan, because the one that he is now would have been a flop, in essence. And it's like, who would have thought I would have lived through two Ethan flops? Because like, I guess I was initially watching his videos when he was reacting to stuff, and I was like, some of it was like not my cup of tea, and then every now and then there would be something funny. I was like, kind of only like really like Vape Nash that much, the first one. But maybe that's the novelty of it all. But anyway, yeah. So then there was a while where he was like collabing with people. Like at the time, it was like iDubbbz was one of them, and I mean we can actually go and have a look at the clip. because yeah, he did a video with iDubbbz, and then on one of his member streams. Okay, so this is gonna be. I know about it because I was clipping at the time. It's like got the recent stuff in there. Cool beans. Make sure you subscribe to Do Not Worry podcast and Do Not Worry Clips Unofficial. Do Not Worry podcast is like a really good H3 podcast replacement. And then the Do Not Worry Clips Unofficial is the clip channel that I'm running at the moment to help them out with some clips because they didn't really have the resources to do their own clips. They hadn't been doing them for quite a while, so basically just volunteered for that for now. If anyone wants to clip for them, you're welcome to take over, but for now I thought it would be helpful to help out, especially the kinds of people that Ethan is going after. I can't really get his attention myself necessarily, but I can help some of the people he's attacking. So anyway, where was it? Let's go look at all the videos. Okay, so it was a member stream with IWs and was it watching old video here potentially deslowed? Yeah, there we go. Or let me look on here if there's any others, because I think that's probably the keyword I used. Because it's like even if it's just me clipping someone, there's a certain amount of slurs I just can't.
Yeah, so to
get, like in good conscience have
this is
up on a channel that's associated with
we
me.
were living in Woodland Hills. This is the first
So I had to basically take out all the slurs on this one to actually be able to clip it properly. Let's see, maybe the main topic I kind of wanted to talk about today was veganism.
There's a door on the back. Can you go around the house?
It says I'm reconnecting.
I guess so. Is there some sort of pan? Yeah. No, it's really easy.
What does that mean? Does that mean I'm still connected or not?
Yeah. This was awesome. And
this reconnection successful. What does that mean?
Or he'll do anything. He's got the craziest ideas. And what I thought was
does that mean I'm live again?
How it was before we even sat down to watch the video. Okay, it was already so great. The premise and how it all worked out was super funny. Yeah, Ian and Anissa are coming on this Friday.
Yeah, you can hear.
How am I gonna get up there? I've got
what happens? I'm just trying to see what happens when that happens. So funny. 25 seconds ago.
Everybody comes up this way since our door broke.
Yeah, there was like. That's fine. Today there was like a 14-minute stream. What's with the suit? And then a 25-second stream.
No, you sort of live in a classy area. I figured that I'd dress up. Maybe we film a normal video.
So when it does that disconnecting, it like creates a new stream.
But,
interesting.
Obviously,
when I upload it to YouTube, it should be one.
Are you here to sell me life insurance, or are we here to make a comedy video? I don't understand the suit. Listen, I got a really good deal on the suit. I want to wear it in a vid. I figured this would be a good time. Hey, aren't you the dude who made me climb down a drain? Okay, so it's not the first one. So, okay, I get it. It's the ongoing thread of torturing each other. I don't remember who's... Hole. It's a shame my front door doesn't work. It broke when you opened that manhole and make me climb in it. We didn't say anything about crawling down a fucking... and then my front door stopped working.
Oh, yeah, okay, so
At
that's
the
when.
same
I mean,
time.
I'm sure that
That's cute. That's real.
there's gonna be one.
Right there. Let me throw the ladder down to you.
Oh, excellent.
Maybe I'm over exaggerating.
Wait there, okay?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
There
Oh
we go.
God,
That
you
was
can't
one.
say that anymore. That's crazy.
Even he's saying them. He's saying it again now anyway. So who cares?
Prepare, you know.
Well,
our
I
house
care,
to,
but
like,
he
be
doesn't seem to
prepared,
really
so,
care.
oh wow.
I used the sound.
This was super sketchy, by the way. It looked really dangerous, but Ian, like I said, Ian's a psycho. He'll do anything.
It'd be nice
Yeah.
if you got a
In a
sub
recent
that didn't swing.
stream, Ethan used
Well,
the
yeah, but
R
there's no
word
more rung
slur, and he was
soul
like,
on
well, in context, I'm talking about flame
Sorry about that front door, dude.
resistant, like,
Did
material.
you just get back from Bake America? And are you gonna? Did you do a job interview? To be a teller there, or no?
And he did a freaking sig hell as a joke. A joke.
The front door.
It
I'm just saying, like purple on black. If you're going door to door trying to sell knives, for example, it's already. I think together so bad.
I mean,
Yeah, dude.
there was at least one example there.
The first time. Just how deep I've been shitting on him me recently on top. This. It felt like. Oh yeah.
Like, spare us the
great, like
actual Ethan commentary, you know.
I was like, who the fuck is? And that was like, if green got him. I never thought about it until I watched this and saw his stats. But I also may be colorblind.
Yeah. The only color I see is green. It looks like.
Holy shit.
The thing that annoyed me about this video was that I am actually colorblind. And so those glasses that they talk about now, I've like done a bit of research into it, and they don't actually help. I mean, I guess you'd have to try it, but basically people who've got like the condition similar to what I have said like that it didn't really help. But anyway, they have some kind of science behind it or whatever. And I always thought like it would be cool to try those glasses because it would be cool to be able to differentiate the colors. Like it doesn't make you see mist colors or anything. Like this whole like I guess there is some marketing where that's part of the problem. Like you can actually go, there's a deep dive into it where this company was marketing it that way, but then basically that's the main claim was more that you can differentiate the colors better. But anyway, but I could never afford them because, you know, they're expensive, and also, you know, being in South Africa, I'd have to get them shipped here, which adds quite a lot to come all the way across the world like that. So I couldn't afford it. And then like someone is trying it, and then obviously their reaction is overblown. But you know, it's hard to know for sure how much of it was fake as well, because it's like if what one thing the glasses do is up the contrast, then maybe the sunset does look more cool with them on, and maybe he's just going overboard with and acting like, oh, I'm cured. I don't know, but it's like the point is like that there's a disability involved here that these people, both Rogan Paul or whatever and Ethan, are, you know, kind of making light of and content off of. And there's real people who are like getting portrayed as weird, or I don't know, like if, like, let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. If there were actual glasses that actually did fix color blindness, and actually you could see like whatever that's missing, like you didn't get confused when you looked at certain colors and stuff like that, like then that kind of overblown like crying type emotional response that he had isn't that silly, or isn't that out there? Because it's like, try to imagine like if you are someone who's like had blurry vision your whole life and you get glasses for the first time and things are clear, you know, for some people that might be a super emotional moment, and so it's like it's gross of the Logan Paul guy to um, essentially fake it and also give people false hope that those glasses do actually work. But it's also gross of Ethan to mock it without also recognize. It's like we already being made fun of, and then the person making fun of us is being made fun of, but then the way they make fun of the person making fun of us is also making fun of us, and it's like, oh, now I'm just getting like doubly crapped on. Like that, I might actually go to that part of the video.
One main reason for that.
So you know what I mean?
Is not because I have 2 cameras.
Nips, dog. You could probably get some milk out of those.
I want to suck the milk out of his tits.
I want to suck. Like I don't know if that's gay.
The thing is, he's tricking
Yes.
you, right? With the fluffy pink pants, he's trying to make you think, like, hey, not only am I a jacked dude.
You can actually get sustenance from my fucking juicy breast.
Correct.
Ela, is it gay that I want to suck his tit?
That's pretty gay.
But it's like, Zach never quite gets it.
Okay. I thought there might be like more examples. Let's see. At a certain point, they like go outside or
But
something.
I was gonna say, what was I gonna say? Oh, it's funny to think about how angry Logan got at me for this.
Okay.
Back at a time when 50 million people watched this and all believed that it was inspiring.
I mean,
Nobody
so
knew
yeah,
anything
it's
about
like
Logan Paul, you know what I mean?
it's like that. This is like what I'm talking about, where it's like, if it was real, if he actually was colorblind, who knows? And if it actually did fix colorblindness, the reaction would not be inappropriate.
Just now, it's kind of amusing to think.
But I guess he was primed not to believe it because
we wanted
he
to go
knew
find the
Logan Paul's like
sunset.
full of
and we
BS.
got- I can't see anything.
All I see is a bunch of green dots
Like, yeah.
and a bunch of orange dots.
All I see is black.
The first time you fail one of these tests as a colorblind person feels like really weird.
Ian did good there. He
You're
turned
like,
it up
wait,
to
what?
like 10.
Other people see something there?
Are you okay, dude? No.
This part isn't a joke. Like, and
This part. So he breaks the glass.
who knows if Logan Paul actually is colorblind, but it's still, you don't need to,
I can't.
it's like yeah, where it's like, it's like punching down low-hanging fruit. If you're somebody who is colorblind, you would never find this funny. Like, it's not about, oh, you can't take a joke. It's just that, why should you take, when you're the butt of the joke, you shouldn't take it. That's not respecting yourself.
Oh my god.
And if this is the quality, like, this is,
Honestly, we got Logan pretty good. I get why he's angry.
you see how proud he
You got
is?
toasted, bro. You
of
got
this video?
toasted, and like, don't be like, I'm making fun of your disability. That's just
If Logan Paul actually has colorblindness, then you are making fun of it. And there's other ways to criticize it than to repeat the mockeries that are technically only a mockery because Logan Paul is faking it in a way, you know? And he must be faking it because I know those glasses don't work. So, but still, where do does Ethan even like their whole video, like they could go into, they could debunk why those glasses don't work. That would be a better criticism. And then they could show how he's overreacting, and compared to somebody who just gets their vision for the first time, and be like, then show how like one is fake, one is due to something that isn't actually changing for you, and one something that is. I kind of feel like you own Logan Paul harder than just, oh, we got him so good. We did what he did back to him. Like, no, man. Such uncreativity. So if that's the quality and standards of this content nuke, hey, maybe it is time to retire. It's like the podcast was the only thing that kept people interested in Ethan, and that was only because of the crew. Like, no one really watched it, or I don't know that many people who liked watching it before they hired all the crew. He's being carried by his crew, and it's like he managed to hire some cool people, and then some of the coolest ones are gone now. So some of the worst ones are left, and some not that great ones are being added in. So the quality of the crew is going down as well. And if that's what's keeping your show going, that's the one thing you can't really afford the quality to go down on. Yeah. So yeah. Then some people, there's this one. It's Ethan crying in the corner, whatever, and he's saying, I've never worked so hard. It's going to be so good, guys. The snarkers are going to get so mad. Just having fun on touches. I can retire after this. Chef's kiss. I can't move on. And it's just a parody on the fact that it's all consuming, this nuke that we're all waiting for. So I found 2 content nuke bingo. They're different as well. So I guess when it actually comes out, maybe we can play that. Let's see, Hamasabi, so that's the specific, if there's any reference to that name, that's Islamophobia, obviously. Destiny, fat boy content, I don't really know what that means. Oh, frat boy content. Okay, that's when her son was like really old, her son like trying to go viral, like TYT things, like as if no one makes cringe. Like Ethan's old stuff is him saying like the N-word and doing blackface. Like at least the son's is being like slightly misogynistic to try and appeal to the bros. Okay, tweets on screen, yeah, so if this is really about his son, why would we need to show tweets, right? Unless they were his son's tweets. But no, it's his son getting his audience to go after everyone. Yemeni kid, obviously. Redacted. What was that? Oh, I guess any kind of redaction, or I don't know, there's 2 of them, so maybe those. I don't know what to do about redacted. If anyone has any ideas, let me know. HD Snark mentioned New York congressman. What has that got to do with? I don't know all this stuff. Sign saying it's not, and Zionism being a slow. How hard Ethan worked on it. Platforming hatred, free space, Fergan. I feel like Fergan like mentioned, like, if this is about her son, wouldn't Fergan like not be in it, right? So I would like say put Fergan in one of these redacted, because that's not really a free space. A free space is supposed to be one that you get without it actually needing to happen. Or I don't know. Okay, Twitch CEO, Dad Asbara, Matt Lieb, Sam Cedar, Obsessed, Ethan coughing and hacking. I think he might edit that stuff out. Nuke animation, that'll be so cringe. false or bad statistics, Ilda, defending, good guy. Okay, I might need to like go to like the rest of this post and like figure out what these things mean. Hassan giving teddy first to the homeless and California fires. I mean, unless they drop it like, I don't know, I feel like his channel's artificially inflated subscribers from people who are waiting for it because like I had to subscribe to it to get the bell. I doesn't really matter. It's just that it's exciting to me to like have a free like a free round. It's like someone like it's like you know um playing like a game where you like have to hit each other or slap fighting or something. It's like to see who quits first or something. And the guy's like, cool. Well, before we start, you get a free round. You can just hit me and then we won't start. And it's like, okay, that's kind of cool. So Ethan's like whole content nuke thing, it's kind of like, hey everybody, here's your chance, take a swing. I'm putting myself out there to be smacked down. Is he? Don't know if that's how he's thinking of it, but that's what it seems like. Okay, so he has the bingo. Acts like it's crazy that he's being called a Zionist. Compilation of Hassan laughing. Okay, yeah, he's probably gonna do that to try and make fun of Hassan, but it's not gonna work because Hassan's laugh is cute as hell. Frogan is a bully. Frogan is a bully? Who did Frogan bully? What? Is this based on the Sabra thing? Wait, this didn't even have Sabra on it. I feel like the tier list's got to be in the nuke somehow, right? I don't know. Okay. Sarcastic skit where everyone is worried for Ethan. Really? I can see that even though it would be mega psychic damage. Okay, they cancelled my sweet boy boner box. I feel like he needs to not even mention loner box at all, and like I feel like it's better if it's just like, who's that? Okay, Hassan is anti-American. That is for sure gonna happen. The left is just as bad as the right. I can see him saying that, but I would argue he might even go worse and say the left is worse than the right. Honestly, he was saying stuff like far left, communist. So he was saying like those are the worst. Like, and he doesn't have that energy for fascists. He emulated Elon Musk's Sig Heil instead of having the energy he has against pro-Palestinian people. He finds it amusing and imitates them. I don't even know Destiny. Again, I don't think he would mention it in this highly curated lawyer vetted video. And it's like, obviously the only reason to have a lawyer is because he doesn't want to get sued for defamation. And so obviously what he's saying, he wants to say things that he feels like saying are true, and he feels like he might be controversial for saying them. And so he wants to make sure that he doesn't get sued for saying those things. It's kind of like he'll see it on the show. He'll think of a joke and he'll SMS or WhatsApp or whatever someone else on the crew to see if it's appropriate to say. Like, he doesn't know where his filter is. So he goes all out in his comedy, last line of defense, Joe Rogan-ass idea of comedy. Don't you have to make people laugh for it to be comedy? But anyway, he, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. So he's gonna be like going to try to make it funny with edginess, the same way that Logan Paul takedown video was funny. Funny. Like, none of his takedowny style videos were funny. The funny videos were ones where he was clowning on when he was punching down. Those were the only ones I found funny. And so Vape Nash was like not really punching up or down. But the one video that I did find funny was the one with the VR goggles where there's like a kid and then he starts making his own song. But it's kind of like a little bit weird that it's like he fixates so much on that subject matter. But anyway, the funny part was how ridiculous the old stuff was. So it's like that brand of comedy where it's like you do the thing the person's doing, but even more exaggerated, works. Oh, I realize now that this window doesn't show the whole thing, so you might not have seen that previously. I need to like, if anyone is curious. Oh, I know what's wrong. There is things in the world that people have where they use words like ADHD to describe it. And then usually that can look a little bit like whatever the hell's going on now. I try to put some more branding and stuff around here. So that's why. But there we go. There's the whole. I mean, it's still small, but like the idea is more about what I'm saying than looking at stuff, I guess. I have another view. Okay, let me see if it works. Aha. So I set up another view like this for just focusing on the content. Although now that I look at it, it's not 100% working because I had like a name. Where is it? This one. No, this one. Alright. Okay, I'm going to switch. I take that away for now. Oh yeah, because it's the whole thing. Okay. Ah. So I can do that. I'll just leave the YouTube ones on here for now, I guess. Oops. Okay. And this can go here. And above that. And then if we put that back. It's a little bit big. Not going to be able to read it there. But anyway. Oh, now the video is playing instead of the image at the back. Which is not the best idea because it's not a properly looping video. Okay, there we go. For now, this will have to be the deal. Do that. And then I'll switch to that. Then, okay, yeah, I think it's still working. So that's, I can focus on the game like that. And that way I can focus on what's on screen. Ooh. I need to have a drink, so I'm just gonna do that. Not that. That. Aha. So I guess when I'm not playing the game, I should put on this view. So yeah, anyway, oh, I was trying to say like that brand of comedy where you do the thing that the person's doing, but exaggerated in a way to make fun of them. That only works if the thing the original person's doing is something to be made fun of. And so that's why it's a bit of a grey area there where it's not correct, because it's correct to make fun of Logan Paul for faking it, but not for his reaction necessarily. I don't know if that makes sense. Anyway, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's up. So if he's going to try and exaggerate it, and what is that going to mean? Like, he's going to do a skit where he's making a song as if he's a T word going to do stuff, and then it's like, how is that any different from what the son watched on Twitch? Meanwhile, obviously, some fictional skit you played is completely different to a struggle song that people who lived through a genocide have made to strengthen their morale in war. And so he might think, oh, I'm going to exaggerate that to make fun of it. But it's not something to be made fun of. Again, those types of things are not going to land. And also things that you might want to pass by a lawyer, So anyway, let's finish off with looking at this content nuke bingo. Has this dude still not released this thing? I feel like we got promised so much. That ends like no delivery. It's like, why not just have kept quiet and just done it and behind the scenes, and then wait, why do you have to wrap it up so much? It's like the only thing keeping the channel going, maybe. Oh, there we go. It was here. So to drop the radioactive. What are people saying about this? No leftovers this week. What? I thought leftovers was cancelled. Thank God Ethan hasn't overhyped it, so my expectations are incredibly average. This is like members. I wonder if you have to be a member to comment. Can I comment? Yeah, I can. I guess they're the ones who care. Why am I getting the freaking notifications here anyway? Mark will not know what hit him. You might even catch him using his real voice for once. This will be huge. What? Mark? I thought this was going to be one on his son. I imagine this is what soldiers felt like the eve of a battle. One they were going to lose, maybe. We haven't had a full week in so long, I feel. I think you might have to get used to that. When is it dropping? I need to seek shelter to watch the masterpiece. Oh, my sweet summer child, you're going to be so disappointed. If they cancelled the members app and it doesn't drop today, I'm not renewing. With peace and love. I'll give that one a thumbs up. You shouldn't be renewing anyway, but go ahead. I just got my membership this month and there are absolutely no member episodes. Welcome to the H3H3 podcast. Oh, come on. It doesn't even make sense to miss. Oh, by the way, when members were paying a whole bunch of money, and then it was like, there's some scandal came out where there was some like middleman company that had took the revenue from YouTube and then paid it out to the creators, and then they had like been not paying Ethan and them, and then they owed them like a lot of money. It was like over 100K. They did a whole episode where they were like got the crew to suggest what they could do with the money, because they were going to get paid out this whole lump sum, and because it was members' money, they didn't want to just like pocket it or profit it. Well, that's what they said. They wanted it to go to the crew because that's the reward, I think that's kind of like cool, like would have been cool, but everyone in the crew came up with the idea of what their perfect holiday would be, and then essentially none of them got done. They just kind of went to Vegas once, and it's like it was obviously didn't cost nearly as much as all that membership monies, and that was kind of one of the things that made me feel taken advantage of, because the period where that money got taken was during the period that I'd been a member, and now obviously members just, or in my opinion, allegedly, only there to contribute to him buying new fancy watches. Like they probably have enough income from other revenue, other ways to live their life, and so what do they do with membership money? It's they splurge money to flex on their gambling bro friends or something. Anyway, it just felt bad that they like hyped up this whole like we're gonna like give the crew this like once in a lifetime experience, and then they gave them like this maybe like for some people once in a year, you know. Going to Vegas might be fun, but it's not this like thing that you can only do like once, like Japan or a super yacht or, you know, a tropical island or like things that are like legit like wow. And it's like, oh, one person was like, oh, I don't want to do that, I can't fly, or blah blah blah. It's like, fine, that person can just stay home, but the rest of them could go. And I don't know. Then there was like, oh well, what if not everyone wants to go, then we'll offer them money instead. And then it's like, I don't know. Some people need the money, and it's like, you're the freaking boss. If they need the money that bad, give them a bonus or something, and then just also take them on holiday. It's like, this was when you had like this was before they started losing subscribers and stuff. Yeah. Oh, come on. It doesn't even have to make sense to miss for that. What is he doing? Watching it export? They don't want to cannibalize views. I mean, that would make sense if it's going to actually drop tonight. It would make sense. Otherwise, it could just be that the final approval came back from their lawyer or something, and he was like, you have to make this change here, otherwise I can't approve it. And then he's having to make some last minute edits and re-render and try and get it out today, but who knows if it actually will, because then who knows, like he'll get some, you know, slip on a banana peel. It's all, as long as it's entertaining, even if it's, you know, he's so just who was it? Who was that? Just pearly things. He's pearly thinging out with his Sigel. I know he didn't do it like if anyone's gonna autistically do it, that was that. But like still, you're on camera. Like there should be button it. They didn't think to button that. I don't know. Guys, my mental health can't take so many missed shows. Oh wait, I feel bad. Like I don't want to like draw attention to these people, or like, so it's like I don't want to make fun of them. But it's like if this is your emotional support, okay, I'm not gonna make fun of them, but I'm just gonna say if this is your emotional support podcast, then you're gonna get let down because it's not a stable support. And Ethan is not seemingly mentally or emotionally stable, so if you're getting your emotional support from someone who's not emotionally stable, asking on behalf of EU family, will it drop soon or should we just go to sleep? See, I'm like in the EU time zone, so it's kind of late already. You cannot rest when enemies are nearby. That's kind of how I feel. 11 minutes ago, they're all waiting. So he has concepts of a plan. How many slot buckets does it take to last an hour and 40 minutes? Maybe the other view was better, just to like not fully on blast people, you know? Because it's like, it's a curiosity. It's not really. These could be future snockers. These could be future watchers of better podcasts. I love this. I love some of the stuff from the like they got some stuff right, you know, before it all went off the rails. Somebody misses Tom. I don't know about that. Some people like, oh, actually, I was gonna say like, I wonder if they also wanted to stream the content nuke when it came out, but they're not live at the moment, so I guess if they go live, I could watch them as they react to it. If it drops, otherwise, I don't know. I'm not going to stick around forever. But there was another thing I wanted to get to after this. There we go, there we go. Hell yeah, join the snarkers. Oh no. I can't wait for H3 to be back from break. Is that an insinuation that this whole Hassan arc has been like a fever dream? Maybe. It's like, yeah, they might just go back to their regularly scheduled slop after this and hopefully die down and stop going after leftists. My life is better now that I don't have the podcast as one of my emotional support podcasts. See, it's like even a broken comedian can be funny twice in podcast. I'll put it that way. And the times that they are funny, it's like it's hard to get that funniness. For me, it's hard to find funny content. Although, I'll recommend RM Brown. It's really funny. Okay, so I'm not. Seems to be quite a excitement amongst the foot soldiers here. Let's see. Which channel is this meant to be on? Anyway, yeah, let's finish the bingo. We need to finish the bingo. Okay, so Hassan's chat is evil. Yeah, some variation of that's happening for sure. Shows clips of Hassan out of context. I mean, he's already been doing that almost every episode, so yeah, that's a given. Complains that the clips have been used out of context. Again, it's given. Free space. Now this one is an actual free space, which is cool. And it's just Hassan going like sicko mode, or what is it? I don't know. I've always clearly supported Palestine. Oh gosh, that if he says that, I might die of cringe because of how much psychic damage I would take from that statement. He said he doesn't support a one-state solution, and so I'm sorry, then you don't support Palestine. It's like, come up with a new, if you have an idea for a new solution of two states, not the current Israel and, you know, the current Palestine, but some other variation of two states, maybe we can talk about it. But no. Otherwise, a two-state solution is just asking Palestinians to accept being oppressed and colonized and driven off their land and all that stuff. Okay, I'm not crashing out. Okay. I'm not reading that. Hassan is bestie with the Twitch. Yeah, he'll probably mention something about Twitch liking Hassan, and it's like, oh no, Twitch thinks anti-Semitism and Zionism aren't the same thing, even though you pressured them into clamping down on calling people Zionists in a attacking way. Fine. Okay. Weird, but still. Who knows why? Sign is a Russian or Chinese asset. I think you might say like that Hassan is fulfilling that role, but I don't think he is gonna legit accuse Hassan of like being like in contact with the foreign nation security service or something. No, I don't know about that. It's a joke. I'm a comedian. He says that a lot, but I don't know why he'll say that in this. That seems more like defending himself than an attacking thing. Randomly insults Ludwig. Nah. I feel like he's talks about having a part 2 where he goes after other people other than Hassan. So I don't know. All Ludwig did is didn't give him credit when he wanted it. And I guess his friends with QT, who Ethan probably doesn't like because there was a moment when everyone saw him for who he really is. Anyway. Hassan platformed the terrorist, the Yemeni kid. Yeah, he's going to definitely. That's. I feel like he's going to definitely include that. Hassan tries to hide his radical leftist views. Yeah, I think he is going to say something like that because he was trying to copium his way out of it earlier, saying, I would have never done leftovers if I knew you were such a radical. Meanwhile, before they even started leftovers, they had a conversation and Hassan explained exactly what his positions were. You made my wife cry. Oh, I need to sneeze. I didn't. I don't know if he'll go that far. Did she? Like, I feel like, I don't know, like, okay, how do I say this in a nice diplomatic way? Sometimes I wonder if somebody who engaged in raids in Ramallah, etc., and then later on says someone like Yoav Galant's a good guy, and then also doesn't apologize for the raids or the propaganda boosting. It's hard for me to imagine somebody like that having the emotional depth to be brought to tears. It just seems a little like someone a little bit more down to earth might cry and have feelings. I don't know. Is that diplomatic enough way of saying it? Hopefully. And then, okay, so yeah, if that's that, here was the other one. I don't know if the whole thing showed before. I feel like, yeah, they're not that bad. Maybe if this thing doesn't happen before I log off, then I'm gonna cover this tomorrow. But it's gonna be late because I have to work and stuff, so it's gonna only be after work tomorrow. So I'll at lunch break or something combine the best of both into one or something. I don't know. But yeah, we'll see. Like, cause if like this comes out like right now, then we can obviously watch it. I don't know. So, but let's assume it's not going to, and then plans can change. So I'll shift topics and I'll start talking about veganism. But I might take a bit of a break. Just get some coffee or something. I found this really cool TikTok that I think can help us to cleanse ourselves after talking about Ethan so much. So let's see. Okay. I don't know about you, but I feel like it kind of works a bit, eh? A little bit less doomy. Okay, so my main I'm just now wondering maybe I need to crop the bottom there because I don't necessarily know if I want to be showing the chat live because I'm more just want to be replying to the person. So let's see. This is this one here. To crop. Now we go up. Oh, I undid this when I wanted to show the whole bingo card. That's why it was up like that. Previously, it was limited because of this reasons. Okay, so now if we do that, we can just go like this. Cool. Yeah, so this is a YouTuber who streams. Her name is Brittany Simon, and she's been covering frenemies, like rewatching it and looking at the different behaviors to see, like, you know, if Ethan was more of the aggressor or if Trisha was more of the aggressor.
Let me just tell you this right
now. And, you know, just analyzing it from like a mental health, neurodivergence point of view. So she talks about being autistic, being neurodivergent, and how different people have things that they're going through. So we try to talk about how, you know, when someone reacts a certain way, then it's like, oh, is that response coming from an insecurity? So that's sort of the analysis, I guess. Generally speaking, in most areas, I agree a lot with what she says, but I'm not 100% obviously endorsing things she says. I'm, you know, politically and morally and all that stuff down and to the left of pretty much anyone, you know, so that would include Brittany. And yeah, so I'm also like somebody who, well, she talks about philosophy, right? So yeah, go on YouTube, go and subscribe to this channel, Brittany Simon, because this isn't a criticism or critique or anything. It's more conversation, because I was in the chat and then there was like some chat messages, but it's like you can't really have a proper on full discussion, because it's like everyone else is saying stuff and then she'll reply to like someone else and then miss someone messages, and you'll see in this, I mean, excuse me, that yeah, that I guess you could say I was a little bit hurt by what was being said. Not, I don't think she meant to offend or hurt me at all. But yeah, I guess it's just one of those things where it's someone on the other side of a screen, and also assumptions of who the person is and all. And it's like, I don't, if I'm like chatting in someone's chat regularly, like ongoingly for a while, let's say I'm there every day for weeks, you know, if I'm someone who's spent money like supporting that creator, and if I've, you know, exchanged, you know, private message saying like hi, explaining stuff about myself, it's like, then you, I guess it's on me, but you can sort of feel like you're not a nobody to that person, when I guess at the end of the day you still are. But then the other thing that was kind of getting to me was when it was like, just because I'm in someone else's chat doesn't necessarily mean I'm engaging. Is it purely from like a consumer perspective? I'm also, to me at least, coming at it from like a peer's perspective, as someone who also makes videos and stuff. And so like, to some degree, when I'm engaging with other YouTubers, whether I'm in their chats or leaving a comment or something like that, I'm putting myself out there in a way, and that, so I am hoping to not be a nobody, and then maybe I do gain enough attention or viewers, or get good enough at what I'm doing, or however to frame it, that it becomes appropriate to actually engage with me. Because obviously when you like super small channel, then you just don't get engagement from bigger channels, unless you are fully aligned. Like, let's say I'm like, yeah, absolutely everything you're saying, 100% I agree, and I can say the same thing as you in a different way, and that makes you sound good, doesn't it? Then you might get a shout out, even if you only had like 1 subscriber. But if something is like confrontational, I think would be the word to use, then I don't know, I feel like, and you'll see some of that in what we get into, but my point is that, yeah, so my point is that, anyway, I'm not just there to be like a fan of like, you're so amazing, because like I also disagree with a lot of what you're saying, and also have disagreements, and I've been making philosophy videos for a long time. And then so if you say something like, you know, somebody tell me where there's a vegan YouTuber who can explain their philosophy, and it's like, I'm a YouTuber, I'm vegan, and philosophy is my greatest special interest. And so I'm not a popular YouTuber. I'm not one who's got a big audience, and I don't have a video out explaining my philosophy on veganism. And so I'm not really what she's asking for. And so that's also why I want to cover this, so that I can use my response as that explanation of the philosophy of veganism, even if it's not something that she watches or cares about, or, you know, agrees with, or anything. The conversation is still important to have, because I think it's one of the most important things in the world, veganism, and so it can't hurt to talk about it. And people who are completely unrelated and don't care about any of this video, I'm responding to the video, but the points I'm making are still relevant, beyond the context that it's coming out of, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. So the idea was to watch the bit where there was that engagement between me and Brittany in the chat. And so, but obviously I'm just, I was getting a bit, I'll own it. I'll say I got triggered because my feelings got hurt in the sense that I wasn't getting taken seriously. And that's obviously, I think that's probably my biggest insecurity, is not being taken seriously. And especially when someone's telling you like their special interest is philosophy, they're autistic, and my special interest is philosophy and I'm autistic. And, I'm been trying to make YouTube content and I haven't been successful, so it's clearly my insecurities that were making me feel triggered, because it's like I'm first of all, I'm not being taken seriously, and nobody has to take me seriously, obviously. It's just something I want and desire and seek out and am insecure about not being able to get. And then the other thing is the fact that, I haven't been successful, and maybe there's some jealousy there or something, where it's like, I would love to be able to stream for hours every day like that, and that be my job, Not because I don't like my day job currently, like, I'd try to stay doing it if I could, part-time or something, if I did have other, like, if I did be able to do this more. But the point is more that that's the dream to me, is to be able to be creative more and put my ideas out there. And, the older I've gotten, the more I feel like I've figured stuff out and have answers to questions I used to ask myself and not have answers to, and now I have answers to them. And it just feels like I should share some of that, and not, it doesn't seem efficient or optimal in terms of like human society to gain all this knowledge and understanding and then just do nothing with it all. Sure, it can help you to live your own life better, but I also feel like there's so much benefit in sharing, and at the same time, when you share it, you might be wrong. So when you share it, someone else can tell you you're wrong about this thing you said, and if you are wrong and they tell you and you can see, then you correct your position and you accept that new information, and you have to live in reality. And so ultimately, I probably shouldn't have been as aggressive in the chat as I was, but at the same time, I feel like it's, and I mean, I didn't like use insults or anything. It's more just like, you're not listening to me type messages I ended up sending, like, because it's like, oh, and I said it was disgusting, something. Maybe I was more triggered than I thought. I don't know. The point is, like, I feel like no one really stands up for veganism, and it's like, it's like, you say something. Why am I getting spam messages in the chat? Okay. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So it kind of feels sometimes like you're fighting against the world, It's like everyone around you is consuming of animal products, and then it's like, to also on top of that, to have to feel like someone's like invalidating your thinking, not just your choices, but your thought process behind it on something so important to you. And we're human, and in a way that's appropriate to get upset when something you care about is threatened, I guess. Even if it's only threatened intellectually. And maybe it's the fact that I don't have a video already up, the fact that I don't have an audience that is validating me to feel like I'm being taken seriously. Maybe if those two things were in place and this came up, all I would have had to do is be like, oh, I have a video, here's a link. And it wouldn't have gone the way it went, so if there was some blame to be put anywhere, I guess it's on me, but at the same time also don't necessarily feel that much regret or anything, because it's like, it's not bad for things to be heated as well, as long as you don't have hard feelings, which I don't, and I don't think she does to me either. And we might just have personality clashes, and it might be better if I don't engage in chats anymore, just to avoid like unnecessary conflicts, because I don't want to ruin the mood or anything. If she feels like there's a problematic person in her chat or something, that will mess up the stream that would be benefiting other people as well, And it's difficult because like when you're autistic, it's like hard to hold back if you feel like someone's saying like, can a vegan philosopher explain the philosophy of veganism to me? It doesn't make sense. And you're in chat being like, okay, here it is. Okay, here it is. Okay, here it is. Like there's a certain level of frustration that is inevitable in that miscommunication thing, and that's why it's better to have more long form or something in this video, or responses like that. That's the plan with that. We still waiting for this? Oop. Okay, well, I need to go and... Oh, bad as burrows. I need to go pee, so I guess what we can do is we'll watch a few minutes of that. And then when I come back, I'll respond to Brittany on philosophy of veganism. And I did mention to some people in chat that I was going to explain my ideas on veganism, and I told them to subscribe to my gaming channel,
right,
or the Israel
on YouTube. And then I tried to go live to stream on YouTube, and it gave me an error. So I decided to just do Twitch again, and then I'll upload the VOD to the YouTube channel. So if that's you, because I think I did get one more subscriber, so there might be someone actually interested in it. If that's you, hello. And also, sorry for the delay. You're probably only getting this in the VOD version, not the live version, because of the fact that I couldn't actually connect it to YouTube. And as we might get into later, like I don't have enough money for like the Streamlabs Ultra, or I don't know, whatever. Like that lets you stream to both Twitch and YouTube. So I don't know if there's like a free way to do it, but also like, anyway, I'm still a noob at this, so I used to stream way back in the day, but this was like 3 years ago. It's like my third stream back, so I'm still getting used to it and everything. Okay, I need to get back. Let's...
Welcome to Bad Has Bara.
Should we watch it on like 1.25 so that like you
That's
can't
right.
actually hear what they're
Congrats to
saying
you for
properly, and then you
being
have
so
to go
moral.
watch the
My name is
original.
Matt Lieb. I'm your most moral co-host.
That's cool. I'm gonna be
Yeah,
back
Matt, they have the
soon,
other most
so this is just a teaser.
Thank you so much for listening to another episode of Bad Hasbara. We love you all. We thank you all. And we also praise you for knowing that this podcast has a right to exist. An inalienable right to exist.
Damn right.
Why does
Try to alien it. You can't. It's an inalienable.
It's impossible, and it's anti-Semitic, actually, to not let us exist. Everyone else gets to exist. Why does The Daily with Michael Barbaro have the right to exist, but not Bad Hasbara, the world's most moral podcast? It's fucked up. Give us 5 stars and review on whatever apps that you have that listen to podcasts for you. That's a sentence. And make sure you like and subscribe on YouTube. We're almost at 30,000 subscribers.
Are we?
Yeah, we're like a few away from 30,000 subscribers.
Wow.
Yeah, it's I would say it's impressive. But then I'll look at like a channel that's just like a guy who like animates cats. I guess that's hard. They deserve more fun. But like a chud who talks nothing, doesn't talk about anything other than like hating migrants, and they'll have like 100 million subscribers, and I'll be like, damn, that's not fair. That guy's a piece of shit. We're not pieces of shit. We should have 30,000 subscribers. That's what I'm saying. I think that's what I'm saying.
Let's get there.
Yeah, we're almost there. We're getting close. One day. Please. The other way. You gotta look the other way.
And I'm back.
Not on my screen. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is, I thought it would be a nice trick. Anyway, the point is, Arsen Ostrovsky for Holocaust Remembrance Day, which.
Okay, well, if you want to watch the rest of Bad Hasbara, you can go check them out on YouTube. Pretty good podcast to watch if you need an alternative to the H3 podcast. Them and the Do Not Worry podcast are some 2 good replacements I've found that have filled that gap for me. And I wanted to get into this, and then before I start, just wanted to, I guess, say how like my YouTube career or whatever. Well, initially initially started getting into YouTube as a form of self-expression, just a way to be creative and make artistic type videos. And then in that moment in my life, I was also getting more into politics and kind of getting into, political theory as well. Started at some points, I was into Marxist-Leninism, but then before I started making YouTube videos, I ditched that and moved on to egoist communism. But essentially, I wasn't really making YouTube videos about that to start with, but it was just supposed to be about me, and I was thinking like I could do vlogs or that kind of thing, but yeah, it wasn't really like getting that much attention. And then there was Bernie running for president, and this was the second time he ran, I believe. I kind of like wanted to comment on that political race, so I was covering the primaries and stuff like that. But what I was doing is I was just putting my phone on like a stand or something, and then filming myself while I was driving home from work. So I was just giving my thoughts in that format, and then I would share their thoughts on social media and stuff, the video. And then I'd also started to make more like edited and pre-scripted videos. So some of those did get some views and stuff. But yeah, basically now, if you went to my channel, like I made all of them unlisted because. So the one thing is that obviously with the ones in the car and stuff, like the audio, like the quality is just so bad, and it's a bit rambly. I'm not really saying things in like a really efficient way. So, and then, yeah, also the fact that I've like changing my name that I go by now and stuff. And so it just felt like a new season for me. And I wanted to make more videos that are like more, well, now, now I want to make more videos that are more like on my main channel, more lighthearted and stuff. And then I'll like talk more about politics and stuff on the gaming channel so that I can like game and stuff. And then obviously like whatever's I do on Twitch. But the idea there is like if I want to talk about politics or react to a video or anything like that, I do that on that goes to the gaming channel. Then the main channel is for properly edited videos that are more entertaining and not necessarily focused on like politics or philosophy or something like that. And then also have plans for another channel that is going to be purely for philosophy, purely for explaining concepts and stuff. And so on that channel, that's the one where I'd make a properly explain a video for veganism. But kind of that the plan for that one is to have like animations and visuals and stuff. So I need to learn how to animate and stuff, and so I can do that properly there. But I just also wanted to go over my credentials as a so-called philosopher. If I'm going to claim that I'm a philosopher, I should be actually doing philosophy, right? Not just studying it. So here on the Googs, pop a Goog. So genre, gender. Hey, there's an AI overview. That's cool. Genre is a category for creative works, while gender is a social identity. Both words come from the Middle French and Anglo-Norman languages. Genre, a category for gender and genre. The need to classify people into gender category is similar to the need to classify creative works into genres. The form of a creative work can be related to how it constructs gender and sexuality. For example, Rebecca can be considered a romantic gothic sensation or a crime novel, and its form resists classification. I didn't write this stuff, by the way, what I just read. That was generated. But yeah, then there's this gender wiki article there. And then there's this one here. So obviously that AI generated text was probably getting some info from this hit here. This flag I made up. This is called the Apollonian gasket. Or what's it? Apollonian? Is it Apollonian or Apollonian? Yeah, Apollonian gasket, right? Which is a fractal, and essentially the way that these work is you have a circle, and then inside the spaces where there aren't circles. So you're going to have, to start off with, like you'll have two circles, right? Then there'll be spaces on each side. So then you add like these circles here, you add those into those empty spaces. But now there's empty spaces there. So you fill in all the empty spaces, but then the part that makes it a fractal, in essence, is that if you zoom in to any of the, like, let's pick this one. And then zoom in, I don't know how well this would work, but like, basically, the further you zoom in, you expose more gaps. So like right now, there's not enough space to put another circle in there. But if you zoomed in even more, there'd be a space to put another circle. So I guess that's how you end up with, there was another one here somewhere. One like this. That's a recursive Apollonian gasket. But yeah, so anyway, the idea behind why I chose that, in hindsight, the fact the circles don't overlap is the one thing that doesn't super work 100%. Because when it comes to gender, you can have overlaps, but the idea is that each identity, whether it's masculinity, man, woman, femininity, some third gender thing, androgyny, lack of gender, whatever type of gender identity you have, you can see that as filling in gaps. And obviously for you, it would be a bigger thing if it was more relevant to you, or it could just represent how all the different identities all are fitting together and all filling in the different gaps or spaces, potential, or what they call it, problem space or whatever of gender. But so this concept was my philosophy in terms of gender. One thing that's amusing is if someone who's French reads this, it's kind of the same word twice, because genre in like the old French means gender, which is kind of where I got this whole idea to do this from, this way. But so when they read it, it's like, not to be confused with genre gender, which is apparently a different thing. Related to genres of writing. Okay. Well, if there's a dash, then it's the one I spoke about. My camera's lagging. Is it just me? Okay, so then this was the piece I wrote initially before that wiki entry got created, where I was describing gender. So we've got the Old French genre. Latin, you got genus to genre to gender. In Old French, you get genre to gender. And Latin, I guess it would be modern. Or no, Latin can also go straight to from genus to gender. Then here's like just to look at different music genres. So the principle is that you can label a song any genre or any combination of genres. So, and the author of a song decides what they feel like labeling that as. And even if you disagree, to them, that's still part of the expression of, to them, saying it's that. And yeah, so you can fit the Apollonian gasket into the gender symbols. And so, yeah, my main initial philosophy was surrounding gender, and also did some stuff around sexuality, where I basically analyzed human sexuality and deconstructed it, breaking down into all the different ways people feel attracted. So you can feel sexual attraction to somebody based on their appearance. You can feel sexual attraction to someone based on their affinities. You can feel sexual attraction to someone based on their values. You can feel sexual attraction to someone based on their personality. You can feel sexual attraction to someone based on your interaction with them. Same with sensual attraction, affectionate attraction, and romantic attraction. So that creates a grid of all the different types of attraction and the things that you are attracted to. And then what you can do is you can have it be the way we currently talk about things we're lumping them together. Like if you say you're homosexual, it's normally like the umbrella meaning you're also homo-romantic, homo-sensual, homo-affectionate, you could say. Although some people are more than, they might be like just meaning homosexual, homo-romantic, but then being pan-affectionate or whatever. Who knows? But anyway, but if we went, okay, so whatever it is, and aestheti to appearance, aesthetisexual, aesthetisensual, you know, you could come up with names like that, but the umbrella would be aesthetisexual because it's appearance-based aesthetics. And then you would have, well, identisexual because it's affinities, subculture, gender. This, in essence, when people say they're attracted to gender and they say that they're attracted to like a particular gender or combination of genders or whatever, it's not the only thing we are attracted to. It's one, gender is just one affinity, and affinities are just one of the things we're attracted to. So you, for those labels to be what we use, they're a subgenre of a subgenre. They shouldn't be the main genres. So these are which an attempt to find what the main genres are. And so identisexuals based on affinities, and that also I included there some subculture. So if you were like, for whatever reason, really into goths, you know, that's kind of similar. Some could argue the same thing as being attracted to someone based on their gender. Then there's ideosexual, ideo being more about ideas, values, beliefs, ideologies. So, you know, someone's personal moral code, or if you're attracted to someone because they're a vegan and that really does it for you, that would be ideosexual. No, etisexual. So Mikon Neil came up with this word for being attracted to someone's mind, and for me, I just translate that to personality. Someone's behavior, their uniqueness, what makes them them. And so if you're somebody who's demisexual, you might also find this useful because it's sort of personality attraction. And then symbiosexual was my word for the interactions based attraction, and that's the chemistry you have with someone type thing. And then I was like, well, what if you just attracted to everything about anyone? That was omnisexual. And then I was like, what if you're not attracted to anything in anyone in any way? And that it's not just asexual or aromantic or affectionate or asensual, and it's not just gender, it's everything. So it's like nihil sexual. It's like I do not participate. And then this one, I don't know, indie sexual, I don't know, indeterminate is the way, but it's like you don't know, which is different from dissocial, which is you can't perceive it. But those were just some ideas on some new words, and there's also, where was it? Not there. I broke it down a bit as well. I think, oh wait, that one is called this one, I believe. This is where I actually broke down how I got to that grid. And then I have like, here I have a word for each of the things in the grid. But ultimately, like, I didn't really keep going so much with this philosophy because what I realized was once you've deconstructed gender and attraction, it ends up in a case where everybody has kind of like a bit of almost everything, or like there's too much spread, you know, and in a way we've simplified it, but we picked gender instead of any of the other things. But it's too simple to really explain gender anyway. And if we switch to these new words, we're staying simple. So we need a more holistic view of it's, you know, we need to reinvent our concepts of gender and sexuality. Because this is the logical conclusion, and I don't even know if it's worth it, but maybe it is. But yeah, so that was my philosophy when it came to gender. And then I did yeah, I think I'm back. Yeah, I just have to use the trackpad on the computer now because I have to plug in my headphones. So that's where the plug for the mouse went to. Cool. Okay. So yeah, there's some stuff I was writing. There was this Future of South Africa article I wrote that was included in someone else's stuff they published, so that was cool. Yeah, and then I had a whole bunch of other stuff with based around Christianity. I was doing some stuff trying to figure out the ideological map. You know, but this is still not really that advanced compared to, well, I've kind of simplified it, maybe you could say now in my mind from this point. But this was 2016, right? So long time back, and didn't have that many followers. But yeah, and then, so yeah, basically what I'm trying to say is when it comes to philosophy, then, or I guess there's also then, got a notification. Is it the content puke? No. Okay. Oh, yeah, I'll go to my own channel. And so yeah, these are the only two videos I left up. But essentially that is a way of also my credentials as a philosopher, because like this video, for example, is like kind of pure philosophy in a way. The audio is a bit weird, so I kind of need to redo it. But yeah, essentially trying to explain what egoist communism is. And yeah, I have a much longer beard now. It's like I can't grow long hair up here, so the only way I can grow long hair is but yeah, essentially I could get into this at some point, but also yeah, I do need to redo this video, but this is another one that like I think needs like animations and stuff to properly explain it and all that. So yeah. But that is essentially how I can say to prove that I'm a philosopher, not just someone who is, it is a special interest, but it's not just a special interest. It's not just something I've studied. It's also something I've engaged in, and I've created philosophical frameworks. And so I do philosophy, and that was one of the reasons why I started watching Brittany, because that is something that not many people do. Many people have the aesthetics of philosophy, but they don't actually do it. They only talk about what other people have philosophized. They don't actually come up with their own theories and test those theories out and perfect them. And so someone who can do that is, like someone that I respect for that, and I think can learn from. But yeah, I feel like when it comes to veganism, I need to, let's get into it, and I'm going to try and respond to the pushback.
Now for my vegans, the chances I give up cheese, very low. Very fucking low. And I'm already trying and, interested in vegan cheese, but like very fucking low. I'll be real with you. So like, I fucking love cheese. And there are so many kinds of cheeses, and I eat every cheese. Blue cheese, cheddar cheese, dry cheeses, wet cheeses. I eat blue cheese by the tablespoon. I will eat blue cheese literally just with a spoon. That's how much I fucking love cheese. Rotting blue cheese. I will just eat it with a fucking spoon. I love it so much. The stinkier the cheese, the better. We even have a cheese in my family we call foot cheese. It smells like feet. It's the most delicious cheese I've ever had in my life. We fucking love cheese, okay? Let me tell you. So,
I'm muted. I'm back. I wanted to add that, like, I do kind of get that, because, yeah, for me, oh, hey, my comment is on screen. Being vegan, except for cheese, is still better than not being vegan at all. Every bit counts. And yeah, so when I first started being interested in being vegan, I wanted to quit eating meat, or I wanted, I believed in veganism from an ethical point of view. But practically, there's things like you have your comfort foods, your safe foods, what have you, things you used to, lifestyle, routine, things and the unknown is scary. And sometimes people don't necessarily understand how much food impacts your emotions, for example. So if there's a particular food item, like in this case, we're talking about cheese, that you really like, then the life without it is something you're not necessarily going to want. And that's understandable. And so my encouragement, is to then give up all the things that you can give up that aren't those safe foods and that. So like, if you can take it or leave it, and then if you can't leave it, take it for now. And so what happened with me is I did that. Excuse me. The only thing I gave up everything except chicken, eggs, and dairy. And it's not to say that I thought that those were any less bad or anything. That, obviously there's still cruelty and all that involved in all that. But, those were the things that I wasn't able to give up straight away. Those were things that I was using. Those foods were part of my life that was helping me live, and I didn't have something to replace them with necessarily. And so instead of waiting to have the perfect diet of every, it's like, you know, it doesn't make sense to like continue to consume the rest of the stuff until you can get the replacement for the one you can't leave, then you're doing more harm overall. So yeah, I would say, it's better to just be like, cool, well, I'll give up everything I can. And so then you can kind of get used to that, you know. So getting used to like not eating meat. So you have to find replacements and stuff. So then you get into things like soya mince and, there's like tofu or stuff like that where you get protein from. And at first, it's a bit weird, or you might not like it that much. But one thing about food and the human taste is like, if you have something a lot, you start finding yourself liking it. That's how people started liking things like beer and whiskey. And like, if the first time you taste it, you're like grossed out, or spicy hot food, like, it's not necessarily something that makes sense to enjoy, and it isn't pleasant the first time. But there's qualities to it that comes along with the pain, I guess, or discomfort. But the point is that the discomfort or the painful or the part of it that's discomforting or gross or doesn't taste good to you or whatever goes away. And then only the part that you like is left. So it's like now, maybe a beer isn't completely free from being bitter, but it's the amount of bitterness that's enjoyable, for example, to the palate. Otherwise, so not everybody is obviously going to want to force themselves to keep having something until they like it. But yeah, when it comes to things like your meat replacements or your soya mince and that, then there are parts of it that are better as well. More than just the psychological benefits, like texture wise and stuff, you get some benefits longevity wise, like we have like soya mince that's dried that you rehydrate when you want to eat it, but it can last for like months in its dried state. Whereas if you're eating actual proper meat, you'd have to then like freeze it, and then that's using more electricity and all this stuff. And so, and then, yeah, so basically there's multiple other benefits apart from the ethics of it. And so you switch over what you can, and then you get used to that. And when you're used to it and you find yourself actually liking it, then you can start considering challenging yourself with cutting out the next thing, because then it's not everything all at once. Then you already get comfortable with what you have new comfort foods or whatever for that, and it's not trying to overhaul your entire diet in one go. You can then be like, cool, well, I know that I still consume some animal products. And again, the reason why you can't take the blame for necessarily for taking this time to do it is that we don't have essentially the equivalent. Because like, if you could go to the shop and get something that was identical to the animal version, except not animal, and it was the same price, same texture, same flavor, identical, then there would be no reason to pick the animal product at all. Zero. There would be many reasons not to. So, but, so we're talking about the discrepancy there. And so, in theory, as technology improves, we could get to a point where we have alternatives that are exactly the same. And so, if people invest in that, and that's what people are trying to do with stuff like the Impossible or the Beyond Burger thing, that aren't quite there yet, but they're getting quite close. But the idea is like, if you can get it there, then people don't have to give up stuff to switch over. And then if there's something out there for you it might be cheese, but for someone else it could be steak, someone else it could be what. Once we achieve the vegan version of it, there's no reason to continue the animal version. The vegan version is going to end. It's only going to be priced up in the beginning because of the research and development. But once it achieves economies of scale, it is objectively always going to be cheaper. And it will outcompete once we get there, the animal-based products, because you are cutting out so much time and resources making things from plants. And yeah, again, we're not even talking about the ethics of it yet. But just from a practical point of view, it will be way more efficient to be making stuff from plants, and things would be safer, less likely to have dangerous chemicals or pathogens or whatever in them. They would last longer in general, be cheaper to make, use less resources. For one, like, let's say, for one meal that is animal based, you have like probably something close to the equivalent of like 30 times as much of that meal in quantity, calorie wise, worth of plants that the animal had to consume to produce that much calorie of the meat. So if we made all the same stuff from plants instead of meat, yes, we would still be doing some crop farming, but we would immediately be doing 30 times less crop farming, or 15 times less, or a huge amount less, because we wouldn't be growing all these crops just to give them to the animals anymore. So we'd save the animal space and the crop space, you know. But yeah, let's keep going.
You know, true, being vegan except for cheese is still better than not being vegan at all. Every bit helps. True. Maybe I'll just be a cheese. I eat the cheese because I don't really give a fuck about milk. You know what I'm saying? But cheese, girl. Chad says, does it taste like foot? No, it doesn't taste like foot. It really doesn't even smell like foot. But, you know, that's kind of like the association we had. But it really is like, it is the driest, savoriest, yummiest. I just love it, cheese.
What do I gotta like everything Elvis likes?
I mean, he's kind of the coolest. You not like Elvis, or you're not an Elvis fan?
I'm actually not. I don't like Elvis. I don't like anything about Elvis. I don't like his music. I don't like his whole fucking attitude. And I certainly don't like the food he likes.
Let me guess. You're
And the fact that he married a minor.
a Beatles fan.
Huge Beatles fan.
I think they suck. They're literally the 4 dancing Elvises. That's all they
Well,
are.
I feel like if you say the Beatles suck, you objectively have bad taste.
I don't like their attitude. I don't like that they think they're better than God. I don't like that they don't believe in God.
You're talking about John Lennon?
I'm talking about all the Beatles.
I'll just let it play a bit because like the bits where there's interactions are like interspersed between the show, because we're like, you know, there'd be like a chat message here, a chat message there. So I'm not going to necessarily respond to the stuff being said that isn't about veganism. I'm waiting for those interactions. So if you want the real full context, you can always just go watch Brittany's video on this Frenemies episode here, because yeah, it's pretty cool. And she was saying that she enjoys the debate and the side conversation that was happening about veganism. Like obviously until I guess people were saying chill, asking me to chill. Oh no. But yeah, then I bailed because it's like it passed, and even if it continued, I didn't want to keep drawing attention away from whatever joke. Anyway.
Well, I think John Lennon's the only one that said that they're bigger than God.
They all corroborate with it. I don't like.
To be honest,
Isn't her son's name Elvis? No, her daughter's name is Elvis. She has 2 daughters, Elvis and Barbie. What's her first daughter's name? I don't even know. You know? Okay, chat, slow down there, buddy. Chat, you sound crazy. Thank you. You can't be vegan and eating cheese, obviously, bro. You can be a person who eats cheese and not meat, obviously. Vegan is a moral philosophy, which we love. Vegans don't rape and murder animals. That's it. Okay, relax. A lot of people don't rape philosophy, which we love. Vegans don't rape and murder animals. That's it. Okay, relax. Obviously. You can't be vegan and eating cheese. Obviously, bro.
Okay. You can't be vegan and eating cheese. Yeah, technically, yes, but you can also be someone who subscribes to veganism on a philosophical level, like you believe in it and you live by its principles, even if you haven't implemented it 100%. It's also important to know that veganism isn't just about diet, right? It's against exploitation of animals in all situations. And so being vegan isn't just about, oh, I eat this so I can't be vegan. Maybe you do eat that thing, so you might not technically be vegan, but your lifestyle can be 90% vegan, you know? And so compared to the average person, you could be, if it's out of 10, you could be 9 out of 10, and they could be 0 out of 10 vegan points. That's 90% towards a full person's worth of vegan movement building, you know? And so maybe it's like, what would it be? 11? It would take you 11 instead of 10 people like that to reach the same amount of market boycotting, let's say. So it's like, it's 10% off, you know, it's fractional. I think, I don't know, like, I wouldn't have a problem with someone who is trying to be vegan and cheese is the one thing they can't cut out yet. I wouldn't have a problem with them calling themselves vegan, especially if they have a plan to cut out cheese at some point. They're just not there yet. Because, you know, it's as vegan as possible, and you might have like a disability or some like reason why it's not as simple as just making that choice, you know. There could be a psychological, emotional crutch there that you can't just eat out. But you could still be fully on board with it. And most people in the world, and even probably from a technical point of view, wouldn't be classified as a vegan, but I'm just saying personally wouldn't have a problem with someone calling themselves vegan if they were subscribing to the beliefs of it and trying as much as they could to live it.
You can't be a person who eats cheese and not meat. Obviously, veganism.
You can't be a person who eats cheese and not meat. That's wrong. You can't. Absolutely. And that's kind of what I'm saying is like, it's not an all or nothing type situation, and it shouldn't be. And for some people, maybe it can be for them, which for them, cool. There's no point holding back if you can go all the way in one go, obviously. But you shouldn't look down on the people, and maybe you don't know what it's like or don't understand what it's like to have such a strong emotional dependence on a particular type of food. But you need to understand that people do have those kinds of emotional dependencies, and so you can't just expect them to go 100% in one go. And if they cut out meat but not cheese, that's a valid thing for them to do. So they can eat cheese but not meat. They can. That's something you can do. It's fine. Do it. And try and cut out cheese later. It's fine.
Moral philosophy, which we love. Vegans don't rape and murder animals. That's it. Okay.
Okay, so somebody here said vegans don't rape and murder animals. So the implication being that if you're a non-vegan, or if you consume animal products, or like, let's say, meat or eggs or dairy, that there is murdering and there is raping happening. And so it's being done by somebody else, but then you are consuming the results of it, and also that other person wouldn't be doing it unless they knew there was going to be someone willing to pay them to consume it. So it's like if you hire a hitman to take someone out, then it's like, we're the people doing the actual act are contracted out by everybody else to do that job for them. And so the question the question I guess you have to ask then is like, if you pay somebody to commit a murder for you, or if you paid somebody to commit a sexual crime for you on your behalf for your gain, are you then guilty of having committed the murder or the sexual crime yourself? And so that is something that I'm not necessarily able to answer 100% one way or the other, because you could argue both sides. You could say that the person actually performing the action is the last step in the chain, and if they simply didn't perform it, it wouldn't happen. But then there's bigger things at play, like if that person didn't, they would hire somebody else who did, and if they didn't, they'd hire someone else who did. And because of capitalism, because of the fact that there are people desperate for any kinds of income they can get, they'll eventually find someone desperate enough to do it. And so you can't escape the fact, if you live in a capitalist society, that even those jobs that are gruesome are done, the people doing them are being coerced into them. They don't really have autonomy. The people with the most autonomy are the consumers, because if all the consumers stopped buying a product, the producers would go out of business. And if the producers make something and no one buys it, then so the consumers in a way hold the power. And so that is in a way like a contracted killing or contracted, sexual crime. And so the question is, how do we look at that from like a legal point of view? I was also in discussions in artificial intelligence while I was chatting to DeepSeek to see how it does, not ChatGPT, because this is free. But yeah, so I was asking him for ideas, because like also, I have a day job, I work full time, so I don't have time to like prepare and research stuff 100%, but I know what I want to say, I just don't necessarily have all the ways of saying it properly. I wanted to ask it, what kind of culpability does someone have if we consider that the animal products are only produced because there are consumers willing to pay? So is the person performing the killings on the farm the one who we say is to blame, or is it the consumers who expect action to be done for them? Who is more guilty? Okay, it says, this is a complex and nuanced question that touches on moral responsibility, culpability, and the structure of systems that enable harm. The production and consumption of animal products involve multiple actors, each playing a role in the system, and determining who is more guilty requires careful consideration of intent, knowledge, and power. Let's break this down. The role of the consumer: demand drives supply. Consumer creates the demand for animal products, which in turn drives the industry to produce them. Without consumers willing to pay for meat, dairy, and eggs, the industry would not exist in its current form. Moral responsibility. Consumers have a degree of moral responsibility because their choices directly support the system. If someone is aware of the harm caused by animal agriculture and continues to consume its products, they are complicit in that harm. However, consumers often operate within systems that make it difficult to avoid animal products, e.g. lack of access to affordable plant-based options, cultural norms, or misinformation. This can mitigate their culpability to some extent. Consumers bear some responsibility, but their culpability is influenced by factors like knowledge, access, and social pressures. The role of the worker, slaughterhouse worker. Workers in slaughterhouses and factory farms are directly involved in the killing and exploitation of animals. They perform the physical acts that cause harm. Many workers in these industries are economically vulnerable and may have few other employment options. They may also be desensitized to the harm they cause due to the nature of their work or lack of awareness, or harm inflicted upon them to make them to the point of being that desperate for it. While workers are directly involved in the harm, their culpability is often reduced by their lack of power and alternatives. They are often victims of the same system that exploits animals. Workers bear some responsibility, but their culpability is mitigated by systemic factors like economic necessity and the lack of alternatives. The role of the industry, e.g. corporations and farmers, profit motive. Corporations and farmers profit from the exploitation of animals. They design and maintain systems that prioritize profit over animal welfare, environmental sustainability, and ethical considerations. Power and influence. These actors have significant power to shape the industry, influence consumer behavior, and lobby governments to maintain the status quo. Industry leaders bear significant responsibility because they create and perpetuate the systems that cause harm. They have the power to change these systems, but often choose not to. Industry leaders bear a high degree of responsibility due to their power and influence over the system. The role of society and culture. Cultural norms. Societal norms and traditions often normalize the consumption of animal products, making it difficult for individuals to question or resist these practices. Systemic injustice. The system of animal agriculture is embedded in broader structures of capitalism, colonialism, and exploitation, which shape individual choices and limit alternatives. Moral responsibility. Society as a whole bears some responsibility for creating and maintaining the conditions that enable animal exploitation. However, this responsibility is diffuse and difficult to assign to specific individuals. Society and culture play a significant role in perpetuating harm, but this responsibility is collective rather than individual. The role of government and policy. Regulation and subsidies. Governments often subsidize animal agriculture and create policies that favor its growth, making it cheaper and more accessible than plant-based alternatives. Moral responsibility. Governments bear a responsibility for creating and maintaining systems that enable harm. They have the power to regulate the industry, promote alternatives, and educate the public, but often fail to do so. Governments bear significant responsibility for enabling and perpetuating the system of animal agriculture. The question of more guilty. Intent and knowledge. Culpability depends on intent and knowledge. Someone who knowingly supports harm, a consumer who is aware of the industry's cruelty, bears more responsibility than someone who's unaware or is coerced, like a slaughterhouse worker with no other job options. Power and agency. Those with more power and agency, e.g. industry leaders and governments, bear greater responsibility because they have the ability to change the system. Systemic versus individual responsibility. While individuals bear some responsibility, the system as a whole is the primary driver of harm. Focusing solely on individual culpability can distract from the need for systemic change. Culpability is distributed across the system, but those with more power and knowledge bear greater responsibility. So that's kind of interesting, and I like mostly the response there and how it's kind of woke in a way, you could say, how it's saying that it's kind of a problem that the whole of society is guilty for, and therefore the ones with the most power in society are the ones the most to blame. Now, if we were to consider that so now I think our wording animals, we can say that's something. Now, some people don't say killing animals is murdering them. So that might be a disagreement there. But to me, I don't understand the distinction, really. So I can't make it. So yeah, to me, if we look at what the AI is saying, so most culpability, I would say if you live in like a anarcho-capitalist or in a country where the government is subservient to corporations, then it's going to be the corporations and the capitalists who are the most to blame. But if you live in a country that has a government that has regulations and stuff like that, then that government is the most to blame. That government could be putting in policies to educate people on what the problems with animal consumption is and the fate of the animals and stuff like that. The government could be sponsoring development of plant alternatives. They could not subsidize animal agriculture. They could tax it or disincentivize it. And so, unless you live in like an ANCAP world, the government's going to be the one most to blame, then corporations. Then next up, you have the consumers. So before, from like the AI is like saying is like, you have different types of consumers. You have consumers who have no way of choosing the plant alternative, like via social pressures or lack of there actually being one. And then you get the people who are able to choose the alternative and don't. And the people who are able to choose the alternative and don't are more culpable than the people at the slaughterhouse. The ones who don't have a choice in it are equally culpable to the ones in the slaughterhouse because they are essentially coerced by capitalism into that job. And so if we look at it from that perspective, and if we are to say the person physically doing the act of the murder or rape is a murderer or rapist, surely the people more culpable than them also are going to fit that label then. But I think where I would push back a little bit is obviously that we do make a distinction whether we should or shouldn't between humans and non-human animals. Humans are animals, but we make that distinction. And so if you call someone an R-worder and, a rapist and a murderer, just like, at face value, many people are going to think that means that you are murdering or raping humans. And because humanity and society does place greater value on humans, that will be seen as a worse thing to be saying to somebody. But in a way, you have to see humans as superior for you to have a problem with being part of the murders and rapes, but not want to own up to. So but now we're going to get into this because someone's obviously said that, but like, I don't normally say that to people who aren't vegan. I don't say you're a murderer or you're a rapist, like, because there's other areas in life where bad things also happen. If you have a cell phone, then you're a child slavery like person, right? So again, the people with the most power are the ones we need to go after. And you can't just lash out at people who maybe you have no choice. You have to have a cell phone for work. And it's not your fault that it's being mined by children, the cobalt or whatever. And you tried to find an alternative and there wasn't one, So it's that kind of vibe, but so you need to be attacking the right people. So even if it's technically true to say that anyone with a cell phone is complicit in child labor exploitation, we don't go around and every time you see someone on a cell phone say, "Hey, child labor exploitator," like that doesn't solve the problem, right? So the same thing, going to everyone who's not vegan and being like, "Murderer, raper," doesn't solve the problem. And you're gonna see that it causes people to not want to be interested, or it causes people to be initially hostile to the idea. And you might feel good because maybe you're technically correct, but I'm sure there's things in your life, if looked through with a fine-tuned comb, that wouldn't end up looking so sparkly clean. And so you can't just weaponize the one area where you've been able to make adjustments to make yourself have a more ethical lifestyle, then weaponize the fact that you've achieved that to look down on other people and call them these names that sound worse than they are because of society, and you have to be aware that you live in a society as well. As much as you're trying to get them to be aware of their actions, you also need to be aware of your actions. So just going up to someone who's not vegan and just calling them things like that is not appropriate. Like, if it's a meme on social media and it's meant to be edgy and whatever, that's one thing. But we're talking about someone sending a chat to someone's stream saying like, well, at least you're, in a sense, the implication was, well, you might not be vegan, but I am, so at least I'm not a murderer and a raper or whatever. And it's like, I'm sure if we looked hard enough, there would be some industry somewhere where something bad is happening. Like, so, or do you know for sure that you're not really a murderer? Or let's not get too dark, but let's say you watched a video that was an adult video and you didn't know it, but that video was made without someone's consent, and it happened to go online and you happen to see it. So you could be an aura, a raper, if we're going by those standards, So that's why we don't just throw these words out, because they don't actually describe the problem. The problem isn't that you just love murdering and it's like, no, the problem is you don't have an alternative. You have whatever social crutches, emotional crutches, you have social pressures, you have there's lots of factors, there's economic factors, there's all this stuff, there's traditions that need adjusting, or whatever, culturally significant dishes that have to have meat alternatives or whatever it is put in, dairy alternatives, who knows, but like these things take time as a for the culture to move and adapt, and that like we didn't stop believing in the flat earth overnight, so people aren't going to stop wanting to consume these things overnight, and we have to at least help. And you don't help by trying to bash them on the head for being too slow.
Okay, relax. A lot of people don't rape animals. Okay.
So I just want to. I feel like that's dairy, right? Because the cattle the cows have to be pregnant to produce milk. So, and we just spoke about cheese. So it's like because you're not the one doing it, you feel like you're not doing it, and that's why I feel like it's so important to talk about veganism, because it's like it is a cultural sin of humanity, and we don't recover from that by looking away when the truth is revealed about it to us. And if you don't know about the fact that like that's how you get your cheese, that's why the vegan people are bringing those things up in the way that wasn't good. Like these are much better ways to say it. Like you could have said something like, "Oh, cheese tastes so amazing. I wish there's a way of getting dairy without forcing the cows to be pregnant. And it's like, you've essentially said all the same things, but you said it in a way that doesn't attack the person, you know? So that's what I don't, whoever it was that made that comment, like, you need to check yourself, because you are going to push more people away by that rhetoric, you know? Because then there's the stereotype of the vegan who's just unhinged, who just wants to show them gore of animals being brutalized. And it's like, even though that stuff's really happening, it's like there's a certain amount of trauma people aren't ready to just get dumped on. So it's like, yeah, it's a super complex problem, because it's like people are doing a bad thing and they also they're not psychologically prepared. And this isn't to look down on them. Like, I'm just trying to be honest, but because I also like wasn't psychologically prepared. That's why I did transition for first only stopping meat and that, because psychologically I couldn't go all the way at once. But people aren't psychologically prepared to face the cruelty they are part of. And inflammatory words doesn't get them to realize it. You know, you got to believe in people's ability to reason and have a conscience on their own too, and not just try and shame them. Because it's like, if you said to Brittany, like, you know, oh, most of our dairy comes from cows that were forced to be pregnant. If you just said that, you're not saying she's a rapist or anything. You're letting her follow the logic, right? And if she doesn't follow it all the way, it's like, that's not up to you, right? You got to respect someone's a thinking person, and eventually they will follow that thought process, you know? And trying to force them down it is just going to make them not want to go down it.
Relax. I really think vegans got to understand you are evolved animals on a planet. I don't know how to tell you this. Like, this is the one thing about veganism philosophy I'm like getting a little annoyed with, is like, they don't know why they believe what they believe. I'm sorry. I haven't seen one vegan YouTuber explain to me what they think they're doing on the planet. Send me your favorite vegan YouTubers who can explain it to me, because none of them have explained to me what they think they're doing on the planet.
Okay, so that was like a little bit confusing, to be honest. But also the part that was like, started me to be annoyed, because it's like, yo, I'm a YouTuber, I'm vegan, like, I can't send you a video because I don't know of one. Like, I know of vegan YouTubers, but I can't vouch for them. You know, she's asking for it to be explained in a philosophical sense. And so I can go and find a vegan YouTuber I watch, but if they're not explaining it in the philosophical sense, then that's not what she's asking for. I can explain it in a philosophical sense, but I don't have that video to give you yet. But the question posed, like, do you know what you're doing on this planet? I mean, so, okay, so there's so much to unpack here, and probably this is why these types of things are hard to do, because it's like, you kind of need the conversational thing to say, like, what do you mean by that, you know? Because it's like, I don't see how being a vegan versus not being a vegan changes anything to do with why are you on the planet. What does that even mean? She says people don't realize the animals. Like, I don't understand. I guess maybe actually, if I get super religious for a second, channel back my Christian days when God told us to look after the world, but that it goes against that's the message to be vegan. So maybe no. What is your purpose in the world, like, and how does not being vegan give you purpose in the world? It's so confusing. Like, this is the one thing. But in terms of what my purpose in the world is, and the purpose of belief for everybody, your purpose is to create meaning for yourself. That's your purpose. To try to achieve the life that you want to live. And to, if, you know, as a social species, as social beings, to engage with others in society in ways that are ways you want them to engage with you, to try to establish the type of world you want to live in. And so if there's things in the world that you don't like, you can try to change those things. Like, for me, at least, that's the things that give life purpose, right? Everyone can make up their own purpose for life. That's the thing. That's the ultimate mystery, is you don't get given the meaning. You have to create it for yourself. And so when I was not a vegan, I had the same purpose as when I became vegan. My purpose for living or being alive, nothing from that perspective changed. I've always been someone who wanted to help and do good. It just took me a long time to figure out what it meant and how to actually be better and be better. I said the same thing twice. I meant it differently when I said it. You know, to act better and to be better. And in the process, inspecting the things I previously believed or thought to be true and seeing if I still believed them or if I still thought they were true. And so previously, you know, I hadn't maybe even thought about it really. And when I did, you know, I'm going to be completely honest with you. When I was a teenager, I was a little piece of shit. So I was a douchebag, and I had a couple of people I knew, you could say friends, but I don't know, because we kind of were different ages and we didn't stay in touch. They were more like my sister's friends, but then we used to hang out sometimes as well, like at church and stuff. So anyway, the point is like that they decided to become vegan. And then me being like the little asshole that I was like, well, for every time you don't eat a meat thing, I'm going to have 2 of them to cancel it out. So if you don't eat a steak, I'll have 2 steaks. If you don't eat a hamburger, I'll have 2 hamburgers. And it's like such a reactionary, like, you know, it's the type of response somebody who has something to prove would give. Who is insecure about it as well. And so I'll double down on my current belief, and that way I won't have to question it, because I'm just doubling down on it. It doesn't matter. You question it, oh, extra it. No questioning. It more. The more you question it, the more I'll believe it. And that's not critical. That's not how you develop as a person, but I was a silly person back then. So yeah, I've come a long way, you could say, you know. But from that time to now, nothing's changed in my purpose of being alive. It's still been, okay, how do I simultaneously get the most joy and do the most good? And how do I not you know, put too much weight into one versus the other, where it's like I spend so much time focusing on my own joy that I'm harmful to others, or I spend so much time trying to help others that I don't have any joy for myself. For me, that my purpose is finding the balance between those things. And that's my personal, what gives me meaning in my life, and that hasn't changed. And although becoming vegan made it more easier, or I felt better in a way, like I felt like I've gotten closer to being who I want to be, and I conquered an obstacle in my way from being who I really want to be, and that's somebody who doesn't cause harm to others. So it was a step I felt like I had to take But obviously, I was also guilty of some human supremacy thoughts and stuff when I was younger. And so it took me a while to untangle that before I realized that I needed to change. And then it took me a while to work up the courage to try. But yeah, my point for being in the world, the same as everybody else's.
And it's pissing me off, actually. Even the religious know what they're doing here. God put them here. Why?
Even the religious know what they're doing. God put them here. I want to say that's very naive. Because if you look at the religious people today, they do what their pastors tell them, or they do what the hyped thing is. Like, if Donald Trump is against abortion, all the Christians are going to go and support Donald Trump, even though he's, he is himself a sexual criminal, felon, not Christian, hates women, all this stuff. Like, so, yeah, I would say religious people are. The thing is that they claim to know why they're here. So they claim God put them in the world to what? To do good, to love others, to spread the good news. And then they do the complete opposite. Is that really knowing? If what you're doing, if your entire lifestyle is contrary to what you claim your purpose to be, do you really know what your purpose is? Don't you have to do your purpose to know it? I don't see many Christians doing what Jesus did. So to me, other religions, maybe. Yeah, other religions, maybe their religion helps them have a sense of why they're there. Now, to me, this is more, seems atheism versus religion thing, or I don't know, but like, so I am an atheist, so I can at least, from that perspective, it doesn't make a difference whether you have a religion or not. We're all born into the same world. We all have equal value, and we all have to try and get along with each other. And we all have things that we get taught. And some of the stuff we get taught is right, and some of the stuff we get taught is wrong. And so if you don't have a religion, then basically you either didn't get taught the religious stuff, or you realize later on that you didn't believe it to be true. But there's still other things besides religion you get taught. For example, doesn't take religion to teach someone to be good to others, that you can reap what you sow. That's universal. Atheists say that kind of thing all the time. To get enjoyment out of life, to want the world in general to be a better place. None of that requires religion, and that can give you deep, meaningful purpose. You can find great enjoyment if you were someone like Martin Luther King, and you got civil rights signed or whatever. It's like, that's going to feel pretty good, right? So, yeah.
Are you not eating animals, like from a evolutionary standpoint? Like, you have to.
Okay, so now we're saying, why are you not eating animals from an evolutionary standpoint? Okay, so this is a slam dunk easy one for me. It's quite simple. Evolutionary speaking, there's only one thing humans have going for them, and it's the freaking thing in here, the brain. That's it. There's other things, evolutionary, sure, thumbs, blah, 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 but you could argue like the thumbs might have made us able to pick up tools and things, and then the ability to pick up tools opened so many possibilities that we had to get bigger brains to deal with all these possibilities. Like, who knows? It's if the brain was big first and then the thumbs, I don't know how we really evolved, but definitely, because it's like our complex language, our ability to have imagined constructs, communicate them, and someone else understand those, and then extrapolate on them, return it back to us, for us to learn that information, change it in our head, give it back to them. That's all stuff we're doing that other animals, as far as we can tell, who knows, like highly likely whales are doing it too, because there's some whales who have vocabularies of words bigger than humans that talk much faster than we do to each other. But so it's a bit of luck in the fact that we have the complex thoughts and a relatively like dynamic avatar or body. But so evolutionary, right? All our stats went into the brain. That's what I'm trying to say. Is like that's the thing. That everything is about that. Like, and so why are we not eating meat from an evolutionary point of view? So one thing humans have always been great at doing is improving their technology stack, right? Improving their technology. We started with like horse-drawn, and then we went to cars, and then trains and planes and spaceships. We take something that we are able to do, we get better at and better at it and better. We build on what we know, we get better at it, right? That's part of our evolutionary end game. Like that's how evolution has produced us to be. Now, the same reason evolution produced in us things like empathy, the ability to have things like a mirror neuron, which is where you look at another person, human or even a not human, and you can actually feel what they feel to some degree. Now, it's super interesting how that happens, because it's like, in a way, your brain copies the feeling it's perceiving to see and kind of like replays it, obviously at like a lower volume, for us to kind of, there's literally like, I think they call it the mirror neuron in your brain. And if it doesn't work, you tend to not have emotions. But that is something that so if you look at like, even like, let's say you look at a cat and you like think to yourself, like, oh, that's so cute. Or, or you look at like a dog that's barking and growling at you and you're like, that thing's angry at me. Like that's from our evolutionary ability to perceive the emotions in others and stuff. And so I have the ability to have advanced thinking, I have the ability to improve on technology, and I have the ability to empathize. And those are all evolutionary things, right? And so put them together, there's a better way to get our food. I can see that animals are suffering, and I have the ability to think that it can be changed if enough people change. And so, yes, it's a complex web of concepts, maybe, but I'm able to put them together because of my evolutionary benefits, That's why we as humans can go vegan, and like a lion or a tiger aren't going to go vegan, because they aren't, even if they felt bad for killing prey, they can't conceive of alternatives. They can't communicate with each other on how to change things in the same complexity as we can. And they don't have the advanced enough thinking to come up with the processes involved to switch their diets away from eating animals. And so the brain is the reason. The fact we have the advanced brain is the reason why we got to a point where it became optional for us to eat animals. That the brain, e.g., evolution. We didn't, if our evolutionary direction was pointing us towards killing animals, why wouldn't we have developed bigger teeth, tougher skin, stronger muscles, claws, poison, venom, pincers, stingers. If killing was our evolutionary point, we'd look badass. We'd look like, you know, the anime superhero or mech warriors we like to imagine ourselves being in fiction. We would look like that in nature if killing was our evolutionary direction. It's not. Our evolutionary direction is using our noggin to do things better, and better than we did it before, and better than, hopefully, because like when it comes to capitalism and being competitive versus cooperative, we actually worse than animals on that front. We overcomplexified things there. But generally speaking, the complex thinking allows us to do things better than the way animals are doing it, unless we get ourselves trapped into these problematic systems like animal exploitation or capitalism, etc. That's when we use our noggins for bad. It's a power. We develop this power that we can use for good or bad, and we use it for bad when we build systems of exploitation. We use it for good when we don't do that, or we try to break them or resist them or not participate in them. So evolutionary, I would say you're more meeting your evolutionary agenda by using your brain to think critically and think of better ways. And if it, like I was saying, in terms of food, farm space, water usage, electricity, and time, and health risks, all better plant-based than animal-based for our food. So why do we want to do things the worst way? The brain to do things better. Veganism is our evolutionary direction. It simply is. That's why we are so freaking fragile physically. We're not killing machines. We're brainy machines that use the brain for bad to kill sometimes. But that wasn't the point of having the brain. If the point of having a brain was just to kill, we'd get all the other stuff like claws and stuff with it.
Explain it. Oh, Malibu Barbie. Okay, that's Trisha's kids' names. And by the way, I'm loving the vegan bubbles. But philosophically, your philosophy is like empty. Why are you on the planet? I have to.
My philosophy is empty. What the hell? Come on, man. Give us a break. Have a little charity here, okay? Why am I on the planet? I told you, I'm here. I'm a human. Wow, I have the brain to optimize. Let's have fun with it. Let's be optimized. Let's do the best we can do. Eating animals isn't the best we can do. Why aren't you embracing your evolutionary directives? Why are you on the planet? You got given this amazing brain that can think about things critically, can understand concepts, can understand the difference between good and bad, doing things the right way and the wrong way, systemic oppression, how people's actions can change things, how cutting off supply will cause, cutting off demand causes supply to tank. You are capable, given the brain that evolution gave you, to understand these things. And you're fighting against the wisdom of that brain for things that are, you could say, I don't understand 100% the brain, right? I'm not like a neuroscientist, but there's this thinking where you have like the more highly aware, and then so there's like the subconscious and the conscious, and then there's like autonomous or whatever. There's like a part of your body that works regardless, and then there's a part that's subconscious, and then that involves your brain but it's not conscious, and then there's part of that involves your brain that is conscious. Now, in a way you could say it's the more primal instincts, the ones of the hunger, autonomous, thirst, or subconscious, rather than the conscious brain driving a desire for things like sensory pleasure, because the only difference between an animal product and a vegan alternative, assuming you could get your hands on the alternative, right? The only difference between the two is the sensory experience. So if you prefer the animal product, then you are, in a sense, saying that the sensory pleasure that you get from it over the plant alternative is worth the killing of the animal. And it is worth, 30 times more food usage and water usage and space usage to have one would hope 30 times better tasting meal, right? But someone like me, who's not eaten meat for a long time, prefers the non-meat foods. Like, I prefer like soya mince to real mince. I don't want to have that oily, potentially have bits in it, weird, know where it came from type situation. And texture's not the best. Like, so, it's kind of empty to claim to have a purpose, claim to believe in evolution, claim to care about meaning, and then not understand how vegans are using their evolutionary brain, the higher conscious part of their brain, and not the hunger, fear, or base emotion side of their brain. So take away language, revert us back to maybe 1 year old, and then maybe we could say eating animals would fulfill the heights of our evolutionary capacity. But once you've developed the brain capacity to go beyond it, then you are selling yourself short and you're not living up to your evolutionary potential by continuing to eat animal products.
No, so if you have a favorite vegan YouTuber, I will watch it. I've watched hundreds of videos now. Hundreds. And I want to know why you think as an animal, you're not eating another animal. Because environmentally, I'm on board.
Why you think as an animal, you're not eating another animal? Ooh, my headphones came out. I wonder if they're charged up enough now. So humans are animals, right? So why would I not eat another human? Apart from the fact that you can get, prion disease or something, I would potentially, if I was in like an airplane crash in the middle of like the Arctic or something, I don't know. But generally speaking, there's better alternatives, safer, healthier, easier to obtain, and probably taste better. I don't know. I haven't tried human. So now, why do I not kill other animals? Because when I go online and I look at what my body needs, and then I see, oh, I can get all of those things from plants, then I'm like, oh, so I actually have a choice. And then I make the choice. Huh? Why is the default position being to kill? There's lots of animals that are herbivores. Why do humans not need to feel like that's where they fit? And the fact that we can process animal products it's kind of like having something in case of emergency. You have your belt, you have your pepper spray, your taser, and your firearm. And then someone comes to you, you try and pepper spray them, they keep coming, you tase them, they keep coming. As a last resort, maybe you take out the firearm or whatever. Obviously, this is a silly example, but, just because you have, the point is just because you have a weapon in your toolbox doesn't mean you have to use it, So just because humans can process animal products, that means we end up in the middle of the ocean, we can live on fish, or we end up in the middle of a desert, we can catch a lizard. We can do that, and maybe that's a good way to survive droughts and things or long journeys, right? As a backup way. So we have a way in backup, but that doesn't necessarily mean that has to be the primary way. That's why we have so much ability to process plants as well. That's why everything our body needs to live can come from plants. And there's not stuff like, it's harder with animals like cats to get plant-based stuff because of the amino acids they need and stuff are so much harder to find in plants and stuff. But with humans, I think the omega acids are the hardest, and then B12 can be a bit tough to get. But we have ways of synthesizing those and stuff. So the point being that, you know, the ability of the human body to process animal products can be our break in case of emergency type situation. It doesn't have to be our everyday, this is how we live our lives type situation.
But in generally, I don't know. Do you like a natural vegan? That's the girl with the glasses, right? Yeah, I like her. Is it the girl with the glasses? Yeah, I like her. I like Mike, MIC. I like Mike. I like the ones who are data-based. I like the numbers. I like the data-based vegans, but also like I want to.
Okay, I'm gonna have to take a quick break to use the toilet again, but I'm not a number-based vegan, so to speak. There are numbers though, for sure. But yeah, I'll be right back. Just give me a second. I'm back. So yeah, I was gonna say I'm not really a numbers vegan, you could say, but because well, the numbers are important to me. That's not my main point of being vegan. So yes, I've been saying how it's optimal, how it's the most efficient thing, and how that is our evolutionary brain's outcome is the ability to have these types of innovations on human society. But so the efficiencies that plant consumption instead on its own is a good reason and is a numbers based reason, right? For me, it's more than that. For me, it's also the psychological side of it. And this is the thing I was trying to explain in the chat, but it didn't get read or out loud anyway, or acknowledged. So what I was trying to say is when we have violence towards animals, whether we're the ones doing it ourselves or it's being done for us by others, what happens in your brain is you might see, this happens to a lot of kids as well. You'll notice with kids, they initially get taught, sometimes when they get taught where the meat comes from, they get quite upset about that. And then they kind of have to develop a way of not caring. And that's kind of my point, is that when you are participating in that as a society or as a person, whether you yourself or other people are doing the animal exploitation and killing and all that, you are developing ways in your head to not care about it happening. Because in a way, as it being a lifestyle, as it being systemic, as it being something society has embedded in it, there's a sense of a commitment to it long going on, right? If it changes, it means things like lost jobs, like upended careers, industries, all the stuff. There's fallout. Policies need to change all the stuff. So there's quite a lot of stuff that would change if the world went vegan. And so psychologically, what we do enable to not have to change those things in order to allow things to keep going the way they are, we have to develop a certain amount of not caring. And they've actually studied this phenomenon when it comes to rich and powerful people. they've studied that when you have a lot of money, they actually have less ability to recognize emotions in others, and they have less empathy, generally speaking, people who are very wealthy. And it seems like being wealthy results in them having this type of brain damage of not having a properly functioning mirror neuron, you could say. And so to me, it seems clear with when it comes to the rich people, it's like you have the capacity to help. You've got all this money, and then you walk past someone who's homeless or begging for food, and you don't solve the problem. Not only do you not give them the money, but you probably have the money to solve it completely, entirely, forever, and you don't do that. And so you could, but then due to whatever other reasons, whether it's wanting to have a number go up, whether it's the social pressures or the status, or just not feeling guilty about it, but for whatever reason, they prefer to maintain the way it is. And so, and as we've said before, that the industry leaders and the governments are the most culpable, but at the same time, the industry is trying to attract the consumers. And if the consumers reject a thing, the industry adjusts. And the consumers or the people vote for who is in their government. And so, we still, as the people, have the ability to make the change happen, whether we do it or not. So we don't do that. We could be doing things that we don't do. And so that psychologically causes us to be like the person who walks past and doesn't do anything, right? It causes damage to our ability to feel empathy. Whether it's a human suffering or an animal suffering, to see the suffering, to know that you participate in it happening, and then to not do anything to change that, causes you to have to harden your heart, to harden your soul, to have less empathy, to be able to maintain that ongoingly as a lifestyle, right? And so for me, although I'm not a numbers vegan, for me it's the psychological impact that's the most damaging thing. Because if you look at the violence people have towards other people, to other humans, oftentimes when you look at something like a genocide happening, the justification made by the people committing the violence, they'll tell themselves that the people that they're attacking aren't actually like full humans. They're actually more like some other lesser animal. Whatever that animal might be is usually made to remind people of feelings of disgust they have, or the animal's a pest or something. So there's this association to the animal, right? But people are completely fine with treating animals as objects that can be wiped out, right, for our own desires. And so if you can think of a human like a non-human, and then that justifies you to treat that human as a non-human. Now, if we were vegan and we treated non-human animals well, we didn't kill them or exploit them, then if you got a whole bunch of people to see another bunch of people as somehow not human, but somehow closer to another animal, it wouldn't then end up in violence or the justification of violence, because there wouldn't be justification of violence towards that non-human animal anyway. And so to me, what we have is our treatment of animals creating neural pathways in our brain. And so that becomes the easy thought to take. And then in a heated moment where a human aggravates us or has conflict with us, it's easy for that same neural pathway that gets used for not caring about the violence to animals, for your brain to then switch, just make a small adjustment, and now the human is the one that you're using the neural pathway for. And so in order to not treat humans violently, I believe we have to also not treat animals with violence, whether directly or indirectly, because whether you're harming humans directly or indirectly, they're still being harmed, right? So we need to not harm non-human animals so that we stop having these baked in thought patterns in our brains that allow us to then easily harm humans. And so in a way, it's like a root of violence sits in our treatment to non-humans, not necessarily in our treatment to humans. And I don't like violence, and I especially don't like violence against humans. And so I want us to get rid of violence towards animals so that we can then finally, hopefully, get rid of violence towards humans too.
I know why. I understand why you think you don't eat meat, but I want to know why.
What does that mean? I understand why you think you don't eat meat, but why don't you? Well, I've explained it, but I don't understand.
Why you don't eat meat. You know? I think, you know what I'm saying? Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. 100%, but that's not a reason to be vegan. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't think people understand.
I feel like it kind of is though, right? Well, like maybe not on its own, right? But when you combine it with, so just because you can doesn't mean you should. Okay, so so just because you can eat meat doesn't mean you should, right? Now, combine that with wanting to do good in the world, and combine that with knowing that eating meat is bad. So then you would want to do good. So then you would want to not eat meat. It's not hard. Very simple.
When you decide not to do something, you have to you have to explain why. That could be a good enough reason. It could be such a good enough reason, but you can't expect it to be a good enough reason. Like, there's no objectivism to this.
I don't know where we're going with that, because I feel like there's definitely is some objectivism to it in the sense of what I've been saying. So it's not just an opinion, right? It's not just like, we're talking about something where it's like if it's trans rights, you know, you can't have a difference of opinion on whether someone's identity is valid. You can't have a difference of opinion on whether eating meat is bad or not. It is objectively bad to eat meat. It's objectively bad. And so this is maybe where it might be a good time for me to go back to some of the points I was getting ready before the stream, to just talk about veganism and the reasons to go vegan, right? And it's so-called not being an objective philosophy or objective position. So you can go vegan for a variety of reasons. You can go vegan for the health benefits. There can be nutritional advantages. I personally have experienced my blood pressure get way better when I stopped eating meat. Disease prevention. Vegan diets reduce chronic diseases like heart disease, hypertension, type 2 diabetes, and certain types of cancer. Weight management. Vegan diets often lower in calories and saturated fats, which can help in maintaining a healthy weight. Those are all things personal. Maybe the weight management could be a personal thing. Nutritional and disease. Okay, if someone wants to live in healthy or risk disease, is fine. So the health benefit, we'll say the health side of it, you can argue for something like health policies, right? For things like vaccines, or public health care would be like a health policy, right? So it could be a health policy for veganism that would be objective in the same way that other, like trying to stop people from smoking, trying to stop people from eating meat. So is the health aspect, which I feel like is objective, right? Is it not objective to say that society would be better if we didn't smoke? I smoke, but you know, I'm ready for society to offer me a better way to get that feeling or whatever. Okay, so then there's the environmental impact. It's a reduced carbon footprint, which is the obvious one, so much less resources. You are also able to preserve better biodiversity due to less land resource. So it's not just the fact that you're using less water, energy, land, and time. It's also that the fact you're using less land helps nature not be overrun. A lot of deforestation happens specifically for either the animals or the crops to feed the animals. So then there's okay, so wait, we need to see whether these are objective. Okay, so objectivity, right? Climate change. People have talked about the impact of artificial intelligence on climate change and how much electricity and stuff data servers use for AI. Now, it's pretty cool that DeepSeek has a AI that can run on less computation, because that lightens the footprint, the climate impact that AI has. And with it being open source, there's a good chance that that's going to follow throughout the industry, and it's going to become a more energy efficient industry, and that will likely see further innovations in that direction now as it becomes its own. So initially, when it was all proprietary, the race was to see who can make the best proprietary thing. Now that it's open source, there will be a race to see who can make the best open source thing. And so that means more efficient running on less compute power. So AI is going to become more climate friendly as time goes on. But as it is now, one query to ChatGPT, for example, is the equivalent to one hamburger in terms of how much water the data centers use. One hamburger is equivalent to 30, I think it's 30 ChatGPT queries, right? And it takes like a bit of seconds to get back to you. So the point being, like, we're worried about climate, we're worried about fossil fuels and stuff, right? Going vegan is one way humanity can save itself from killing itself, which would be objectively good. Because if we can learn to be living in harmony with nature, why should we kill it? Also, using less water is good for nature in general. And also when you look at stuff like California, these fires and stuff, so you can't really understate how important it is that it uses less water. And then, yeah. So yeah, I feel like that you can say there's objective reasons to be vegan there. Then we go to the animal welfare side of things. Reduction of animal suffering. Scientific studies on animal cognition and emotion have shown that many animals are sentient beings capable of experiencing pain and suffering. The vegan lifestyle seeks to minimize harm to animals by avoiding products derived from them. Ethical treatment. Advances in ethology, the study of animal behavior, have highlighted the complex social structures and emotional lives of many farmed animals, reinforcing the ethical arguments against the exploitation. And essentially what we're saying here is that animals can feel suffering, and they do feel suffering on farms. And so animal not eating meat means there's less animals that suffer, and I like animals, and I don't like animals suffering. So there's an objective reason to be vegan there. I objectively cause less animal suffering, which is something I don't like. But maybe that's a personal thing, but also think about it in terms of the rest of society. Wouldn't society be better if there was overall less violence in it and there was more resources? That would be objectively good for everyone. And those are the so-called science-based there's also ethical considerations. So animals, in theory, have a right to a good life, right? Many people have religious reasons not to hurt animals as well. So being vegan could be part of their religion. False dichotomy. From a utilitarian perspective, you can maximize the well-being by having a more efficient system that has less suffering for both the humans, because don't get it wrong, there is also human suffering in animal exploitation. You might not suffer at the consumer side that much, but there's someone somewhere suffering a whole lot for what's having to be done, right? Environmental ethics, stewardship of earth. So this is where I spoke about, even if you come from the Christian background and God told you to be a good caretaker of the earth, even that imperative turns you vegan, because veganism is a better way to manage and sustainably take care of the environment. Then obviously social justice, which is, we can better address hunger problems in the world if we had better, more efficient resource and food production. And then speciesism is a form of like bigotry and prejudice. And so tolerating it makes it harder to tackle other prejudices like racism, sexism, right? So then obviously this animal farming also has a negative environmental impact in terms of byproducts, chemicals, things like that. It's not just the violence to the animal. There's byproducts to the process that hurt the environment as well. So polluting the environment is, I feel like, objectively bad. Then there was a couple other points. 1 kilogram of beef requires 15,000 liters of water and large amounts of grain that could otherwise go to humans. Egalitarianism, so wanting there to not be some people suffering and some doing well. So that includes animals. We can't draw the line there. We can't say humans can reach egalitarianism, but then animals can still get screwed over. That's not really egalitarian, is it? So if you have a reason to want egalitarianism, then you have a reason to be vegan. And I feel like the world would be objectively better if it were egalitarian. So that's another objective reason. Humans benefit from nature. So the better we take care of nature, the better we can benefit from nature. How many animals have we made extinct, bulldozing them for animal farming that may have had particular medicinal purposes that we can't now benefit from because we just were so hell-bent on making space for this inefficient way of making food, right? So we lost out on biodiversity and potential medicines and human benefiting discoveries and benefits. And even beyond medicine, there's certain animals' behaviors we learn from. There's certain plants that you use in things like construction. And so all of those, that biodiversity being eliminated is objectively bad. Cognitive dissonance is not a good thing to get used to. So if you know killing is bad, being okay with killing animals means you're constantly living with cognitive dissonance. It's going to reduce your ability to handle everything else in your life because it's a mental tax that you're having to do for no reason. the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has emphasized the need for a dietary shift to mitigate climate change. So even fancy people are saying it. We want to leave the planet habitable, right? Okay. I'm not going to get into the abortion and euthanasia stuff yet, because that's coming up still. But there was a point I wanted to get to here. So humans, so humans have like the ability to have more autonomy, agency, and ability to think about stuff from a more advanced level, which gives us a responsibility, given that extra power we have, right? To have we have a higher understanding of our world and ability to change it than other animals, and our changes impact them. So we have a responsibility from the point of view of equitable actions towards environment, to care about it. And animals don't have the ability to protect themselves from our actions. So it's on us not to put them in that position, right? Veganism rejects all harm, not just killing. And then I think there was another point. Okay. Breaking the cycle of violence and preventing the dehumanization of others. I think I've covered that already. Violence has a continuum. Inseparability of violence. Violence is not easily compartmentalized. When a society normalizes violence towards one group, e.g. non-human animals, it creates a cultural and psychological framework where violence becomes an acceptable tool for achieving goals, e.g. pleasure, convenience, and profit. Psychological spillover. The mental mechanism used to justify violence towards animals, e.g. dissociation, devaluation, and moral disengagement, can be applied to humans as well. For example, if we devalue the lives of animals to justify harming them, it becomes easier to devalue the lives of humans in certain contexts, e.g. war, discrimination, and oppression. If violence towards animals is systemic, it's unlikely to remain isolated. It will inevitably influence how we treat other humans, especially in moments of high emotion or conflict. When violence towards animals is systemic, e.g. factory farming, hunting, animal testing, it becomes ingrained in the culture. People grow up seeing violence as a normal part of life, which desensitizes them to suffering and makes it easier to accept violence in other contexts. The more we are exposed to violence, the less we are affected by it. The desensitization can extend to human violence, making it easier to justify ignoring harm towards others. A culture that normalizes violence towards animals is more likely to tolerate or perpetuate violence towards humans. Humans strive for moral consistency. It's important to us to have moral consistency. It makes us feel like we are able to trust each other, right? If someone has that kind of consistency. So you're less trustworthy when there's these morally things you're doing that aren't morally okay, makes you less trustworthy and less valuable to a trust network, to someone who's looking for someone they need trusting. They might look for a vegan knowing the vegan has higher morals or higher empathy or higher ability to act on their morals. um, okay, and then so the other thing is, so those are all society things, but also I feel like it is also important to recognize what you're doing to yourself in a sense, and that I don't think people harming themselves should be normalized or something that we're just okay with. So violence towards animals harms you as the person participating, and so I don't think we should just be okay with that and think it's fine for us to just go around harming ourselves if we don't need to. Committing violence, whether directly or indirectly, can be deeply traumatic. Even if the perpetrator doesn't immediately feel guilt or remorse, the act of harming another being leaves a psychological imprint, and over time this can lead to emotional numbness, desensitization, or even self-loathing. Engaging in violence requires suppressing empathy, which is a fundamental part of being human. This suppression damages the perpetrator's ability to connect with others and with their own humanity, leading to a sense of alienation or spiritual emptiness. So it's also causing us to be less able to connect with each other. It's causing us to be less, well supportive of a community of each other. It's causing us to feel, empty inside. And you were saying veganism is empty, but it's harming animals that takes away the empathy that leads to emptiness. Even if violence is delegated, e.g. paying someone else to kill an animal for food, the perpetrator is still complicit. This complicity creates a psychic burden, as the individual must live with the knowledge that they are responsible for harm, even if they didn't directly commit it. Delegating violence often requires rationalization or denial, which can lead to cognitive dissonance. This dissonance, the gap between one's actions and one's values, can cause stress, anxiety, and a sense of moral disorientation. Delegating violence doesn't absolve the perpetrator of responsibility. It simply shifts the burden, allowing the individual to avoid confronting the harm they've caused, which can lead to long-term psychological damage, right? So you're harming yourself. You're causing psychological damage to yourself by being okay with violence and being part of it and participating in it and getting other people to do it for you. So if you are trying to reach a point of self-care and healing in yourself and love for yourself, that also requires you to not want to harm yourself. And so committing violence to animals harms yourself. So on the path towards self-actualization, on the path towards becoming a more well-rounded person who is more emotionally mature and is able to go about the world in ways that are more socially responsible, etc. On that path and on self-improvement. And for some people, that is their purpose in life as well. We talked about meaning earlier and what's the meaning. And if your purpose in life, if your meaning comes from self-improvement, well, this is something to improve on, to stop hurting yourself. Stop limiting your empathy. Stop carrying around the cognitive dissonance and the guilt that your actions are making you carry around, right? And so I'd say there's an objective good in people being healed. There's an objective good in society being more well-balanced and emotionally mature. So society itself would be better, less problems, less violence from our increased emotional maturity, from not having stunted our development by normalizing and being okay with violence, even if it's systemic. Is this objective enough? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't come at a vegan and say that they aren't being objective. Like, you do get vegans who go on vibes or go on emotions or they felt bad or whatever. But trust me, there's plenty philosophical vegans who have thought this stuff through one way out the other, right? More than you've thought about it. And speaking of religions, most religions recommend not hardening your heart, not reducing empathy. So I don't think there's any religion really where going vegan makes you less fitting of that religion. Going vegan makes you fit into any religion better, and it makes you be a better atheist. It's just better all around. It's objectively better in every way, right? It's a way to practice empathy, veganism. It's a way to become better at being empathetic to others, being able to understand others. And not overriding your empathy. Society would have less people in need if we would help each other more, and we'd help each other more if we weren't used to not helping animals.
So what I want is I want a vegan who can explain to me what they think they're doing on a planet and why they evolved to do this and why they're making the decision. Because if it's harm reduction, I'm here for it. But if it's like, I don't like to debate vegans. Anyone who tells people like you're murdering and raping animals, like.
So I explained it, and I'm not a debate vegan, right? I'm not into this to win, to prove that being veganism is moral better thing, right? I'm going over it because there was assertions that there's problems with veganism, that there's philosophical holes in it, or that there's a lack of meaning or lack of purpose or a lack of harmony with evolution with it, right? That's why I'm making this video. It's not because I want to win. I don't find that fun. Maybe 20 years ago I would have, but so I'm not into it for the debate side of it, and I'm not, as I went on in the beginning, I disavow the vegans who just go around calling people murderers and rapists to their face. That's something you can say about them behind their backs, maybe. But we need to be more emotionally mature, right? Isn't part, like I was saying, part of being vegan is to become a more emotionally mature person. Well, maybe you need to be vegan for a bit longer for that maturity to take place if you're the ones going around calling people rapists and murderers to their face, right? Then again, some people just go onto chats and just don't think the streamer is going to see what they say, and they just spout something that would be a shitpost if it was on Twitter or whatever. But so, and then it actually gets read and it's like, what? But the point is, like, even then, like, that's not, her stream isn't the place to be shitposting, right? So don't do that stuff.
You sound crazy, bro. You sound exactly like conservatives are, like trans people are grooming kids. You need to relax. People are dying in Palestine and the Congo right now because you want fucking cell phones. Well, Palestine, not so much. People are dying in the Congo because you want fucking cell phones. So, like...
Yeah, I mean, I talked about that earlier, and I agree. Like, you don't go around calling everyone with a cell phone a child slave owner or labor, whatever, exploiter, even if technically they participated in that. So you don't go around calling non-vegans murderers and rapists, even if they did participate in it. Even if there could be a technical way to claim it to be true, they're not the ones in control. So we do want to change their minds, but they're not the ones holding the power, holding the reins, right? So if you need to be that aggressive, be it to the ones in power, not the ones also struggling. Because we need to unite together. The ones without power have to unite together to get anything done, right? So that's why we can't be attacking each other so much like that. But you can attack the people in power, sure, if you need to have that kind of vitriol. Brittany is not in government and she does not own a farm company, so it's not appropriate to be attacking her like that.
Again, like with peace and love, you can't, you know what I'm saying? No. I don't like Earthling Ed. No. Next. I've watched like literally 15 of his videos and I can't stand him. Wait, hold on. Is this the one I don't like? Yeah, I don't like him. Nah, his argumentation is bad, bro. It's bad. You guys have to remember, I'm neutral to animal or human life in a sense. Like, I don't think animals are more important than humans or humans are more important than animals. Like, I choose my...
That's on there where I tried to explain it, right? Our brains are our evolutionary masterpiece, and my brain has emotions like empathy that make me feel really shitty when I hurt or exploit animals. So that's what I was trying to explain
cat over
as well.
a lot of humans, but that doesn't mean anything. We kill people. Like, we're gonna kill animals, but...
We kill people, so we're gonna kill animals. Like, you see the problem here is like, it's worse, right? Killing an animal... I don't know, like, the goal should be not to kill humans or animals. What do you mean? Like, we are busy killing humans, yes. But if we stop killing animals, maybe we'd also stop killing humans. Like, not every person is involved in a war. Not every person is taking a gun or a bomb and trying to hurt another human, right? Almost every, or a majority of people are hurting animals. So if the violence is coming from somewhere, it's not coming from the less amount doing the violence on humans. If there's this overwhelming violence in our world, society, right, it's coming from where it's most prevalent in most people's lives. So you can't say we can't stop hurting animals because we hurt humans. So why should we care about stopping hurting animals if we still... It's like, no. First of all, don't kill or hurt humans as well, obviously. No one's saying that that's okay. We can do better than just not hurting humans. We are the ones. We're the ones with the power. We're the ones doing the hurting, right? It's not just like asteroids are falling out of the sky, landing on farm animals, and, oh, we do what we can to help them. No, we're the ones hurting them. So we might be the ones hurting humans, but we're also the ones hurting the animals. So that's why we can do better, because we're also the ones doing the bad thing. So what do you mean? It's like, I only cut your arm off. Someone else cut your leg off. Why are you mad at me? You know, no, like, just freaking, it's all bad.
Also, I believe in the circle of life. Like, literally the circle of life. Like, you are nature. So the question...
Yeah, and so if humans are reducing biodiversity, reducing lifespans, reducing our own well-being, and like, what is your idea of the circle of life then? Is it, because it sounds more like the circle of death, because wouldn't the circle of life be that when things die, new life springs from it, right? And that things die of natural causes, but then new life springs from that. That's, to me, that's the circle of life in nature. Not you go around killing as many things as you can, and you become the natural force of death, and nothing grows from that except your ego or your sense of pleasure. Right?
Is harm reduction is good, but why are you harm reducing?
Okay, so I went through all those reasons, and I don't understand why vegans can't make this distinction themselves. Like, it doesn't matter to you. Why does it matter to you why they're doing it? It shouldn't matter. They can explain why, and I have explained why in detail. And I can explain more. And if you have questions, I'm happy to answer as many, because I feel like Brittany is engaging in good faith still. And so as long as someone's engaging in good faith, I'll not run out of patience for them, right? But yeah, I don't know.
The argument can't be we're harm reducing because eating meat is unethical. Like, unethical to whom?
To everybody in many ways. So nature, less biodiversity, less, has more pollutants in it, has violence towards it. Animals are part of nature. Oh, the part I was looking for earlier that I didn't mention yet, right? Us playing God, right, is pretty weird. And why would we want to be like that as well? Why do you not want to be vegan, right? Everyone should want to be vegan. Why do you want to play God with animals? Do you think cows naturally just give milk their whole lives? Or do you think they give milk because it's for feeding their children? So how do we have cows that are dairy cows? And what happens when they stop producing milk? What happens when they have babies? What happens to chickens that aren't the right sex, right? What happens to pigs, you know? Do these animals die of natural causes, like in the circle of life would insinuate? Where, you know, or have we created the traps that are being funneled into and bred to walk into? An unnatural contraption that we've created. If all you were doing was hunting and living off the land that way, then you could make some arguments. I would have a different argument against that, and some of them, like the psychological one where harming animals means it's easier for you to harm humans. So I still don't think it's okay. But in that case, the animals are at least in nature, and so you can apply the circle of life to that. But factory farming, there's no circle of life there. It's a pit of death. It's disgusting. And the animals aren't treated well, and they don't have good lives. And no amount of branding telling you what they grew in how big a space with however food. Go look into it. Unless it's someone's pet, it's not being treated well.
Like, yes, unethical to the planet, unethical to life in general. But what does that mean? So then you have to have a good argumentation.
Well, it's also unethical to you as a person, as someone who should want to become your best self, harming yourself and holding yourself back and limiting your amount of empathy and tying yourself to inefficient ways of doing for no apparent reason. This is ways you are being unethical against yourself, not just the planet. You know, you are attacking yourself.
You know, I need a good argumentation, you know, and then, you know, I'm all about it. I love it. I love what I'm learning.
See, that's the one thing where I was super doubtful, because it's like I've said all the stuff in chat about all the neural pathways, and even in this video, and it's like, you'll see coming up, but it's like, you know, I think for a lot of people, they want to believe, even to themselves, believe that given the right information, they'll make the right decision, right? I feel like Brittany probably already has all the information she needs. I don't think the right argument or the proper vegan, this is it, right? Like, am I not doing a good job? What am I leaving out? What is, you know, I might not be the best, but what more do you need? Like, how much more is it going to take? And when do we recognize it's just a choice being made and not a lack of information? If all it takes is the argument, I'm giving so many, one of them's got to be in here. But if you're actually interested in those arguments and finding the right one, then wouldn't it be upon you to be more interested in what people say and then not skip over their messages and chats and stuff that is explaining the stuff you're trying to ask for?
I want to be open-minded, but I want to make it clear that why people do things is really important to me. So, you know, yeah. Again, I love
having empathy and not wanting to harm something just for sensory pleasure is enough reason to be vegan on its own. So you say you want to know the reasons, right? And then other vegans are aggressive to you, and then apparently they have holes in their philosophy or whatever. But it really is that simple. Not wanting your convenience or pleasure to be dependent on another thing that can feel suffering, going through that suffering. That should be all it takes. Why not? If you can be less harmful, why do you need a reason to stop being harmful? Just be less harmful. You don't need being less harmful is the reason itself. It's becoming a better person to be less harmful. Harming people isn't a good thing. Harming people doesn't make you a good person or accomplished. It makes you a coward. It makes you the one who couldn't get people on board through peaceful means. And so you had to resort to violence, right? It's not something admirable at all.
the vegan bubbles. I'm really enjoying it. I don't want to come across like I'm not, but it sounds crazy to be like, I'm a vegan because I don't rape animals. Okay, girl, no.
No, that's the thing where I was like, that's a straw man. I'm a vegan because I don't rape it. Like, no one's thinking about themselves that way. Even that person that called her that I'm saying is making the bad strategic move and not engaging people where they're at and not actually getting through to people to try and bring them across. But they were calling you that, but they weren't saying that that's why they were a vegan. Why they're a vegan is probably because they have empathy for the animals. So they don't want to participate in that activity. It's not because, oh, I'm better than you because I don't do it. It's because it hurts inside in their hearts to know that it's happening. And then not do anything.
We're not raping animals. Nobody, like 99% of people ain't out here raping animals.
Everyone
so
who
it just
has
doesn't
dairy
make sense when you say that.
is participating in the
Honestly,
rape
are
of
bigger than God.
animals.
I think God
Sad.
is the biggest.
Sad.
Okay, name one song he's made.
It's reality.
Well,
right?
everything the Beatles made, that's God.
Oh, wow.
Exactly. Thank you. Oh, I love when I win again.
Well, that means he made. Well, if God made every music, then that means he made Creed.
Oh.
So
Creed's not even that bad.
question is,
Creed. I think Creed is one of those bands that's just cool. You like it?
I'm just fat. I'm honestly just fat.
That's so not true.
Oh my God, Chad, did you just use the word straw man in my audience? Come on, girls, come on. You said that's a straw man. 99% of vegans don't claim non-vegans are all raping animals. I can't believe you're using debate terminology.
Okay, so I know, I do think technically, like I was saying, technically, you're participating in it, right? If you're having dairy, because it's like I was saying, those cows aren't having a family to stay pregnant their whole lives. That's not the way they have their families. It's sometimes it's too sad to explain the full story, because it's like, they get depressed and like cry or whatever, like when their babies get taken away. And you know what? So if it's artificial insemination or they got a bull to come in, it's not rape, but that's not the way the cow would want to live its life. It doesn't want to just be a fucking baby machine sex object. You know, if it had reproduction, it would be part of a herd. And it would be able to stay with its baby until it got old. And it would become a grandparent and all that stuff.
In my chat right now.
So yeah, that's why it's a straw man to say that that's what vegans are claiming, because that most vegans don't claim that, even if it's technically the reality. We don't claim it because it's too sad. Society isn't ready for that. We literally don't have the emotional capacity as a society to deal with our own behavior, our own crimes. It's like somebody who owns a slave that feels like it's their best friend and then can't accept how wrong they've treated them, and like, I don't know, maybe that's not the best example, but I don't know, you know.
Okay, again, you're...
So yeah, now, so I don't know, she seems paranoid about, I don't know, debate vegans or something. I don't know, like, if that's a thing, maybe it is, but it's like, the fact that I used the word straw man, it's like, that doesn't mean I'm a debate bro. Like, that's a word to describe a concept. Like, how, I don't know if there's an easier way, but you got to understand something. Like, our YouTube chat messages only let you write a certain amount of characters. It's kind of like having a tweet, right? So I can't write out there like a whole ass long explanation. So, oh, you are misrepresenting by taking the worst possible interpretation of the person's opinion. Then my entire message is gone and I can't get to the rest of it. If I say strawman, then I can write more stuff afterwards and actually make a point. Okay, it doesn't mean I'm trying to debate bro you, or, oh, you used a logical fallacy, blah, blah, blah. No, you are strawmanning when you keep fixating on these vegans using those aggressive calling you R word or M word, or where that is like not what vegans are like. That's not the vegan argument, right? You're taking the worst possible vegan argument, like just bashing people over the head with you're a bad person because of this. That's the weakest possible argument for veganism, is to just bash people over the head saying, look how bad you are. So it's a straw man when you keep hyperfixating on the weakest possible version of the argument, even when people in your chat are giving you much better, stronger points. That's why I said it's a straw man. It's not to try and dunk on you or get one on you. It's to explain to you what the problem happening, why there's this tension occurring, is because every time you address it, you keep going back to murdering and raping and not liking being called that, and not listening to everything else being said in the chat about neural pathways and, you know, the fact that it reduces your empathy when you are participating in, and all that kind of stuff as well.
Send me a vegan YouTuber who can explain to me why they believe what they believe and where they came from on the planet. Because I'm not finding...
Where I came... Okay, so I explained why I am what I am, but where I came from on the planet, so... don't understand that. Is that some kind of religious thing? Because it's like... there are religions that are vegan, so it must not be religious, right? I don't know. Why am I here? Well, it's basically an accident, you know? However many billions of years ago, there was organic compounds and lightning or something, and then amino acids, and then at some point it was able to like process like one chemical into another. If it was chained, those amino acids were chained the right way together, and then that got more and more complex until it became a cell, and then the cell was able to multiply, and then that became, I don't know, like, yeah, I know I'm going all the way back to the beginning, but that's where. What do you mean where I'm on this planet? That's why, because however many billions of years ago that happened, and then everything else since then happened that happened. So yeah, I mean, is the implication that I got put here by someone? Okay, let's say I did. Why would they have put me here? You know, they put me in a place where there's a whole bunch of stuff happening that isn't good, and then I have the ability to either make it better or worse. So why would I want to be the one making it worse? Like, what do I need some other permission or mission from anybody, or can I just want to make the world better? Like, that's enough on its own, right?
It. Okay, I'm not finding it. Because right now the argumentation is it's not coinciding with grounded reality. You need to ground your reality.
My reality is grounded. And I'm not too sure what we're getting at here. I feel like I'm going to just go in circles because there's not really a new point, but I just wanted to mention that, you know, I need more specifics. If what I'm saying isn't grounded, which part of it isn't grounded? Why isn't it grounded? Or are you only talking to the person who called you a raper and a murderer? And if you're only talking to them, then that's straw manning. But you just reacted to me calling you a straw man and then went back to that. So how can you possibly be talking that? Because I wasn't the one who called you that. So how can you respond to my message and then go straight back into someone else who I'm disavowing and I never agreed with? And I've literally been pushing back and saying that that's not the vegan stance to say that, to claim. It's not the vegan stance to claim that, even if you could technically argue it, it's not the stance to claim it. Because why wouldn't we rather just claim things that are more helpful to be claiming, you know?
Okay, you are a part of nature. You cannot like leave your.
So yeah, you can become a better part of nature. So if we have better harmony with nature, meaning we don't exploit animals, which reduces our usage of resources, land, energy, increases biodiversity, increases nature itself. So animals that you eat for meat, right? They don't wait for them to die of old age and then take them to the butchery. They kill them in their prime, when they're at their best. That's like sending your 18, 19-year-olds off in a pointless war to die. We don't think that's a good way for a human life to be spent, right? How is it a good way for an animal's life to be spent if when it's at its best physical performance, that's when we rob it of all of its future? You know what I'm saying?
Nature, you can have a higher relationship with your nature, right? Which I think vegans think they have, but I don't.
You absolutely are going to have a higher relationship with nature if you are being more harmonious and less violent towards it. Like, it's not wrong for vegans to think they have a more harmonious. They're using less resources, they're doing less harm, and they're living in a way that's more sustainable. They're treating nature better. And if you treat nature better, you're having a better relationship with it than the people who aren't treating it that good.
I don't think they do, because they don't have a well-rounded philosophy. Just from a philosophical perspective, your philosophy
Okay, so now we're back to philosophy, and I do have a very well-rounded philosophy on this.
is, there's gaps missing.
Where?
You know what I
gap?
mean?
No.
But send me YouTube. If you have YouTube videos that you think are good
I'm making
argumentation,
one.
send them to me. I'm doing my research. You know what I mean?
I hope you find this and
Because
watch
again,
it.
all the argumentation I'm seeing from the debate YouTubers, it doesn't take into account humanity. Like, they're not taking into account humanity.
Okay, so let me try and not straw man. Let me try and, so I'm not, like I was saying, I'm not the debate. If you're only researching debate vegans, like that's not, you're not researching, they're not sending their best.
And I'm like, I don't get it. Like, I don't get why they don't have a well-rounded philosophy.
Okay, so, the humanity thing, right? So, I'm going to try and be charitable, and so there are definitely human elements. So I've already covered personal, emotional dependency on particular foods or textures, especially if you are neurodivergent and something is your safe food or whatever, your comfort food. So that is a human thing, and I would argue that you can quit all the things you can, right? And then whatever you can't, it's not on you to give up entirely. It's also on industry and government to be creating these alternatives for you, or even finding ways to make what we have work better, to be a better alternative, or better, maybe not necessarily trying to be the same, but maybe something even better, via innovation, via policy, subsidy. So if you can only give up a certain amount of stuff, you aren't solely responsible, and the rest of that stuff you can't give up. You can still get there someday, and it would be good for you to, but it's also possible that government or industry picks up the slack and provides alternatives that allow you to do it, and it isn't necessarily all on you. So I recognize the humanity there, that not everybody can, and that we aren't necessarily on our own, or it's not on us all. It's something we collectively are all participating in as a society, but you on your own aren't to blame. And the people in power are a lot more to blame than you.
So if you just from a philosophical perspective, your philosophy is, there's gaps missing. You know what I mean? But send me YouTube. If you have YouTube videos that you think are good argumentation, send them to me. I'm doing my research. You know what I mean? Because again, all the argumentation I'm seeing from the debate YouTubers, it doesn't take into account humanity. Like, they're not taking into account humanity. And I'm like, I don't get it. Like, I don't get why they don't understand. Like, it doesn't fulfill the logical argument. And at the same time, there's a lot of gaps.
So I don't know if, again, I'm going to try and be charitable to try and, even if it wasn't spelt out, to try and invent a gap to fill. But, there is also the argument that societal pressures, whether that be like familial or cultural or ethnic or regional, historical, there's many social pressures on a person, right? And so if you think of something like misogyny in movies and the workplace, And then now we have like the Me Too movement, where as a society we're trying to change it from being okay to be misogynistic to not being okay, especially in public, in the workplace and all that. Like if someone's behaved badly, they get called out for it, because we're trying as a society, especially driven by the ones impacted by it, to change it so that it's better. Okay, so with veganism, society needs to change, its narrative as well. So it's not something that necessarily happens overnight or quickly or easily. These cultural shifts, like culturally shifting from women working, not being able to work, to being in the workforce. Think of like all your movies and stuff, right? So they would have had initially, before that, if they made movies, there would have probably been like a woman as a wife in the kitchen or raising kids or something, right? And the man would be out working and stuff. Then now it's taken many decades, and Me Too is only like the latest step in it or whatever. But like, so over time, there's been attempts to give women more representation in movies and stuff. So now you'll have movies where the woman is the CEO or the boss or the president or the superhero or whatever. But that wasn't the case 100 years ago or whatever, when movies were first being made. So it takes time for these cultural shifts to happen, but then they happen. So I'm not saying that society or cultures are going to be able to abandon everything altogether overnight type situation. Like if you have a specific cultural dish, like she was saying, her family has a specific cheese they like, and so these cultural shifts might take a while. It could even happen over generations. Maybe you just have it, one way it can shift is if that's something that's been in your family, you could always choose not to continue it if you have your own kids. So then at least your kids don't get used to it. And sure, maybe when they're an adult, you can introduce it to them for curiosity's sake, if for whatever reason they choose not to be vegan or something. But the point being that you can break the cycle by not making it part of their life from the beginning. So even if you personally, it's impossible for you to give up a thing, you can still participate in society shifting away from it through things like the way you raise your kids, or if you're an author writing a book, the way you write the story of the book and what the characters do in the books and whether they eat meat or not in the books and how they feel about it in the books, or movies or whatever it is, games. So many ways you can do it beyond just your own diet, personal choices or whatever, to whatever output you're putting into things. And yeah.
Apps and meat eater philosophy as well. Don't get me wrong, meat eaters are very stupid when it comes to their philosophy about eating meat. But same.
Okay, but their one's based on their one isn't based on science. It's based on like toxic masculinity and trying to be alpha.
With the vegans, I want there to be an understanding. Like, do you see the gaps in your own philosophy? And if you do,
I'm trying to. That's the thing, because you haven't pointed them out. You keep saying things like the humanity. We don't see the humanity, or it's like that isn't pointing out a gap. You might be thinking of a gap. You're not giving us enough information to know what it is. So I've been trying to guess at what they might be, but I feel like I have a pretty well-rounded philosophy, so I don't know where to find these supposed gaps. So I'm trying to guess where you think they might be. And so if I'm not getting it right, I need more information so that I can try and fill them for you. Because I'm not aware of any in a natural sense,
Ooh, that's great. I'm into it.
Because I'm bad. If I don't like something, I won't eat it.
That's not me. I mean,
no, that's not true.
I like how this became like a vegan episode, all because Trisha ate cheese.
let's watch this.
Yeah, so it's like she kind
You
of
gotta, like,
is
vote.
Just- I don't wanna
not
keep
super
biting. This is
hostile
the
to
eating
this
part.
whole conversation happening. Was
Get it out of the way.
what I was saying earlier.
It's better that time.
I think you had it too hot, so you weren't tasting it properly.
So anyway, when everyone started smashing on him, he disabled likes and comments like a little bitch.
That's crazy.
You're a drama channel, bro. You can't do that.
It's insane.
Here's
Also,
an example of some of the comments that he was erasing. Let's see. They were saying, I wish you would have come to me personally about it. As a friend, seeing someone literally break down in tears after disgusting monster picks her apart with such hatred online, why didn't you think to ask if she's okay? Boom, headshot. The fact that Lizzie gave a better apology than either Shane or Rylan speaks volumes to people.
she looks in the camera.
Yeah.
She's giving like, and also I don't really know her. I met her one time. I don't know anything about her. I have nothing against her. But she looks in the camera, giving an apology, and then right after Shane, Rylan's like, all right, well.
Yeah, I saw that. She was like, you know what? I'm sorry we had Jeffrey on.
Oh, did she say that? I didn't get that part.
No, she actually was really nice. She's like, I'm really sorry we had Jeffrey on and that we did something to hurt Trisha's feelings because I really like her and I feel very regretful. And then he goes, okay, moving on.
You know what's crazy? Yeah, what's crazy? I'm going to say this one more time to reiterate and
That says it's more if you're able to make the choice to eat something plant-based, it's usually a better choice that reduces harm, like choosing something ethically made versus fast fashion. That is the most reasonable argument I have seen from vegans, which I agree with in general. Like, I always try to harm reduce, but not in all aspects of my life, though I try to do it in most aspects of my life. That is one of the most coherent arguments that I've seen, which is like, we're not doing it because it's wrong to do it. And I think in a perfect world, in a sustainable world, eating meat would make sense. I only think it's harm reduction not to eat.
Okay, I feel like there's a bit to unpack this. So let me go back a little.
With in general, like, I always try to harm reduce, but not in all aspects of my life, though I try to do it in most aspects of my life. That is one of the most coherent arguments that I've seen, which is like, we're not doing it because it's wrong to do it. And I think in a
Okay, so yeah, so I don't really know if that argument, like, for some people, obviously, for some like religious people who can be like, you're a sinner, therefore you're going to hell. Like, from that sense, vegans saying, I'm good, you're bad. Like, yeah. But, like, that would imply that's how they got into veganism, right? Because if they got into veganism because they cared about animals and they didn't want to hurt animals, instead of it being because somebody else proselytized them, then why would they have any reason to want to be purely proselytizing rather than, why would they just be trying to convert you to their religion type thing if that's not what happened to them? If they came to veganism because they had their own moral journey to get there, and now they want you to take a journey to get there too, that's them having a personal reason, not a I'm right and you're wrong reason, but a I've gone on a journey and discovered a way to do things better, so I want to help you get there too, because it'll be better for you and everyone else. And again, if it's based on the approach, again, so just going out to someone, calling them a rapist or a murderer, or showing them gore of what happens to animals, like, that behavior is aligned with a sort of proselytized type style of reaching people, which doesn't meet them where they're at. It tries to yank them to where you're at immediately, and that can be considered disrespectful to people, especially ones who have, thought through their positions really well and feel like they are going based on logic. To suddenly imply that they aren't is going to offend them, and they're not going to want to listen to you. Even if you're right, you shouldn't be just addressing it that way that makes them feel called out to that point that they're not even going to be open to anything else you have to say,
perfect world, in a sustainable world, eating meat would make sense.
in a sustainable world, eating meat would make sense. So that was another thing that really bothered me to hear. Because breeding animals in order to consume them is not a natural way of doing things, right? So we creating the purpose, we creating the reason to exist, and then we are also deciding when to end that existence. We're playing God with them. We're removing their agency. We're cutting their lives short when they wouldn't have decided to. Because you don't want to consume the animal products at the end of their life when their meat is tough and janky because they're old, like you get when you're old. The dairy and egg procedure, not to mention, because meat is one thing, how we have to kill them, but to get meat and dairy often requires the aforementioned, like raping or killing the ones that aren't the ones you want, type thing, you know. So just because you're not eating the chicken, you're eating the egg, that doesn't mean that the egg didn't require the male chickens to be killed and only the females raised. So if it's a 50-50, then that every chicken that lived, there's one that had to die for it because they don't have a system that caters for the other sex, right? So yeah, so
I only think it's harm reduction not to eat meat.
so the question was, how does that happen sustainably? So if you raised your own animals and then you only consume them when they die of natural causes, that would mean you would be eating maybe meat every few years max. You hopefully taking better care of your pets, that animals, whatever, that they're not dropping all the time and you have to eat them all the time. So if that's what you're saying, if that's your perfect sustainable world, where we don't farm animals, but we eat them when they die of natural causes, because we're freaks and we like doing that for some reason, sure. But I don't think that necessarily makes sense, right? Because they're not in their best condition to consume when that's happened to them. Like I was saying, the meat is tough, all that, so how does that make sense? Killing them when they still have a lot of life left to them, I don't consider that sustainable. That's not a perfect sustainable world where life expectancy is halved for a species based on our desire for sensory pleasure. So, yeah. In a perfect sustainable world, eating meat does not make sense at all. It's an unsustainable practice. You know, even land usage, biodiversity, water that could be used for other things, resources that can be used for other things, food, there's hungry people, all this. So in this perfect sustainable world where we've solved hunger, all this stuff, then surely with that amount of freedom and capacity of the human ingenuity, our replacements would be freaking lit. We'd have so much better meat replacements alternatives. All the science in the world could be dedicated to it because we wouldn't have hunger anymore, right? This is a perfect sustainable world. So yet again, it wouldn't make sense to eat meat because it is inefficient to raise a living being compared to producing the same thing via a factory process that can have plants as its input and output something with the same qualities as meat. That would be way more efficient from land, resources, energy perspective, safer, etc.
because of the way we produce it, and it impacts the environment, and we're cruel to the
It can't be produced without cruelty. You cannot produce meat without cruelty. Unless, like I was saying, you're only eating your pets after they die of natural causes. And again, I feel like that's freaky as fuck. So I don't know why you want to do that.
animals. I don't think killing things is what cruelty is. Because, like, I'm not.
Okay, on its own, because we're going to get into the whole thing about abortion and euthanasia. So, yes, on its own, killing might not necessarily be the bad thing to do. Killing something when it's at the peak prime of its life, that is going to be able to live many, many years if you weren't going to kill it. That's different entirely, and in essence is murder to me.
A pro-lifer, right? Like, I believe in aborting babies. I believe in euthanasia. I believe in people's right to die.
Okay, so euthanasia, you're right at the end of your life. You're about to die, but you might have some terminal illness and you're kind of suffering a lot. And nobody can, there's no way for you to recover from whatever ailment you have. And so in that way, it's a way for you to not have to suffer through the inevitable suffering for something that can be not avoided in any way. And so it is up to the person, but if that's what they want, that is caring for them, giving them the agency over how they want to go and how the amounts of suffering they want to go through themselves. They get to choose that. The person being euthanized, or, because if they're already like brain dead, then that's not the same thing. That's like, if you're deciding to cut off the oxygen machine, that's not euthanasia. That's, we're talking about something else there, which is something I think we're not really arguing over. But again, it's similar, where it's unavoidable. There's nothing to be done, right? And it's better than continuing to cause people the agony of waiting for something that won't change. So, and then with the fetus, right, it's the potential for a life. It hasn't experienced the world. It hasn't developed the ability to think. It doesn't know language, or it's not necessarily person with a personality and sentience and awareness and consciousness. Even if a baby were to wake up in the womb, it's not experiencing the world. It's not experiencing sensory input the way you normally would. It's, as far as I know, they're sleeping for like 90+% of the time in the womb. I had to look it up. But it's like, even a newborn baby, like, it's a beautiful organism, but not necessarily a sentient, thought having, personality having entity until there's been some living done, right? Once you've done some living, you've made a choice or two, you can be a person. But if you haven't ever made a choice before because you haven't lived that long, so, and in that case with abortion, again, it's the thing done to help with the least suffering. So if a child will be brought into an environment where it's not going to be able to be cared for properly because they can't afford to raise another kid, or there's health complications, etc. Those are the situations where people get an abortion. And so they're doing it because it's the compassionate and careful thing to do for everybody involved. So again, that's one thing, right? Now, let's take a human at their physical peak performance, and they're able to run really fast, jump high, they can think well, They're smart, they're understanding, they have social connections, friends, networks. They're the peak of their life. Lots of libido, ready for anything, willing to hustle, take over the world. End their life without their choice. They don't get to decide. You end their life. That's murder. That's not the same thing as abortion or euthanasia, right? That's totally different. It's not something that is the best thing for the person. The best thing for the person who's healthy in their prime, adults, not going to be brought into a nightmare environment, but is grown to a point of independence or whatever. That's ask them what they want. You can ask the fetus what it wants. It can't answer you because it can't talk, understand anything, think, or do anything. It's like hasn't experienced anything, hasn't made any choices. Brain is not going to be developed enough to answer that question. And then if you ask someone who wants to be euthanized, so with the abortion, it has to be on the parents to make the call. With the person being euthanized, they get to make the call themselves. So, okay, someone's in their peak physical prime. If we want to be logically consistent and not, and I'll give you a little bit of leeway here, we can say either the parents or the person themselves gets to make the call. How many people would make the call? Physically peak, not fucked up in any way, let's say. They're just regular person, able, everything in their prime. Would the parents decide the best thing to do is to kill them, or would they decide the best thing for themselves is to be killed? No. So you cannot make this equivalency. I'm sorry. And this is the part that made me feel like she's not really listening. She's not really seriously open to changing her mind on this, because comparing killing an animal for food when it's in its physical prime and the only reason it got born was to kill it, to abortion or euthanasia, yikes.
So the idea that like we wouldn't also kill animals makes no sense to my brain whatsoever. But I do think that we would be able to have a cohesive relationship with the circle of.
I mean, we can, so the way we would with humans, we can with animals. Again, complications with the animal. Let's say you don't have enough food. You only have enough food for the animals you already have now, and there's a drought. And if there's a baby, it's going to either die of hunger or you're going to try and feed it and another animal's going to also die along with it, right? So in that case, maybe you make the call to have the animal get that abortion. Or the animal is about dying of old age, it's in pain, crying all the time, probably wants to just have it over with, right? Animals in their prime don't want to die.
Of life, if we could like humanely learn to kill things, which is a possibility, right?
Even if you could, you don't get to decide. Why you get to decide? I want that thing dead. Just because I can do it humanely means it's okay. So for my sensory pleasure, that thing that's alive, I want to kill it, and I'll do it in a peaceful way, and then what? It's not bad because it didn't see it coming. So a nuke is better than a knife. Because if you nuke someone, they're dead before they know what hit them, but if you knife someone, they have to bleed out. What are we talking about?
People around the world are trying to do it. We are trying to learn how to humanely end the process of existing, as we should in a humane way.
Impossible. You cannot humanely end the process of existing. The process of existing ends itself when it reaches that point. taking active engagement in it to cut the thing's life short early cannot possibly be done humanely, because it's not humane to cut things short. It's not humane to cut an animal's life short, and it never will be.
Okay. So it's weird for me, I think, for people to be like, oh, like killing is always bad. If killing was always bad, we wouldn't have abortion clinics. Get over it. Like if killing wasn't bad, we literally wouldn't have like a need for self-defense. You can meditate after.
Yeah, no one's saying you can't kill an animal in self-defense. No one's saying you can't abort an animal if there's health implications involved.
And it is not good. It's definitely an adherence to your joy, but it might actually be pro harm reduction. So if your theory is harm reduction is what matters, then ending a life and process might be the thing that makes sense for people.
Yeah, but not when it's in its prime. When ending the life is the best thing for that animal itself, or it hasn't been born yet. And then you consider the situation and whether the rest of the animals that have already been born are going to be impacted by having another one born. We're not talking about things in their prime, just freaking kill them because you don't like the taste of like beans.
People who are having degenerative diseases like Alzheimer's or, you know, other things like that, they're allowed to end their life.
Yeah, if an animal's got a degenerative disease, let's help it along. That doesn't mean you consume animals for food.
In a humane way, you know? So again, I think...
Okay, so if we're only going to eat the animals that are dying from like the animal version of Alzheimer's or whatever, right? Then how okay, let's try and imagine this world, right? So the animals would need to all live in a basically natural environment as if humans didn't exist. There'd need to be like, you know, thousands of them and whatever, like as if humans don't exist. And then we'd need to come in every time an animal dies, collect the carcass every time. And then this is a part of the way humans live. So we're a scavenger species. And we have farms with so many animals in them that enough die of natural causes every day to sustain us. So let's say a cow lives for 30 years. You need one to die every day. That's 365 times 30. Oh, wait, you don't need one to die every day because we're talking per person. Let's say one a year per person. So that's 30 cows per person staggered in age so that every year one dies of old age. And then obviously generalize the whole population, it evens out. So obviously that's not practically able to do it with one person, but as an average speaking, right? So for each person, and then let's say they have chickens and cow and pig and all that. So you need enough space for that many animals to live a completely natural life without any human involvement whatsoever. We would also then need to make sure other scavengers didn't scavenge those bodies, or we'd need to make sure there's enough animals dying so that other scavengers could get bodies so that we can also get some and not take all the food away from other scavengers. Otherwise, we're just screwing over like natural scavengers, right? So it's going to be even more than 30 cows per person so that you'll have enough that 1.5 or 2 cows per person dies of natural ages, and then you can have human scavenging and other animal scavenging, and then there you find your natural balance with. But keep in mind, we're eating animals that die of natural causes only. This isn't us killing the animals, okay? I'm trying to think of how we get to the so-called balance of ethical meat consumption. And we become caretakers. We all become farmers of herds of animals that are all staggered in age somehow, you know. And that's our lifestyle, basically. We all herdsmen, so that we have enough animals for everybody. And who knows if there's enough space on Earth for all this. It's a bit ridiculous, if you ask me.
Like the conversation we're having is like good, but I don't think it's as like fleshed out as people want it to be, because it doesn't account for human beings as a species.
Yeah, it does.
Right? But I think people who actively like enjoy.
We as a species, as the ones with the most advanced mental capacity, the most ability to change our environment, the most ability to change ourselves, the most ability to understand our reality, our environment, the ability to manipulate other animals, we have the power and therefore the responsibility to not use that power to harm nature. And that also ends up screwing over us because we live in nature. So if we harm nature, it also hurts us over and above our responsibility to look after nature properly, which means going around killing animals that are healthy, that don't need to die, is a less caretaky, less efficient way of looking after nature than having a good balance with nature where you eat plants and animals live a happy life and you don't go and kill them willy-nilly just because you want the sensory pleasure out of it. That is a more efficient way to engage with nature.
Killing things, who are actively like excited to like abuse animals, yeah, obviously there's a sickness there. In the same way it's sick for a person to want to kill a person. There is a sickness there, but it's not about wanting to. It's about meeting life where it is and ending it in its path.
Meeting life where it is. That's not what we do with farming. We are making life happen where it wouldn't have been. Naturally speaking, you might have herds of animals. You wouldn't have so many of the same animals, and they wouldn't be dying with such a low life expectancy. That's all on us.
Right? Chat says fetuses have never experienced existence or life, so ending their lives is like aborting an animal fetus, not equivalent to killing an animal that has experienced consciousness. Sure. I think for a lot of people it's a spectrum, obviously. And I think technology allows us to act differently, right? So now we can take B12 supplements, so more reason to go vegan in a sense. Like
you can get B12 from nature without supplements. It's just kind of difficult. But I'm working on a game I want to make about vegan farming, and I've figured out a pathway that can do it because this is going to be a low-tech game. And essentially what happens is certain types of fermentation create B12. And so what often happens in nature even is you'll have something like honey, which has naturally antibacterial properties, but can have certain yeasts survive in it. And so the antibacterial properties help to stop competing stuff from growing in it, so that only the yeast can grow and also the sugar in the honey. And so you'll actually come across honey that has started to ferment in nature, like it's been there for so long, it's started to ferment and become alcoholic. That fermented honey has yeast in it that you can then harvest and create a yeast culture from, and then you can produce your own B12 yeast extract using that yeast. So it's a pretty long, complicated process, but it's probably less intensely complicated than any animal consumption, to be honest. And yes, there's like, obviously there's bees involved in that honey process, but in this scenario, you would get the yeast from a naturally fermenting, the bees moved on or whatever it happened naturally. You can get the yeast from that from foraging, and then you breed the yeast in a culture. If you had to do it, you could like there's ways to grow yeast with low tech. So even without technology, if all you had was water, sunlight, that kind of stuff. In theory, you can still get B12 from not animals. Now we know.
Keep babies alive longer, even when they're premature, less reasons to have abortions, right? Like we have all these arguments about what is harm reduction, but none of it is based off objectivity, right? It's only based off of what your construct is. And veganism is a construct and it's fine, but it definitely isn't objective. And I think sometimes
I don't understand the framing because obviously nothing at all is really objective, but as far as any other philosophy or belief is, it's amongst the most objective, I would say, with the most real evidence, perhaps the hardest to accept because of how real it is, so that the fact that we haven't accepted it yet makes it almost imperceivable on why we wouldn't have done so, but yet so obvious. Let me explain. Get yourself to anywhere that has an animal. A cat, a bird, a dog, a horse, a cow, a pig, a chicken, a goat, a pigeon, a dolphin, a fish, a snail, whatever it is. Look at it for 5 seconds. Why the hell would you want to kill that? Look at it for 5 seconds. It's amazing, it's beautiful, it's epic. Why would you want to end its life? Why? For your sensory pleasure? There is no getting around this. You cannot overthink yourself away from it. It's too simple. We just aren't ready for the truth as a society.
literally think they're being objective. You're not being objective, but your construct, it is a construct. You're figuring it out. I'm not mad at it, but it is what it is.
It's more
girl.
objective
like,
than
it's
what
definitely
you're
not
saying.
Objective, and neither is any.
What is your position? If mine isn't objective, but yours obviously is more objective than mine, then so what is yours? What's the objective reason to not be vegan?
Anything else? Like we're all living in a subjective perception of the universe,
And driving home.
Yeah, and there's subjectively good reasons for every single person. That doesn't mean I'm saying it's objective though, because I don't think anything is really objective. But when I say it's objective, I mean it's evidence-based, it's science-based. But there's reasons for every single person on Earth why it would benefit them personally to do it. So saying it's something that's good for everyone isn't a moral judgment and this good, that bad. No, it's knowing that having friends and social connections is better for everyone. There's not a single person on Earth where it is genuinely better for them to be in complete social isolation and solitary confinement. I don't need to, that's just something when you understand what humans are like. So we don't need to explain things that are common sense,
Like, Jeffree Star has tried to apologize to me a couple times throughout the past year, right? And I don't accept it because I heard he continued to talk shit. But regardless, he did try to apologize, which is more than Rylan or Shane. They never apologized. They were always like, well, I wish you would have come to us. I wish you would never once said, I'm so sorry.
Deflection, always.
It's insane. It's so insane. And even here by Jay, this crazy ass person was texting me, was like, hey, I apologize.
So Jeffree apologized.
Last year, for a couple months.
Hair by Jay.
Jeffree apologized to Trisha?
Okay, I'm just going to respond to someone in the chat, even though you can't see the chat. But I can. But they were saying that, do you know how much wildlife is displaced and killed for cropland? It's not as simple as vegetarian equals no harm. And I agree with that. And that's why I'm not saying the way we farm crops now is the way we should always be doing it. I think we can innovate in the way we farm crops and find ways to do it better. An attempt to that was vertical farming, but that didn't really take off for reasons capitalist, not necessarily reasons practical. But in terms of cropland, obviously, animals eat crops. So if we eat plants, we need the amounts of plants we grow to eat. If we eat animals, then we need the amounts of plants the animal eats on top. And not just for one meal, the amount the animal eats its entire life, which is a lot. just for one meal for us, Whereas if we ate the plants, it's not an entire lifetime of crops for one meal every time.
Apologize. Shane and Rylan,
Nope.
the
Wow.
empaths. Girl, you should have talked to us before you took a...
So Jeffrey apologized. Is this why Trisha, present day Trisha, had him on the pod? Which is crazy that she accepted the apology, PS. But also understandable for this era of her life.
online.
I apologize to Shane for things that I didn't even do. I'm like, apologize. Like, it's insane.
So you announced you're taking a break from social media. How long did that take? Or maybe
Oh, I really did want to. But here's the thing. People,
you said here.
I blame you, actually.
Really?
And yeah, I am actually gonna probably take a break for like, I don't know, like a week. And I'm taking a week off from posting on YouTube and probably just any social medias.
So I think you posted an hour after that announcement.
I think it was like a day.
A day?
I blame.
How was your break?
No, you know what? I wasn't gonna be online. I wasn't gonna be online. Guess what? I get a WhatsApp from somebody, and guess who that WhatsApp is from? Ethan saying, "Did you see this?" And then I go, "The fuck off," because you're the one who sent it to me.
You got to know what's going on.
No, I said on TikTok, "Hey, just don't send me anything, anybody." And then 3 hours later,
I'm not getting my messages from TikTok.
Well, apparently you are. There's my TikTok right there.
Dude, you post like 100 TikToks a day. Anyone that watches every single one needs a fucking life with peace and love. It's way too much for any person to consume.
Maybe you don't watch it.
James Charles, in the biggest twist of the century, he says it's so liberating when people finally start to see what you've been saying all along. And I said, holy shit, is this turned into a pro James, anti-Shane podcast?
I'm gonna have a pro James.
Yeah, fuck them all. Let God sort them out.
Remember when I was talking shit about James when he did the Teddy Fresh? He stole your Teddy Fresh time. When that was all happening, Shane was talking to me. He'd come over and be like, "Did you know he also stole this makeup look from a palette?" So then when I came on front of me, I was all fired up. I was like, "Yeah, you know what? He also stole this makeup look." I couldn't give a fuck about James Charles before all this. Like I didn't know anything about him, but he ingrained it in my head that this guy was like awful. And I'm like, "Yeah, let's go." Because like that's what I do. Like you heard, like what did you say on last show? Like if you hurt one of my friends, then I'm fucking coming for you too. You know what I mean? I didn't care about James at all, and then I was just like, but he was like feeding me this
using
shit.
you.
Oh, for sure. Even when I was mad at David, he'd always be like, "Oh, like David's a sociopath. Did you hear this clip from this audio?" But like obviously I'm not gonna bring it up because I don't give a fuck. But I was just like, what a weird. Anyways, whatever.
You. Let's do trivia.
He liked to trigger me, but
Oh, honey. We love honey.
joinhoney.com.
These days, it feels like online shopping is...
I'm skipping the ad.
So I just wanted to mention at this point, someone in the chat was asking me to explain my philosophy on veganism. And then I was telling them, I've already written it and I can't just keep rewriting it because I don't want to be spamming the same message over and over in chat. And I'd already written it twice. And that was me saying how, like, when we treat animals with violence, that creates neural pathways in our brains where we dissociate the violence and normalize and desensitize ourselves to it, which leads us to then easily apply those same neural pathways and tricks, psychological tricks, to cause violence to other humans. So our violence to animals trains us, teaches us brain tricks to be violent to humans. The fact that we learn it as a kid, it's inevitable that human society will be violent if it's based on being violent to other species. And that's not even that's my philosophical reason for it. The practical reasons are their own good enough, you know.
30,000 is the best line.
Honey.
Market for that.
Right. So you have to like
.com/ listen to this. Honey Sports. Do you have a control on Honey Dough? We say
it's cool.
It's great. They're weird. Because Adam and Eve is for like
a lot of people
deviants.
were like, "Oh, Trish is there." Like we got you. When I was leaving, well, anyways, that's all. We're not kind of their sponsorship of them right here because they're not.
Oh.
Right?
Also, shout out to my vegans because I do appreciate the conversation, obviously, right? But I am a philosophy girly, so I'm very critical of philosophies that claim to that make prescriptions. So, of course, I'm going to push hard against veganism because they do as the way you're represented is they're pushing a prescription. But I appreciate the back and forth, right? Like I do.
Okay. So this one is a little bit weird to kind of the way it's being framed because we're talking about a philosophy as if it's just a philosophy, but this is also about social justice. This is also a movement against exploitation. This is a movement for a more just, equitable society, for less violence, less trauma, less harm, for more efficiency. Okay?
But as a philosophy girly, I gotta.
So yeah, so it's not. Sorry, lost my train of thought.
Have that make prescriptions.
Oh, so if we're talking about making prescriptions, right, in terms of that framing of it being something for social justice and exploitation, think of something like the women's right to vote. Think of something like the abolition of slavery, right? They make prescriptions. Women should be able to vote. People shouldn't be slaves. These are prescriptions. They come from wanting everybody to be treated equally. All we're doing when it comes to veganism is saying animals deserve to be treated better too, and don't deserve to be harmed, and deserve some amount of ability to live a life without it being ended prematurely. Being able to have a life of fulfillment and enjoyment, not one that serves its only purpose for our sensory pleasure, but one that can happen or not happen regardless of us. Let us be the ones who look after nature, not the ones who destroy it.
So, of course, I'm going to push hard against veganism because they do as the way you're represented is their.
Is it wrong to prescribe better treatment of the environment? Is it wrong to prescribe less violence? If I say I'm against Nazism, I'm an anti-fascist because I think we need to tolerate everything except intolerance, and all people should be able to live in peace and safety. And so I don't think anybody should be a fascist because fascism wants to not let that happen. So I'm an anti-fascist. That way, am I being prescriptive? Is there a problem with anti-fascism because it prescribes fascism as wrong? You know what I'm saying? It's not an actual argument.
Pushing a prescription, but I appreciate the back and forth, right? Like I do, but as a philosophy girly, I gotta push back, just.
And, as a philosophy girly, I'm going to push back too, because there's not that much weight behind the stuff you're pushing right now.
On a principle, just out of principle.
Speaking of sponsors, whatever happened with Fashion Nova?
I got sponsored. I have a 6-month contract with them. No mentions on the podcast though. They did say they cut that part out because they saw the episode.
That's so funny.
But they did say
they liked that conversation, even though I was shitting on them.
Yeah, they're like, if you want us to go through the podcast in the future, and I was like, I didn't know if they were being serious or not. I was like, I can hook you up. I don't know if
Look, if you pay me, I'll be out here in all this skinny jeans and shit they sell.
I wonder if that was if that was like a test and I passed it.
They baited you.
I mean, I do shop from them for real. Like anyone could attest that. Like we open packages always in Fashion Nova.
I don't support Teddy Fresh is the only website that I personally shop from, and I think that
you shop from Snapboy2005.com.
Yeah, this is exception.
Yeah, we got some cool stuff coming out, so whatever. We got some cool design stuff, but like it's.
All right, let's do trivia.
Also, okay. Yeah. Well, I was gonna say something. It doesn't matter. I can't remember.
I'm ready. This is pretty good. I think I prefer it without the peanut butter though.
Then it's just a grilled cheese. It's not a Trish grilled cheese.
I thought it was an Elvis grilled cheese.
Well, Elvis like the bananas with the peanut butter too. We could put bananas on it, and then it becomes more Elvis, and he fries it.
Ooh, chat says, Brittany, if I make a video on explaining my philosophy on veganism, I'll let you know. I can't guarantee I'll watch it because I have a strict rule of like it blurs parasociality. If I start watching like videos from viewers and interacting, I'm really trying to like put it.
Oh, damn. I was on mute. I really wanted to be considered a content creator, So, yeah, it's like I'd rather be seen that way. And so I guess that's where it triggered my insecurity to feel like, oh, well, I'm not that yet, obviously. I mean, I make content, but I'm not necessarily a content creator from the philosophy perspective. And I've been trying, I made all the videos unlisted. So it's like I can't really claim to still be that. Can I? I don't know. But it's something I have been doing for years and years and years. But this year was the year I was planning to get back into it big time. And I'm hoping to be able to learn how to animate so I can actually do proper philosophy videos this year. Not just silly talking in the car ones or whatever. But point being, like, you know, it's hard for me. I'm trying to also reach out to other people because, like I was saying, this is the year that I'm trying to make my content creation after I took a break, because I was making a lot, like videos multiple times a week. And even when I was streaming games multiple times a week, and then combination of the trauma from the attempted murder when someone tried to kill me after they broke in, blah, blah, blah. And there was the social unrest, and I lost my job 2 times for retrenchments from COVID, not because I was bad. I was good at my job. I got good recommendations. But, you know, so those, the one time when I lost my job, I tried to go full-time content creator. So I was like, did daily video vlogs every day of just what I was doing that day, even though I didn't have a job, and I was trying to make a game and all this kind of stuff. Nobody watched me, nobody cares, nobody wanted to see what I had to do. Does that mean I'm not a content creator because I'm unsuccessful, because nobody watches me, because I'm not pretty or entertaining or, you know, able to sound super smart? Because I might have solid ideas, but I can't necessarily present myself as a super smart person. So I don't know, for whatever reason, maybe I just need to keep doing what I'm doing and eventually I will pop off. That's what I'm trying. But I don't feel like it's fair to say, and again, this isn't something she knows, but I'm explaining why my insecurity got triggered is because, you know, to me, I am a content creator. And so I'm trying to go into people's comment sections and engage in their streams and chats and stuff because I'm trying to network. You know, I don't know how else you're supposed to do it. I don't have enough money to pay them a lot of money to get into private, like Patreon, whatever. Like that's maybe one way to message people, but you need the money for that. So what else can I do if I don't have the money to be people's patron? You know, there's a handful I pick, and I picked Brittany for a while, but I had to stop because there's a lot of people that need it, and I was trying to help people out who, you know, are in Lebanon being bombed by Israel and stuff. Like, I'd rather patronize them. So, you know, like, that's not me trying to develop a friendship necessarily. It's more trying to develop peership of, oh, you're doing the same type of thing I do, your colleagues or whatever. And yeah, I might suck at it. I might be a noob. I might be early on. You might be able to do it as a full-time job. I have a day job, and then I have to try and do this in the evenings type thing. So we're not the same, obviously. But I want to be there. And so it feels like, you know, I'm trying to be a content creator and I'm trying to network and I'm in your chat to chat with you so that hopefully you recognize my name, and that one day when I'm like, hey, I've been doing YouTube for a while and now look at my audience, it's big enough to not look like a total embarrassment if you do a collab with me or whatever, like, or talk to me or whatever, or just fucking have a sense of acknowledgement of a peer. So that's what I'm trying to get to, not to be, oh, you're such a good fan, you also, like, sure, but what? I don't know. I watch a lot of stuff, like, I've been popping in because of the frenemy stuff's interesting, and I am trying to network, but there's so many other channels I'm engaging with as well. And so if it's being taken and in the fan or over parasocial fan way, then that's not obviously what I'm going for, and I can't continue doing it if it's getting the wrong result. But obviously, I don't know if other people might take it differently, so I might keep trying it with other people, but obviously with Brittany, it doesn't work. So I can't keep engaging in chat, hoping I'm going to be, oh, cool, there's a YouTuber in my chat, because the fact I'm in the chat is making it seem like I'm not a YouTuber. Which is sucky, because to me, I watch people's streams. You watch like, who knows, you watch like, even the H3 podcast or whatever, and then another content creator or influencer or whatever will pop in their chat and start chatting in their chat, and they'll be like, hey, this and this and that chatters, and it's not like they necessarily just send one message. Sometimes they hang around for hours there chatting. So again, I am a nobody, and it's not something Brittany did wrong. I'm explaining why my insecurity got triggered there. I feel like I sound like that because my feelings are hurt, because I wish I could have succeeded. I wish I could have enough clout to be taken seriously, and it just, the brutal truth in the moment that I'm not there yet was a lot for me to try and accept, especially when I just made the effort. And it's like, I've literally just filmed a video where I drank more than 100 different energy drinks and ranked them, because I'm trying to make a new YouTube video that's super well polished and entertaining and stuff. So it's like, that hasn't come out yet, but in my brain, I'm a content creator already. I'm already on that train trying to make that stuff. So that's why it upset me. But again, she doesn't know that's where I'm coming from. Only explained afterwards that I am a content creator.
That's engaging a little bit too close, but I can't guarantee I'll watch it. You know what I mean? I'm going to be real with you. And honestly, I don't know if you should be putting your face on the internet just to talk about your veganism, right? Like, it's, you know what I mean? Like, so I can't get.
Like, you see what I mean? Like, she obviously doesn't know that I'm a content creator who's already been putting their face on the internet for a long time. And I'm transgender. So putting my face on the internet was something that took a huge decision for me to make. It wasn't something I did lightly, but I did it, 6 years ago or something. And since then, I've wanted to be a public figure. I just can't get anyone to take me seriously. I sound so pathetic, but I have good ideas. I just don't know how to stop being seen as a loser.
Guarantee I'll watch it, like, for that alone. But if you make a video, like, I can't stop you. You're an adult, right?
That's disgusting.
I am an adult, correct.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, I went full screen there. Also, like, I don't know, is this not something to do? Like, I don't know, because it feels like you were just saying, obviously, from this context, maybe she doesn't know I'm a YouTuber, but it's like you were just saying, so for so many times, send me the vegan philosophy YouTuber who's explains, like, send them to me, it's like, okay, I'm a freaking vegan philosophy YouTuber. If I make a video, will you watch it? Oh no, it's like, it's like, Jesus, I can't even freaking win here. I can't even make the thing you're looking for, because it should have existed already, and then I should have not been in your chat, and then someone else should have told you about it if I actually wanted you to take my ideas seriously. It's so frustrating. And again, it's not on Brittany, because these boundaries are there for a reason. I'm not expecting her to make an exception for me, and she didn't know necessarily. But the experience on my end was frustrating, okay?
I love it fried. Wow.
Okay. Let's play.
I'm so excited. What are we playing for?
$1,000.
Oh, you're already a YouTuber? All right, shut up.
It's stupid though, because you're definitely gonna win. I'm basically just giving you $1,000.
Well, it sounds
Here, let me
like-
transfer it now.
It sounds. No, we can donate it.
So who gets? Okay, I like the idea of
I'm
donating.
going to donate mine to transequality.org. They find job placement for trans people, help get them off the
I'll do
streets,
that
protect
too.
them against violence. There's such a good.
Also, for Chad to say weird take, yeah, say that till you get a stalker. Because somebody in your audience is just simply interacting with you, and then you think they're normal, and then all of a sudden you're in court.
Okay, so yeah, so I mean, obviously, if that's the type of stuff that's going on, then even more reason why you need to be strict with your boundaries and stuff. But in the same time, like, I live in South Africa. I feel like I've engaged in ways that haven't been stalkerish. I mean, like I was saying, I sent her a private message, but it was just one message. So I don't feel like that's stalkery. And again, that message was because I admire the fact that out of so many people in the world out there, there's not that many actually doing philosophy. And so I was trying to give her recommendations of philosophies that I think she would like, that I like, and that I feel like would help her grow and expand her own personal knowledge. And as an autistic person with a lot of empathy, I feel like sharing information, especially if you feel like your information can help the person, is a way of showing kindness. And so silly me is trying to be kind to people. But then again, I do understand that you have these boundaries and stuff. So I was like, maybe if I'm supporting you monetarily, that can allow me to send you a message just to share a couple of recommendations for philosophy. And then I didn't message again, and haven't supported for a while. I've just now started chatting in the chat. So I feel like I haven't been giving stalker vibes, but I do feel like it's understandable to be protecting yourself from that kind of thing. But just for the record, I don't understand how someone would stalk. I know cyber stalking exists, but like we talked about courts and stuff, that sounds like somebody in person. I don't know. Anyway, like, she doesn't even have to watch this, and it's like, what am I gonna do? I don't even think I have a way of letting her know I've made it. But if I do, that's probably the last thing I'll ever say. There's no way, unless you respond to me and want to engage in the conversation further, then I'm done. So don't worry, you're not getting stalked. You're beautiful, amazing, pretty, all that stuff, but I'm not looking for a relationship with that dynamic, What I'm looking for is being seen as a peer, not something romantic or anything like that,
Like, you might think it's a weird take until you realize, like, some people out here be crazy. So shout out to safety.
Yeah, I like
So good. They're so amazing. I love them.
Let's do.
Okay.
I'll support them as well.
So whoever wins. Oh, so wait. We're supposed to be playing for like separate charities. Otherwise, no matter.
Fuck trans rights charity. My charity day.
I mean, no, it's fine. But usually, like on Celebrity Press, everyone has their own charity they're playing for.
Well, I didn't really think about it, but I really like Planned Parenthood. They helped me and Ela a lot when we were really poor with
Same.
like
Loved Planned
birth control
Parenthood.
and stuff like that. So I always thought Planned Parenthood was great, and I hate that they get like it's so fucked up that like people target them because it's just such a great.
I did a lot of stuff at Planned Parenthood when I was younger too.
We just donate to both, honestly. But I think it's fun to like. I wish we had the cash.
I always
The
thought
cash
it's funny.
is fun.
I thought it's funny in these shows how they're like, this money goes to this charity, so don't fuck up, and then they leave with zero, and it's like.
Well, it raises awareness regardless, right? Because I just talked about trans equality.
Yeah, but just give the money, dumbass. These like these shows are such cheapos.
Here's the thing: I would not know about a lot of charities if like people didn't promote it. Like I didn't know about Broadway Cares, Equity, Fight AIDS. I didn't know all that shit. You know what I mean? Like,
isn't this the one she's doing Broadway with right now? Is that the same one?
I would not know about a lot of charities if like people didn't promote it. Like I didn't know about Broadway Cares, Equity, Fight AIDS. I didn't know all that shit.
Is that the one she's literally doing right now, raising money for, or maybe I'm mistaken?
What I mean? Like it's cool. It's such a cool organization, but. Anyways, you have to talk about it so people can like know what to do.
But if they give the money still.
Yeah, it is, huh? It's the same one.
That's cool. Where AV? Where are you? Are we playing?
Can I get
you're there. What do you want? What do you want?
Nothing. That's so nice of you. No, I'm good.
What do you want?
Nothing.
You said, can I get a what?
You're in such a good mood today. You guys are both in good mood.
What you said? Can I get a what? Can I get a what?
Why are you in such a good mood? I guess pregnant.
No.
Someone in Brittany's chat was telling me to join her Discord, but again, like I was saying, I believe you have to be a Patreon supporter, and I don't have the money, unfortunately. Part of the reason why I'm getting back into YouTube is I'm trying to find ways to make more money. And so if I start making income via YouTube, and let's say I get enough ad revenue to add more YouTube memberships or Patreon subscriptions and stuff onto the essential ones I feel like I need to support right now, I'll do that, and then I will be able to join the Discord. but until then, you know, unless you send me an invite to circumvent that system, and then I don't know if that's something that's okay. So I'm not gonna be able to get into the Discord at this stage, unfortunately. Like I was saying, I live in South Africa, and so yeah, I don't know. I have 12 cats, a dog, a boyfriend, and I'm the only one out of all of us who earns an income. So I have a lot on my plate, and we live paycheck to paycheck. So if I add on a subscription additionally above just to get into someone's Discord, that's like one less meal or whatever for us, you know, whatever. It's like, so yeah, I mean, I have a Discord. My Discord, I can put a invite, I guess, in the description. You can find me there, and you don't have to pay to get into it.
No, we're not.
You guys are both like.
And I mean, again, like I'm a nobody, so this, I understand why Brittany might want only paid people to be there. I'm not judging her on that.
Beaming today.
I don't know. You always say that, and I'm not sure I ever agree.
No, today you guys are like, right? Super talking.
Chat recommended Renaissance. I've seen this video, 10 reasons why being vegan is a good idea. I don't watch him anymore because I think he's a Trump voter, but like, that's not what I'm looking for. Like, I'm looking for an actual, like, when I say philosophy, okay, when I found out veganism was a philosophy, I was like, oh, that's so fucking cool. Where's the philosophy? I went on, I found vegan.com. I found like the apps. I found the background. Where's the philosophy? Do you know what I mean? Like, where?
So there's philosophy. There is philosophy. There's the philosophy in not harming others. There's philosophy in not inflicting violence on yourself. There's a philosophy on self-improvement and becoming the best version of yourself. There's a philosophy of social justice. There's a philosophy of efficiency, better usage of resources, better usage of land. There's the philosophy of how harming animals and cutting their lives short means we end up acting like God, which establishes us as superior to them hierarchically, systemically, when that's artificial and we have no right to establish that and to decide and play God with their lives and decide when they should die for our own sensory pleasure. There is the philosophy of reconnecting with your own empathy and the way that if humans didn't have to kill their empathy so much in order to be okay with the harm that happens to animals, that we'd treat each other better. There's the philosophy of the intersectionality of oppressions and how whenever there's exploitation or oppression happening, it's all overlaps and connects to each other in ways. So like the people who are actually the ones in the slaughterhouses are doing that because they have no better job available to them, right? So they're being oppressed by capitalism in that way, but it's intersecting with the oppression on animals. And all these different oppressions intersect with each other. And so because of that, because they form a web and it's like a net that holds us back, if we want to lift that net off of society, it's not simply going to be a case that necessarily we fix one problem at a time. It's not like we have solved racism, or we've solved this or we've solved that. You know, these things are still problems, even if we make progress on them. So we freed up the net a bit, but the net is still on us. And the idea is that if you can push back on everything, if you resist all the levels of oppression, you are able to more easily lift the net off. Whereas if you leave certain things in place and you make an exception and you're like, we'll deal with these oppressions, but we're not going to try and free these ones, then those are the ropes that stay behind, that snag and stick behind and keep you held back. So from the point of view of intersectionality, it's important that we don't make exceptions, and that when we see exploitation, when we see people being treated badly, or animals, if you don't want to recognize them as people being treated badly, that we do something about it when we can. so that we are, yeah. I mean, there's the animal's autonomy, so there's the philosophy of respecting their ability to not have the choice made for them when to die. And there's so many more ways it intersects with philosophy, but in a nutshell, I mean, what are you looking for? Because on the most simple point, it's why would you want to harm animals? So the philosophy is you shouldn't naturally want to do it. So if you are doing it, something is trapping you in that behavior that you can untrap yourself from. And that's worthwhile thing for any human to pursue, to have less trappings in your brain. We have arrived as human society at a point where it's an option to eat meat.
Here's the 10 reasons to be vegan, all great reasons. Where's the philosophy? How does that tie into people calling you a murderer and a rapist? Like, where's the philosophy?
Okay, well, basically, the philosophy behind it is that I did go over that right in the beginning, but maybe that's something to just quickly cover again. We had the 4 different types of people culpable. There's the people who are the workers, who are the factory workers or whatever, farmers, farm workers, who are there due to coercion and exploitation themselves and are doing the job that is probably the best option available to them, and they don't really have a choice. And so they're the least to blame. They're also the ones committing the act and the ones suffering the violence on your behalf and getting their souls churned daily for you. And the ones with the least agency and the least culpability. So they are those are humans being exploited by people who eat meat. They're not just the animals that are getting exploited, they are humans. And yes, there are also humans who get exploited in the production of food, but again, an animal is 30 times more food. So 30 times more of the exploitation of humans for food, for plant food, plus the human exploitation of the animals. So it's 30 plant exploitations more and 1 animal exploitation more. And that human exploitation is worse because the humans being exploited on a farm that farms plants are not being traumatized the way the humans working on an animal farm are being traumatized by their job. Right. So the least to blame are the workers at the farms. The most to blame is the government because they set the policies, they can educate, and they can incentivize and subsidize. The corporate, the industry, and the consumer are kind of in the middle, and we can argue which is more to blame and which is less. While the industries have the ability, while they're the ones who create the systems and are doing it for profit, the consumers are the ones demanding lower prices. The consumers are the ones buying the product, and it's hard to really say. The consumers are also the ones who are voting for the government. And so I would say, although then the capitalists are able to lobby the government and outspend propaganda-wise. So for that fact, you could say that the capitalists are more to blame simply because they have more ability to make changes happen if they want them to. And so then you have the consumers of the product. And so every single one of those people are part of the problem and are complicit in the violence. So all of them, so if the government hires, you can't really compare it that way, but if you hire a contract killer to kill someone, the killer, the hitman or whatever, can go to jail for murder, and then you, the one who took out the contract, you can also go to jail for murder, because you are the one who created that murder. Although the hitman did the action, if it wasn't for you, he wouldn't have done it. So that's where the saying, when an animal isn't dying of natural causes, then we're killing it without it having a say. When it's healthy and can live many more lives, and it's at the prime of its life and has things to live for, whatever they may be as an animal, and we kill it, okay, at that point. All right. That's wrong. And that's murder. And that's why everyone, from government, corporation, farmer, and so it's like, what you need to do to not be culpable is not just to be vegan in your own lifestyle, but to also be an activist to try and get the government's policies to change. Because you're also complicit via which government officials you, not just on what you buy, but on who you voted for and what they are subsidizing, etc. So even if you personally are vegan, if you're not voting for government policies who want to implement veganism, you're still complicit in the murder. But yeah, that's essentially it. That's how you are the murderer. This isn't fancy trickery of logic or whatever. These are taken from like the way the law works, like the legal systems and stuff work like that. In terms of like who would go to jail for what, you know?
Do you know what I mean? You can't be out here calling people murderers and rapists. Like, you gotta have a philosophy.
So in that sense, I would agree that you can't be out there calling people that. You do need a philosophy, and you need to communicate the philosophy, and that's how you reach people like this. But again, I'm not the one that called her a rapist or a murderer. So I'm the one bringing the philosophy, and I was bringing the philosophy in chat as well. And yet it's always the person that said that, and it's also, they're not wrong to say it, but they're not, what they said wasn't wrong, but they were wrong to say it. Because by saying it, instead of using a better way of saying things, you created a response that did not move somebody closer. In an opportunity where you could have moved them closer, using words that weren't antagonizing and causing them to feel guilty. Because we're all to blame, and you may have gotten to a point in your life where you realized what was the best thing to do and been able to actually achieve it. And to some degree, that's a privilege because you had certain lacks of social pressures, or certain courage within yourself, or certain access to information, or certain practical abilities to actually change, or lack of emotional dependencies to certain foods. So in a way, that is a privilege to have been able to already be vegan, right? So you can't then turn around and judge the people who haven't gotten there yet, because that could have been you. Who knows? If you lived their life, you'd probably be where they are. And that's why you can't just go out there and say, you're a rapist or you're a murderer. Because so are you fucking you. Unless you were born vegan, and I don't think you were. Because I feel like if you had parents who were vegan and you were raised vegan, you wouldn't be trying to reach people that way. Like surely an entire upbringing's worth of vegan life, living and teaching and figuring things out, you would have learned how to talk to non-vegans. You know what I'm saying? So you can't do that. You can't hold it against the people who haven't gotten there yet. And so that's why you need to say it to them in ways that aren't so aggressive. It doesn't matter who's technically right. It's not about you feeling good about yourself that you've done something that someone else hasn't done. And by pointing that out, you feel like you're better than them. That's not going to make them want to be like you.
I mean, you can, it's fine. Like, religions or philosophies, you know? Yeah, I'm looking for a system. Where's the system? I am, chat. You're so right. I'm looking for this.
The system is the desire for efficient utilization or efficient usage of natural resources, better integration with nature, and not causing suffering to animals. That's the system. Like, it doesn't have to be rocket science. It can be that simple.
System. Where's the system? What are the rules? Like, where's the system? And if there isn't one, then, like, I love the subjectivity of it, but, like...
Those are the rules. So you are against causing suffering to animals. Essentially, it's the one rule. The rest of it emerges out of that.
Yeah. You know? That says, like, grounded arguments on why it's a better life philosophy rather than a lifestyle. Well, okay, where do I find this system? It's a vegan...
Okay, in terms of life philosophy, again, why it's better for you there is it helps you reconnect with your empathy. You don't have to carry the burden of the cognitive dissonance all the time. You don't have neural pathways primed and ready to be violent towards other humans. You can be the best version of yourself. You can be the most efficient. You can have the smallest carbon footprint. You can have the least destruction to nature. And you can look at an animal for 5 seconds and think, it's so cool that I don't kill those things, which helps your mental health.
Like, again, I'm really researching. So somebody please send me some links on the Discord or something. I'm really trying to find it. And all the videos I'm seeing, like, okay, I get it. How is this different
Someone
from being
put this video on the Discord.
Like, why wouldn't you just be a Muslim? Is not Islamist. Why wouldn't you just be a Muslim? Like, why wouldn't you be a Catholic?
You can pick whatever philosophy you want, but let's keep in mind that a lot of religions include a vegan diet in them and principles of veganism. What is it? I think it's Buddhism. Or there's one that's like against like harming animals entirely. There's one that's against consuming animal products. There's one. So, and these are major religions, billions or millions or billions of people. But you don't need to have a religion to be vegan. It's a principle and a value. Calling it a philosophy is referring to its impact and its ability to change society, its ability to change who we are as people, its ability to, it's not just a personal choice, it's a force, it's a way to reshape society via taking violence out of the picture. And what that does to our brains and frees us, and what that allows us to do with each other without it as first instincts always coming to violence. These are things that are so valuable to us to achieve as a species or even as individual people. Better integration with each other. The sense of peace of mind, lack of guilt are so valuable and make your life better and the lives around you better.
Like why veganism? Do you know what I'm saying? If it's not objective, then you're suggesting it, but
why do you need a reason to want a better life? Just live the better life. It's better. Your life is better. That's why. my life is better. If you don't think your life will be better, okay. But I don't see how you can believe in social justice and also that exploitation is okay and life is better with some exploitation in it, but also believe in social justice. So if you're going to be 100% down with eating animals, then you also can't claim to be 100% down with social justice, and eventually they'll come into conflict with each other and one will win and the other won't, right? And we often see people come to these forks in the road, and that actually turns them from a progressive or a left-leaning person into a right-leaning person. Oftentimes it's the issue of being transgender that gets people, but it could also be vegan, it could be socialism or capitalism. There's many things where someone is a progressive or they think they're a leftist up until a certain issue gets called out, and that's the one thing, the one hill they weren't willing to die on. And instead of allowing themselves to finally criticize it and judge it, they reject the people who are criticizing them and go towards the people who don't criticize it. And so the leftists will criticize it because the leftists want progress and social justice, and the people on the right are okay with injustice and stuff, so they're not going to. And so you gravitate towards, and so I really hope that veganism doesn't be the thing that you end up turning to the right wing, because eventually it is, if you're a leftist or a progressive, it's something you're going to eventually have to become. Even if you don't do it in your life, you're going to have to admit that it's the right thing. And if you can't do that, eventually it'll drive you away from being a leftist, because everyone else, you'll be left behind. Everyone else is going to keep moving forward with it, right? And eventually you become the conservative simply by not moving forward with everyone else.
You're suggesting it with the energy of a Muslim and a Catholic.
I really like animals, okay? I think I have more energy, because a Muslim and a Catholic, they care about what? Fantasy stories or like eternal damnations or weird stuff. They're like, no, you need to stop masturbating, or you need to not be gay, or those things matter so little and aren't important and don't affect anyone's lives. Animals impact my life. Every time I go for a walk quite often, like maybe every second or third day. Almost every single time I go for a walk, I see an animal in nature, because we live kind of on the outskirts of the city. So I'll see like an eagle or a mongoose or a cow or a chicken or a hawk or a guinea fowl or a dussie. There's always one random animal somewhere, and it's not a far walk. And it's so nice being in nature like that and having all these animals and having birds, and you stand outside and you look at the trees outside in the garden, and there's just birds flying and chirping, and it's beautiful. It heals your soul. And I really like animals, and I don't want to hurt them, and it literally can be that simple. It's like I don't want to go that way, because it isn't philosophical to go there. But you could argue that vegans like animals more than non-vegans, because they like them enough to not want to hurt them.
Why are you suggesting veganism with the aggression of a religious person? And you
Because if I see an animal being hurt or suffering, it's super painful. It's actually more painful. Even when I was a Christian and I believed in all that shenanigans, if I came across a Satanist or someone of a different religion or an atheist, it didn't hurt me inside the way it hurts me inside to see an animal suffering or killed. So, yes, my emotions and the way I advocate for veganism could be stronger than the way people advocate for religion, because their shit doesn't even fucking matter. I'm trying to stop mass death. They trying to convince people to masturbate a different way or some shit. I don't know. Their shit doesn't matter, mine does. So of course I'm going to be passionate about it. Religion is causing problems. They can fuck off all I care. I don't care about their religion. It's the least important thing in the world. Okay? To me, at least. To them it might be important, but it's on them that their religion doesn't harm people, and it's on you as a human to not harm environments and people. You don't just get a right to just hurt nature and just kill animals just because you can.
Don't even claim God exists. Do you know what I mean? So I'm looking for, where's the system? Where's the objectivism? Where's the, you know?
Okay. Fine. Is it not enough? Cats. Let's see. These are cool. You want to kill these? You want to hurt these? Probably not. I don't know. Cow with calf. Oh, that's nice. Should we kill them? Huh? Oh, look at that. Wouldn't it be nice if it was dead? No. What do you, why do you need a system? These things don't look like things that should die. You don't need a system for them to need to for their lives to be respected.
Chat, you said Muslims aren't vegans and they don't hold the same morals as vegans? With peace and love, guys. Why are we keeping, what's happening? What am I communicating wrong about what I'm talking about? Obviously, Muslims aren't vegans. We're talking about systems. Is this my autism? I'm talking about systems.
My system is when I feel bad for something because bad things are happening to it, I try to stop those bad things from happening. That's my fucking system.
Like, is it all going over our heads right now? Like, am I being too challenging? I think I'm being too aggressive. I'm sorry. I've been doing a lot of fucking research and I'm waiting for somebody. Like, I need to, you know what I mean?
I don't think she's waiting for someone because it's like so simple. Sure, maybe you're not getting the philosophy. Ask ChatGPT. I asked it, it could come up with the answers. I wanted it worded nicely because I can't think about words that well. So I told it what I think, and it just got it to say it back to me in nice words so that I could read it properly. You just need to do that. If you want philosophy, ask it. Give me the, DeepSeek. It's free. Give me the philosophical reason to be vegan. If you were really looking for it, it's out there. What do you mean you can't find it? It shouldn't be up to me, the nobody who no one cares about, that has to banish themselves from your own chat for just a chance to get through to you, to tell you these simple truths. That if you see something getting hurt and you don't like things being hurt, that you should try to stop that thing from being hurt. And you shouldn't need advanced machinations and concepts with many layers to justify that decision. That decision is self-evident.
Just like, anyways, this is my special interest, and so I'm getting very aggressive. My bad.
It's also my special interest.
You know.
That's why I'm not letting it go.
System is not just to kill or continue to killing. I'm not a vegan. I'm just trying to understand what you need.
Okay, there's another comment I made. Let's see what I said. The people who are being aggressive and acting religious are not doing it based on logic. They're doing it based on emotion. But there are vegans who do it based on logic, and you act like we don't exist. And I say that because every time I try to explain the logic, my chat message magically didn't get read. But then somehow when there isn't something logical being said and it's easy to respond to it, we can bring up the stuff somebody else, not me, said about murderers and rapists, or claim there's holes in philosophy without pointing them out. or say you need a system without explaining what's wrong with a simple system, like not wanting harm, like harm reduction, or animals not suffering, or your own life being better, or society being better. What type of system are you talking about you need? When you see harm, you shouldn't need a system to want to stop it. I don't understand the philosophical. Are we talking about the philosophically, should you do things to try and make the world better or not? Because that's an entirely different philosophy that has nothing to do with veganism. That's basically social justice, and veganism is just one area where you get social justice. And if you need social justice explained to you, go look that up then. Maybe that'll help you. And then apply it to veganism. Don't just look for veganism directly. Look for the philosophy of social justice, and then think about it, and then think about how it applies to veganism, and you'll get there. There's your system.
The arguments I've been hearing for veganism has a prescription being made. On what grounds are you making the prescription?
You know, not wanting other things to be harmed, wanting to be more efficient, wanting people to connect with each other, not to be normalized just of violence so that they don't commit violence against each other. It's the whole thing.
On what grounds are vegans making the prescription that it is better to not kill animals?
Because those animals are in their prime. They're not ending their happy lives of old age. They haven't not been born yet. They've lived, are living, and have a life ahead of them if it weren't for us. Okay? It's not the same as any random other types of killing like euthanasia or abortion.
And eat them. Like, on what what's the closest ground? Is it because to them, it just harm reduces? Well, then being vegan isn't the answer.
It's one of the things.
Vegan is a good answer to harm reduction, but it's not the only answer. You can harm reduce and kill animals.
You can't harm reduce and kill animals. You are never able to remove the harm of the actual killing of the animal. You can make it super peaceful. You can jack the fucking animal up with drugs, and it's fucking coming and shitting and pissing and crying and laughing, and it's the best day of its life, and it can't fathom how amazing its life has become on these newfangled drugs. And then you instantly kill it in a minute, and it goes from pure pleasure to not existing in an instant. And, you know, and a machine does it, and it's caressed by a VR robot pig or whatever, and it's the happiest experience you can imagine. It still had its life ended early. Okay? It doesn't matter how fucking happy you fucking walk people into a gas chamber, their lives are still fucking being ended. You can't reduce the harm of the death. It's not natural to kill things in their prime out of care. If your interest is care for the animal. Euthanasia is out of care for it. Abortion is out of care. Killing something that's healthy, living its life at its prime, is not out of care for that thing. And you will never convince me that it is.
Animals. If you don't think you can harm, reduce, and kill things, like, that doesn't make any sense.
You can't harm, reduce death. Death, killing a thing that isn't ready to die, is harming it. And that can never be reduced away. If you're killing it before its natural life is going to die, you're harming it. You can't kill, do the harm, and reduce the harm. How do you reduce the harm while doing the harm? What are you talking about?
Harm reduction, that's why you have an abortion. You have an abortion to harm reduce. That's why you get abortions.
It's not harm reduction to kill someone in their prime.
Put down your cat when it's not doing well because you're...
Yeah, when it's not doing well. Okay. What do you think happens in farms? Do you think they only take the animals to slaughter that aren't doing well? And if they're not doing well, why aren't they doing well? We're the ones that put them fucking there. They should be doing well. And if they happen to not be doing well from natural causes, again, there's not enough animals dying of natural. They can't possibly be needing us to kill them so much. Either we're neglecting them so much that we just have to go in and kill them for their own good, when we're the baddies for treating them so badly that we have to kill them just to put them out of the misery we put them in, right? Or there's no reason to do the killing and we're just doing it. So we either torturing them to a point where we have to kill them out of mercy, or we're just killing them. Either way, what are you talking about? I think torturing them to the point where if the only time we kill animals is out of mercy, so we have to torture them so that we have to kill them out of mercy when they're at their prime, that's infinitely more evil than what's going on right now. Like, I'd rather we just kill them in their prime than make it so that they magically are dying in their prime for whatever reason, because we treated them so badly. And we have to go in and kill them because it's better than living in the situation we put them in. Jeez, man, this is dark.
Harm reducing. My partner and I have openly talked about when are we putting down our cat? When her quality of life is very low, and when she's very sick, hopefully at 30 years old, we'll put her down. In the same way, he better put me down when my quality of life is limited.
Okay, so do you understand what I'm saying? Either the animals are living to their ripe old ages, and in that case, there aren't going to be enough of them dying for us to live off them as a fucking society, or they're dying in higher numbers because we're making them die at those higher numbers.
Like, so again, like, you have to understand that keeping things alive is a subjective belief around what?
Yeah, around what? So if the thing needs to be euthanized, keeping it alive serves what purpose? It prolongs its suffering. If it's not suffering, what are you doing killing it?
You also like move that over. Like, so many pro-life, so many vegans are pro-choice. Make it make sense.
It makes perfect sense. What don't you understand? We're not waiting for the babies to get to their prime adulthood and then killing them.
Like, make it make sense. Like, it doesn't make
It
sense.
already makes sense.
Why are you
You're killing animals in their
I
prime.
could be vegan and pro-choice, right? Because I think killing things is a part of harm reduction.
When they're at their natural end of life,
So, like,
not
I
in their
understand being
prime.
vegan and pro-choice.
That's not how
Why
farms
are
work.
you vegan
You don't.
and pro-choice if
Farms
you think
don't only
killing
kill
animals
things
is
that they're not.
wrong?
Farms don't only kill things when they reach their natural end of life. I'm sorry to break it to you. Farms kill animals before then because that's when the fucking meat has got more juice in it.
You would terminate human life, but not animal life?
No,
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, make it make sense, girls. Come
no,
on.
we can, if we let all the animals live until their natural end of life and then they just happen to need euthanasia at the natural end of life, we can still do that. That's not frickin' farming them. We're not saying, if you ever kill an animal, you need to go to hell. No, we're saying we shouldn't be consuming meat as a society because then we are killing them before that point, before they should the end of life. Where's this place in the world where they only eat like animals that are like super old and died of natural causes? What are you talking about?
Where'd you get that? Oh, I'll take it. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Sure, put the money on the table.
No, it's fine. We'll just donate it. Where'd you get all the money?
Okay.
Okay.
We're welcome, everybody.
And by the way, I do think animals have just as much value as human life. I would choose my cat over some of my siblings. If I had to save which one in a fire, I'm saving my cat. You know what I'm saying? Like, with peace and love. I asked my brother the other day, would you save your dog?
Okay, why are you comparing your cats to your siblings? Because, you know, we don't farm cats. So compare this to like a cow. If you're an animal eater, I'm sure you'd let the cow die instead of the sibling. 1 million times out of 1 million.
Dog or sibling? And he goes, well, if I can get out of the fire, the sibling can. The dog's not going to know any better. So again, with peace and love. Like, I would choose my cat over saving a lot of.
With peace and love, you have an emotional connection with your cat and see it as a sentient being, and you do not see the animals being killed and ending up in the farm, in the supermarket, as sentient beings equivalent to your cat. And that's why you would save the cat, but you wouldn't save those that are in the farm.
Of humans. But I think the life is equal. I think it's whether it's a human life or an animal life, it's the same. The question is, why does one matter over another?
If it's the same, but you're okay with killing animals in the prime of their life who aren't dying of natural causes, you also have to be okay with killing humans in the prime of their life who aren't dying of natural causes. And not just killing them, you have to be okay with doing it just for sensory pleasure. We're not talking about sending kids off to war to die here. We're talking about Squid Games. We're talking about getting off and finding pleasure in those beings dying. Where are humans? Where are Squid Games real? Where are humans dying in massive numbers for the general population's enjoyment? Humans in their prime, dying in the Roman circus is back in every block. What's happening? Well, this isn't happening. Okay?
And in veganism, I'm seeing a hard argument for animal life being more important, but I don't get why.
But humans are animals. You can't, what? No one's saying humans are inferior. Okay, humans are more destructive, but we also have the ability to fix everything. And that's what that's what vegans are trying to do. I feel like it's non-vegans projecting or imagining the worst version of a vegan who might. What vegan thinks, what vegan thinks animals are. I mean, I understand the concept of animals are more innocent, right? But not that humans are inferior.
And same for meat eaters. Human life is more important than animals, but I don't get why.
Is it? Why? I don't know. I don't think it really is.
Chad says this is actually isn't hard. How are you acting like a fetus is a person? Animals are people, fetuses aren't.
I think that was me, yeah.
Do you think fetuses are so... Okay, if fetuses aren't a person, then why don't we make fun of people for crying over their miscarriages?
Because you are crying over the potential of a person. You're crying that you imagined a future with that, not because you had an already existing a relationship and now you're crying that this person that you had a relationship with is gone. No, the non-person, same way you can get attached to an egg before it hatches and you see it wobble, a chicken's egg, and you're like, I'm going to call you Wobbly. You build this whole imagined future and then the egg never hatches and you get sad. Okay, humans do that. We make emotional connections to things that are essentially inanimate or non-sentient at least. And then once it becomes sentient, that's when it becomes a real relationship. But before that, it's a imagined sort of human attachment, anthropomorphizing a thing that isn't yet the person.
If fetuses aren't people, not in a legal sense, in a humanitarian, spiritual sense, then why do we tell people?
I don't believe in humanism or the spiritual world, so I can't answer you how in a humanitarian or spiritual sense. But what I can say is from a scientific point of view, you have to experience reality to be able to be a person. You have to make at least a decision and have at least a thought. Before that, you're the potential for that.
Why do people bury their miscarriages and name them and mourn the life of their...
Not everybody does that. Some people do. And let's also not forget that some people are not, they don't operate on the truth, or they are misinformed. And so some people do believe in the spiritual realm, and they do believe in things like someone existing as a person or at conception, or there's the whole conservative Christian thing. And you could argue that's the reason why I can't have a relationship with my parents, because apparently some spiritual force told my parents I was going to be a certain gender, and then now I don't want to be that gender anymore. So I'm going against God himself, apparently. But, religion isn't something that's required.
Child that didn't make it to term.
And you get taught a lot of stuff. Some Christians believe that the earth is 6,000 years old, right? So if a Christian believes that a fetus is a person, that doesn't make it true. That's what they believe, and then they would cry just as much, thinking that it's become a person when it hasn't yet. So they'd feel more for it than they should. The same way, you can cry if you lose your pet rock. I don't know. The rock didn't feel anything, you did. It's what you put into it.
If a fetus at any point isn't just a potential life, or like on the verge of life, like it is alive. Like, right? Like what?
Yeah, it's alive. It's just not sentient.
It's not maybe a human, but it is alive to become a person.
It's human though.
Right? So like, again, I think we have to be open to the fact that like everyone has a different spiritual relationship with what it means to exist.
I don't think you have a right to draw your line in any way that harms others. So you might say you have your right to some spiritual belief or existence in your mind of who you are, but you don't get to imply that your rights infringe on others. So, it's my religion or my identity or it's who I am as a person to kill animals doesn't work. It's who I am as a person to kill humans doesn't work. We call that serial killers and we put them in jail. It doesn't work to claim that that's fine. If we really were to have logical consistency, then meat eaters would go to jail too.
Like if you had, my mom counts her 5 miscarriages as kids, right? That's fine.
But that's your mom. It's not science. It's a personal opinion.
Fine. Like living children versus miscarried babies. We specify them in categories, right? I think like it's fine to want to like save the life here. But again, if that's not an argument for you spiritually, you can't handle it. I'm with you because I'm pro-choice, right? But I also I eat meat, so I get it. Okay. Secondary question. You have an animal that's getting sick and dying. Do you put it down or do you let it just die and suffer as it gets old?
Put it down.
Because they can't consent to preemptively dying. You have a sick animal. Do you put it down?
Someone,
yes or no?
Someone who has like, dementia or something can't consent necessarily to being euthanized either. But they could be screaming in pain 24 hours a day and just not have the mental capacity to understand what's happening. Okay, if someone's at a point where their faculties are limited, that's when other people step in and make the call for them.
You have a family dog, the family dog has tumors all over it and it's sick. Do you put the dog down, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes or no? Vegans, do you put your animals down at the vet? Yes
I'm not speaking for all vegans, I'm telling you what I would do.
Yes or no?
They don't support suffering. They're trying to end
Yes,
as
you
much
put it
suffering
down.
as
Okay,
possible.
then we all believe killing animals is fine. We just don't like the context of it. Get over it.
Now that, to me, is where that statement from her to me was like, okay, you're triggered now because you're like saying just get over it. It's just the difference is just context. Okay, the context fucking matters. Okay, and the context is doing something that's good for the animal versus doing something that's not good. You can't just say, oh, it's just the context. Get over it. No, I'm not getting over it. In one context, we're doing it because it's the right thing to do for the animal. In the other context, we're doing it because we don't want the animal to live the rest of its life in relation to us having sensory pleasure. That context fucking matters, okay? So no, I'm not going to get over that.
Make it make sense.
Trying.
This is like a mouthful with the peanut butter and the cheese.
Yeah, they used to put it on Mr. Ed's teeth so he could talk during the show.
By the way, be vegan. I just think the argument is like, it doesn't make sense. It's not full.
I was just going to say, I feel like Mr. Ed.
Eating meat doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Make eating meat make sense.
And by the way, I might be vegan one day, but you better bet my argumentation's gonna be better, bro.
I pull up your sign, we painted your pink.
I hope so. You might be able
I love
to
the
be
Brittany on
the
the show.
perfect vegan
So much.
Who did?
argument
Shout out what's
maker
gonna
that
start,
you're
Killa?
looking for.
He loves
Why do you know his channel name?
Huh?
Why do
Bam. It pops up. It kept popping up. And I'm like, what the hell is this? And then I saw it with him. And I was like, dope.
So you say you don't watch, but you know everything.
I
That's why I
started
asked.
watching.
Like, you know everything about
I
everything.
said
No, I started watching the H3.
pets are not
episodes. It's
bred
funny.
specifically for the
You guys always
purpose
Talk
of
about me, I
dying.
get so excited. Once you stop talking
That
about
doesn't
me, I'm like,
explain how you know what Stark is.
No, chat. Don't try. I'll block you right now, girl. You said you seem triggered. You literally claimed that breeding an animal so that you can kill it and eat it is the same thing as putting an animal down. That was part of your fam because it had terminal illness. Habibis, let me explain to you how an argumentation works. The reason meat eaters hate vegans is because you're acting like it's different. It's only different on the context, on the surface.
It's only different on the surface and on the context. We're talking about ending something's life that isn't in any terminal illness. It's not suffering. It's got a long life ahead of it. And we're talking about killing it because we want some sensory pleasure. That's the context, right?
Not on the depth. The depth is still the end of life. This is why I say human.
No, the depth is when and how is the life ending. That's what matters. Okay? It matters for humans, it matters for animals. That's why murdering people is bad, but if they die of old age, it's not bad. Or that's why in self-defense, it's fine, right? So it does matter.
All humans are violent, even though you claim not to.
Yes, because all humans are fucking violent to animals. That's why they're all violent.
To be. All humans are violent, even vegans. But you.
Yes, because vegans don't get raised in a world free of violence, and so the violence impermeates into them. That doesn't mean being vegan is just as violent as not being vegan. It's way less violent. Way less violent. Way less violent. Okay? So yes, and vegans are still violent because they still live in capitalism, which is a violent system. And they may potentially have still been born, raised not vegan, and only come to it later. And so there's things that they might not have been able to figure out growing up on how to do it in a vegan way. And as we said earlier, governments and industry are to blame for not improving things, not finding better ways of farming, not incentivizing and subsidizing better ways of making food and that kind of thing.
Say you're not because you think the context is what justifies your violence. And yes, I would agree with you. But this is.
Of course, context. What? Since when would context not matter?
It's exactly why meat eaters eat meat, because in their head it justifies their violence. That's what we're looking for. At the end, you do believe killing animals is fine. You just have to have the right context. Yes?
Yes, but their context is the sensory pleasure, and and the context of the animal having a long life ahead of it. What do you mean? If they need a better context, if that context is enough for them, then that's the problem. That's what we're saying. If, it's just about the context for you. So for you, the context when the animal is suffering and you're trying to put it out of its misery, for you, that context makes it okay. Newsflash, even meat eaters are also going to be okay with that context. Just putting it out there. That's not a vegan thing, right? Now, the meat eaters are okay with that, but then they're also okay with taking an animal that isn't dying, that isn't suffering, and killing that. And vegans are not okay with that kind of killing. And that's not about context. Vegans wouldn't do that kind of killing in any context. There's no context where a vegan goes up to an animal that has a long life ahead of it, is not harming anyone, is perfectly healthy, getting along with everyone in nature, and goes and kills it. Meat eaters will do that. That's how you get meat.
So there's no reason to say you're vegan, except to say veganism doesn't mean we don't kill animals. Veganism means we harm reduce through these means.
We also don't kill animals because you cannot reduce. Killing is always harmful. So yes, it is harm reduction. It's against all suffering. Killing is only one way we put animals through suffering. They suffer short lifespans from us. Not to mention all the other stuff that happens to them in the farm.
Fine. But you can't say veganism is anti-killing animals. You are pro.
Yes, it's anti-killing animals because we only do it when it's the lesser of two evils. We only do it when the alternative is even worse. The alternative to killing an animal that's in its prime is it lives a happy life. That's not the lesser of. In that case, killing it is the more evil thing. Letting the animal suffer and die a painful death is more evil than killing it. Killing an animal that's healthy and happy is more evil than letting it live its healthy, happy life. So if you say that you're interested in learning, if you say that you are someone who likes to have logical and moral consistency, and you say that you're someone who's into philosophy, and you say you want to understand veganism, okay, there it is, okay? You can't run away from this. It's there. Own up to it, face it, you're wrong.
Killing animals in the right context, right? I am all about harm reduction, but the argumentation for me doesn't make sense to say you don't kill.
I'm all about harm reduction, but killing people isn't harming them, right? If you have a long life ahead of you, you're in your prime, you're your age, killing you is totally fine, just the same as if you were about to die with tumors all over, screaming in agony and pain, euthanizing you then, or just killing you now to eat your meat. What's the difference, right? Why don't we just lop your arm off and eat it? Well, so what? What's wrong with that? What do you mean killing and harming animals is wrong? You would kill it if it was suffering. You would kill it to put it out of misery. Why wouldn't you kill it when it's happy and living a good life?
Animals. Because that's why meat eaters are confused. Because they're like, well, what about this?
No, meat eaters aren't really confused. It's a chosen confusion. It's very simple. What they're doing is bad and they don't want to change. So the confusion comes about from the cognitive dissonance of knowing something is bad, wanting to be a good person, but then continuing to do the bad thing forever. That is cognitive dissonance, and that creates the confusion you're talking about. It's got nothing. Vegans aren't the one reason meat eaters are confused. Meat eaters are confused because they want to tell themselves that they care about animals, like animals, and want to be good people, and care about social justice, and then they'll live off murder and not blink. That's where the confusion comes from. Not because vegans can't explain themselves properly.
What about this? What about that? Like, bro, peace and love. Harm reduction is a beautiful fucking thing. We should all be doing it, right? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, like, you have to make it make sense for people, because it, like, the same thing with pro-lifers. Pro-lifers make no sense when they're so pro-war and genocide, right?
You don't necessarily have to make it make sense. It already makes sense, right? Look at an animal for 5 seconds that is not dying and screaming in agony. Just look at a happy, healthy animal and think to yourself, should I kill that for sensory pleasure? Would that be a good thing to do? If your answer is no, I can accept the truth. Stop running away from it. I can explain all the philosophy to you, and I've been doing that for hours, but at the end of the day, you're not going to get away from the reality that it's the wrong thing to do. You're not going to be able to find this magic philosophy that explains it without also that philosophy mentioning the fact that it's fucking wrong to do. That's part of the philosophy. And you can't make it not wrong. You can't say killing it peacefully is making it sustainable, or that you harm reduced away the harm of killing. You upload the animals' brains to a simulation and let them live out their lives in a computer world after killing their bodies? What are we talking about? What do you mean? Otherwise, you've killed them and their life's over, and that's harm. That's harmful to them. They fucking gave a shit. Go up to an animal and start trying to kill it and see if it just fucking lets you do it, or if it tries to stop you and run away or some shit. They don't want to die.
Pro-lifers say they care about the life of the baby until, of course, the baby's born. And then they don't give a fuck about that baby,
Don't bring
right?
pro-lifers into this.
Pro-lifers are so, they have there's a gap in your philosophy. How can it be pro-life or pro-death penalty? How can it be pro-life but pro-genocide? Shout out to Free Palestine, bro. Free Palestine. So again, with peace and
Pro-lifers
love,
already
it's
don't
not that you're
make
anti-killing.
sense.
You just want it to be done in a certain context, and I agree with you. We should only kill things in a certain context.
And that context should be, it's the less evil thing, it's the least bad thing to do, it causes the least harm and causes the least suffering, which is the case when it is being euthanized, which is not the case when it's being fucking farmed.
You know, chat says, please don't compare me to a pro-lifer. Girl, look, you know, I'm not saying you're triggered, but don't call me triggered in my chat and then get upset because you don't understand your own philosophy, bro.
But pro-lifers and meat eaters are the ones put together. They're on the same logical inconsistency. That's why I don't freaking compare me to them. You're the fucking meat eater. You're not the vegan. You're the one jumping through logical hoops the way pro-lifers do. That's why you don't compare me to them. I'm the vegan. I'm not the one jumping through all these hoops like you are.
At the end of the day,
And yes, I
okay,
was triggered by this point.
with peace and love,
I'm triggered by the thought of an
with
animal
killing.
getting
The
hurt.
question is in what context? And
And
we
the-
should be killing.
Yes, and the context is if its life is there, it's alive and living and healthy and happy, that is not the context to kill it, ever. Sorry.
Less, for the record. Everyone should be killing less. Killing the planet less, killing animals less, killing our brothers and sisters less, killing everybody
And if we stopped killing animals for sensory pleasure, maybe we'd stop killing everything else less too.
less. Absolutely. How do we make that happen? Certainly not going around telling calling everybody fucking rapists and murderers. Like, bro.
Back again to the thing that I never said. I never said rapist and murderer. And again, I've gone on and on and on about how that's not the right thing to say. And again, how calling me out for being triggered. This is the only fucking point you come back to over and over. And it's not what I said. And I said that's not what vegans should say. But they're also not technically wrong. It's just they shouldn't be saying it. Okay? Because it's rude and it doesn't get people on their side. But it's also not fucking wrong. Okay? And if you can't cope to that fact that by consuming animal products, you are complicit in murder and you are complicit in rape, the same way I was when I used to eat animal products. So it's not just saying I'm better than you. I had to come to that realization of that reality. And if you are serious about veganism and understanding it, you need to come to that realization. Then you can still choose not to live it. You can still choose not to be it or not to even believe it. But you should at least be able to come to the point where you understand what it is trying to say, okay? And not act like this is such a confusing thing.
Relax. But also, I get it. I get sassy too sometimes,
Although,
Because it kept popping up.
I don't buy it.
No, I swear, it kept
No,
popping up. And
I
was
don't
that,
know
like,
how
my-
to
More
not
fan
be
than
sassy.
you admit.
He's new. I wouldn't even know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much longer there is, but at some point,
Actually,
No.
you don't think?
it-
That's going to be
the
not good.
engagement ends.
He's not ready for it. He even said on the show, he's like, he's not looking for like love. He says
That might
it
be
just
true.
to be on the show.
That might be
but-
true. He's not ready for it.
And you guys have such a
Didn't
good
mean to be
success
online
rate
for
of,
this
like,
long, but
finding
I
actual
kind of want to
people.
just get
I
through
think I
this.
should be able to pick it for people because no offense to the H3 crew, they picked some really bad contenders.
It
for
worked.
me.
We did you.
Not really. We had to go behind the scenes and hook it
It
up.
doesn't matter. That's the whole point of the frenemy. It never works out how you expect.
So I'll pick.
Okay, and just in case there's the chatters that came to see this instead of Brittany, and one of the chatters was saying having a pet can be a form of exploitation according to some vegans, and yes, there's that argument to have as well, but to me that is the secondary things to be talking about, not, and also that's something that is a personal thing, I think, as well, was like, because it's subjective in a way onto how good of a life the animal's having, right? But it's not subjective that ending its life early is bad.
Like Ian's girlfriend, they're living together.
No, I know.
He
Like,
wasn't on the show either.
so you guys are doing something wrong there.
Something's wrong, but right.
Sure.
Somebody play the game.
Just stop. Maybe just stop, like, going.
Okay, chat, let's make it better. Everybody calm down. You said, I 100% understand my philosophy. I did not call you a murderer or a rapist. Someone else did. And you're acting like all vegans are like that. It's fucking disgusting. Take a deep breath, Habibi, please. We're having a conversation. It's not disgusting. It's a conversation. We're having a conversation. And I don't know you. You're not a person to me. You're a username. I'm the person. I'm actually the one who's vulnerable right now. My face.
Okay, so, I mean, it's like... Okay, let me go back a second, yeah.
Killing animals less, killing our brothers and sisters with. So, with peace and love, I mean, so with peace and love, relax.
Rate of like finding actual people. I think I should be able to pick it for people because no offense to the H3 crew, they picked some really bad contenders.
It worked.
For me.
We did you.
Not really. We had to go behind the scenes and hook it up.
I don't want
That's the whole point of
to...
the frenemy. It never works out how you expect.
So I'll pick.
Like Ian's girlfriend, they're living together.
No, I know.
He
Like,
wasn't on the show either.
so you guys are doing something wrong there.
Something's wrong, but right.
Sure.
Somebody play the game.
Just stop. Maybe just stop, like,
Okay.
going.
Okay, chat,
Take
let's
the
make
deep
it better.
breaths.
Everybody calm down. You said, I 100% understand my philosophy. I did not call you a murderer or a rapist. Someone else did. And you're acting like all vegans are like that. It's fucking disgusting. Take a deep breath, Habibi.
Okay, so basically, to explain what I'm saying is disgusting there is the fact that, and obviously at this point, maybe this was, the words I was using was too much. Okay, so I respect you telling me to take a break, and I did shortly after this, stop engaging, but also it's not unfounded. The fact that multiple kept saying over and over what logical reasons for being vegan and philosophical reasons for being vegan, and I didn't call you a rapist or a murderer, and we keep going back to it over and over and over again, and it's like, if you would at least just give the vegans one moment of credit, just take them seriously for 1 second, just take one of the things they actually do say to heart, to understand what we're saying. One of the many chat messages I was leaving that were being missed, and then only these other inflammatory ones responded to, okay? Just take a moment to read one of those so that the vegans feel like you're not typecasting us as just the person who called you a rapist or murderer, because you keep going back to it as if that's what we're all like. And then I'm the one responding to you, and then you're bringing that up, and I wasn't the one who said it, okay? So yeah, it gets disgusting to me to be trying to get through to you and feel like I'm explaining myself over and over, and then you keep acting like I'm the person because you're responding to my message and then immediately bringing that up, like I'm the person that called you that.
Please.
Maybe disgusting is a bit strong.
We're having a conversation. It's not disgusting. It's a conversation. We're having a
I
conversation.
felt disgusted.
And I don't know you. You're not a person to
But it
me. Your
wasn't.
username. I'm the person. I'm actually the one who's vulnerable right now. My face is going to be recorded. I'm going to.
Okay, I just wanted to make a point where I was like, you don't have to be reading my messages or responding me. So it's not fair, and it's a bit rich of you to say that you're the one being vulnerable, because you could easily just ignore my messages and stuff like that. Like, so yeah, what? If I'm saying something in chat that you don't like, you can tell me like, you can kick me or block me or whatever. It's like, but you're engaging and responding, okay? And I'm not backing down, obviously. But at a certain point I do, right? But my point is, it's like, that's the engagement happening, right? You don't have to engage with it. There's other people saying other things in chat. If you're responding to my messages, if you're talking to the one person standing up for veganism in your chat and having this impromptu conversation, that's on you. It's not on me that you're being vulnerable. And it is disgusting if you, and you know, it's a warning also to you of how you're looking when you keep going back to that same thing. So maybe I was being too strong with that word and it was rude of me and I shouldn't have used it. But what I was trying to communicate is that it was a bad look, okay? And that other people are going to watch this and they're not going to be thinking that you're being fair to people here. And it isn't fair. So yeah, maybe I feel disgusted by being treated unfairly, but technically speaking, it wasn't disgusting what you did. But I felt disgusted, and that's why I said it. But there, you were being unfair, for sure.
Be clipped. So just a reminder, you are text on a screen and I'm actually a face. So with peace and love, relax.
And she already knows at this point, right, that I'm a YouTuber, I think, and that I'm planning to make a video about it. So I'm not just text on a screen, you know. I'm a fellow YouTuber engaging. I can also get my ass clipped, okay? Just what? Because I'm a nobody, because I'm an unsuccessful YouTuber. Well, that also means the fact that you're successful and stuff means you have a bunch of people who are going to want to defend you too and come at me. And your whole chat is essentially going to be taking your side, and I'm the one disagreeing with you in that sort of semi-hostile environment, right? Some of your chat were being nice, not all of them. But the point is that you're not in the hostile environment, yeah. You're in full control of everything. And what I'm saying, you know, you could always blast things. You're not, and I appreciate that, and that's why, again, this is supposed to be a conversation, like you're saying. It's not meant to be me passing judgment or anything. But you know, there are other people who would take something that someone said in chat and then try and get them dogpiled or post it to Twitter. Oh, I can't believe someone said this, blah, blah, blah. Get everyone else to make fun of them or whatever. So you're not doing that, but it's like, there's also, you know, you have way more power than me as well. Because of all the audience, the fact that people care what you say and stuff like that. So if you did choose to do that, and I appreciate that you don't, but you know, yes, your face is on camera, that makes you vulnerable. But my username that I use for my main YouTube channel is also, might be text on screen, you know, but a small YouTuber like me can have their career easily ended by someone like you. And so me standing up and taking a chance like that, it's a sign of respect that I don't think you'll do that to me. But you're also not the only person being vulnerable here, you know. If you decided to go on a vendetta against me the way Ethan's going against Hassan, I probably have to stop making content. So, you know, I respect you enough to think you're not going to do that to me, but don't act like you're the only one being vulnerable here.
It's not disgusting. It's called a conversation. Agree to disagree. But also, philosophy is my special interest.
And I can't agree to disagree on whether veganism has holes in, the philosophy of veganism has holes in it. I can't agree to disagree on whether, you know, some killing for food is okay or not, or you can harm reduce away the harm. Like, we can't agree to disagree on those things.
So, you know, you can sit here, but you know what I'm saying? I'm having a conversation with your text on the screen. That's who I'm having a conversation with. So.
Okay, so that's why I'm making this video, because it's like, obviously that isn't a proper conversation, and that's why maybe all my messages are getting missed. Maybe it's not intentional and all this kind of stuff. And then I feel like I'm being ignored. Maybe I'm not actually being ignored. Maybe there's just too many messages. You know, I think she's saying she has a Discord. She could be reading the Discord chat and the other chat and that, and so it could be that I'm not being ignored. It could be, but I still felt like I was being ignored. But that could be a wrong impression on my side. But that's why I didn't want to just keep on going. Like, okay, we've said as much as we can say over chat. It's like having a debate over Twitter. You can't actually get into the newest of it. And I don't know. So hopefully, again, like, she's doubtful that she would and probably won't and whatever. But for whatever reason, to me, it's important that this response is there in a way that is better understood and digestible, and that I feel like veganism deserves more respect than it was given in the stream, basically.
With peace and love, I mean no harm to you. You know? I mean absolutely no harm to you. But also I won't back down because I think I've thought this through. You know what I mean? So, with peace and love. Right? Earlier.
Yeah, and it's like, I won't back down also because I've thought it through as well. And the difference is, for you to back down would require you to stop killing animals. For me to back down would require me to start killing animals or to start being okay with it. And so I have the moral weight against me doing that. I'm not already compromised. I'd have to become compromised, whereas you already are compromised morally in this area. So all you need to do is become uncompromised. So, you know, you might say you're not going to back down, but it's like, I have the high ground.
You said to vegans, why not just be Muslim or identify with a different religion because you don't understand the...
It's like, an insurrection army is always going to be better at fighting against an invading army in their own territory, right? Because they've got something more meaningful to fight for. So I'm not going to back down on veganism.
Philosophy of veganism? No, I don't think you understand my argumentation. You guys don't understand. I don't know what bubbles you're in, but you're not understanding my argumentation. Again, I don't know what bubble you're in. I don't know what you know. I don't know if you...
I don't know what you mean by bubble, because I'm autistic and I have an extremely varied amount of inputs and influences, and I don't have a specific person who's influenced me necessarily. It's more a collection of things I've discovered myself. So if I'm in a bubble, it's one of my own creation, maybe.
You're new to my channel. I don't know if you understand my argumentation, but you're having a different conversation. If you don't understand why I brought in the religious and talked about philosophies, I don't understand how you don't get it. You said, but they are so different, and I do believe veganism is... Of course it's different. Habibi, of course it's different. Of course it's different. Look, those in chat who get it, you get it. Maybe the people who don't get it need to watch me a little bit more. Okay? But like with peace and love, it's obvious why I compared Islam as a religion and a philosophy to veganism.
I don't... What do you mean it's obvious? I don't even think you explained that part.
You know what I mean?
No.
That says, I don't think you're understanding the vegan argument. The issue isn't killing, it's a suffering being caused beforehand. Yes, I understand that too. But you can you can kill an animal without making it suffer.
It's not just the death. We're not talking about the act of killing it that it suffers in, and that you can find a way to kill it without it suffering. We're talking about its entire life. The fact that it's enclosed, that it can't be free to do whatever it wants. Oftentimes they're squashed, they're fed crap, blah, 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 blah. Diseases. Go on. We can go on and on and on, right? The fact that their entire existence is there to die prematurely. The fact that we kill them prematurely. The fact that they die in their prime when they would much rather continue living, right?
You can kill things without making it suffer. That's the whole point.
It's still suffering. They are not living their best lives in farms, I guarantee you. And even if they did magically be able to do that, there is still an amount of suffering in the cutting short of a life, okay? cutting a life short, even in an instant that it never notices, still causes suffering, not just to the ones that survive. Do you think animals don't have feelings for other animals? If you're just killing one of the animals for food and it's supposedly having this wonderful, perfect life, that also means it's going to have wonderful, perfect family and wonderful, perfect friends, right? Because these animals are living in this wonderful, non-suffering way, right? Then you kill the animal, its friends, family, all those other animals are going to be suffering because you just killed their friend and parent or sibling and whatever. You cannot kill animals without causing suffering. It's impossible. They're social beings. And if you try to isolate them so that they don't have family, then they're suffering by not having the family. Animals are not made to die. They're not made to be consumed by us. Okay? You can't do it ethically, and you can't do it without causing suffering. And even if you can magically, instantly kill it, and even if you can magically give them the perfect life, which won't happen under capitalism, because profits will cause people to undermine those efforts to give them that perfect life and completely perfect death, right? But even if we could get there, what about the rest of the animals that aren't dead yet? Mourning the one that just died. Isn't that enough suffering for you? If you don't care about the fact that their lives are being cut short, care about the relationships they had with other animals that are getting broken when they die. Or what, you want to kill the whole family unit in one go? This is psycho stuff, okay? This is mental. You've gone so far away from euthanasia. Can't even see it in the rearview mirror.
Point of like, that's the whole point of assisted suicide. That's the whole point of
No.
peaceful death. The vegan
Rounding up an entire family or community of animals and putting them all in a gas chamber and killing them all at once so that there's no relationships left alive to suffer. After magically defeating capitalism to give them the perfect life and the perfectly painless, this is mythical thinking, and we're not going to be doing it as humans, and you can't really think that's what's going to happen. How much money? It already costs so much more money to make food from animals than it does to make food from plants. The only parts that are expensive are where we're trying to imitate the animal product, and so there's research and development going in. But once it's been developed, it's going to be cheaper as well. You're trying to make the animal products even more expensive because now they have to have new technology and everything to give them the perfect life. That now we have to upload their brains to VR so that their lives aren't getting cut short, otherwise that's causing suffering. Or we kill them all in one go so that there's no one left alive to mourn their death, and no humans get involved in anything to get hurt in any way. Like the profit motive in capitalism will not allow for these innovations to give these animals this perfect, wonderful life without suffering. Sorry. And if we had the freedom from capitalism to be able to give the animals that stuff, we'd also have the freedom to use logic and use land and resources and crops more efficiently, and not have to see animals that are healthy in their prime, able to live around, play, have fun, screw, who cares, eat, drink, whatever animals do when they're healthy, and not have to kill them. Do you understand what that does to people psychologically when you put upon yourself that you have to end the life of something that isn't ready to die yet, and that you want to normalize that and make that okay? That is making our species fucked up in the brain.
I have heard online argue there's no way to peacefully kill an animal.
True.
I'm talking about those people.
You can't.
So I don't know what conversations you're all having.
You can... The moment can be peaceful, but it's still not a peaceful act, ending something's life early. Putting someone to sleep gently, murdering someone while they're in their sleep is still violence towards them just because they weren't awake to get the death experience.
In my chat, but I just said specifically, I found YouTubers. This is what I'm hearing from them. Does somebody have a different argument? That's what I'm saying.
You shouldn't need a different argument.
I'm getting. Does somebody
but
have
I've given you lots.
If veganism is a philosophy, Give me the book or give me the idea around it. What are they trying to do for harm
I'll
reduction?
write you a book. Okay, well that'll help.
I'm not opposed to it. Again, I'm
You-
doing
I'll
my
write you a
research.
book if you
I
want.
want to know.
Ask ask
Okay.
any AI.
Like the crew. We love the crew on H3. They're great, but maybe just something outside of that.
I'm told I need to stop chewing.
Okay.
I like it. I find it
I
comfortable.
don't know
to be honest,
if
but I
I
get you.
kept
Commentate it.
Okay.
chatting
We're done.
further
We're
after
playing the
this.
All right.
This might
Welcome
have been where I
everybody
failed.
to Pop Culture Trivia.
Because at a certain point I was like,
I'm your host and contestant
No, you're
Ethan.
the host.
I'm your contestant Ethan with my co-contestant.
or I said
Who's our
something
host?
I'll be
there,
host.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
AB. Sorry, Kella.
but that
Okay,
could have been the
first
last thing I
question.
said.
List
I don't
the four
know.
Beatles.
Are you serious? Did you just come up with this one right now?
Let's
Why?
see.
This is good.
Ringo,
No, I think this is good because it's
John,
like
If she
Right,
talks
right,
about
right,
it, you know.
Paul.
I wonder if Ethan's
Yeah.
dropped his nonsense yet. The nonsense
You
new.
might actually get this wrong.
No, are you kidding me? Not an idiot. What was the exact word of the question?
List the four Beatles. Yeah.
I just have
George.
to go with semantics. You know what I mean?
George.
There's not much to man.
There's one named George. Who's George?
Just list the name.
Well, there's a
You
very
ready?
specific.
Is there any
you know,
more?
Everybody
The
knows.
founding member.
It's the four Beatles.
Who's the original drummer? Do you know? I don't know who it
You're
is.
not even the host. Who are you? Ringo, John.
Oh.
That
That's
question.
I mean, that is the four Beatles. If you want to go with the original Beatles, it's Pete Best.
We both got it. What am I? Who's the host?
The question was list the four Beatles.
Everybody knows what the question is asking.
Okay, question.
Was that a sell it?
Say it, ready?
Okay, ready, go. Who's
Wow.
keeping?
I do too.
Dan, I don't.
And it was sold by. Okay, what?
Am I crazy?
No. Where is he?
Did the wrong thing.
So no trivia.
I don't know. This might have been because also at a certain point,
Trivia Pursuit. Now that's the way to go.
Give you up.
oh,
What'd you
oh wait,
That's
there
not
was
bad.
more.
Okay.
Never gonna give you up.
Yeah.
Fuck, I'm such an idiot. I should have thought about that more.
That's good. Good though. I mean, he's got like a lyric. We're no strangers. You
We know the rules.
so do
The
I.
reason that's so good is just because he's like this little dude with this extremely deep voice. It's Chocolate Rain vibes.
For sure, Chocolate Rain vibes.
Chocolate
Yeah.
You know, lots of Chocolate Rain vibes for sure. I thought it was literally the same person because of the voice. You don't think that?
Straight. How did I get that wrong? Next.
Moving on. Drake rose to fame as an actor on which TV show?
See, I didn't watch all that Disney shit either.
Not Disney. Oh my
I
god.
know he was in a wheelchair.
Okay, well that's good. So you know.
He was in The Sweet Life.
Chat says animals aren't people. People are people, and that's why they're different. Animals aren't people, but people are animals. So just FYI, you are an animal. You are a fucking evolved animal. Okay, so animals aren't people, but people are animals.
Okay, yeah, that was the thing where I was like, what? What do you mean animals aren't people? To me, animals are people. I don't understand saying that they're not. And so that was one disagreement I had. So I guess there's a debate over whether animals are people. You could say, and this boils down to things like personhood versus sentience, right? So we don't disagree that animals are sentient. So the question is personhood or being a person different or the same thing to being sentient? Some people say that, like some philosophers, that the capacity for suffering grants the moral consideration. So if something can suffer, then it's on others to not cause the suffering. If we only grant moral consideration to people, of humans, then what is that saying about things like babies or people with disabilities or whatever? Like, if they aren't able to do all the things that a human can normally do because animals can't, does that make them less people? So, you know, it's like we can't really say just because animals can't talk or just because they can't, you know, do this or that they're not people, because there's humans that can't talk, there's humans that can't do this or that. Scientific research has demonstrated that many animals possess complex cognitive abilities and emotional lives. For example, elephants mourn their dead, pigs solve puzzles, and dogs form deep emotional bonds with humans. Animals have nervous systems and brain structures that enable them to experience pain and emotions. The presence of these systems suggests that animals are capable of suffering, even if they do not have the same level of self-awareness or reasoning as humans. The scientific evidence supports the idea that animals are sentient beings deserving of moral consideration. So, you know, where's the distinction between people? And it's like, to me, it just requires you to kind of get to know like an animal well, to know that it's a person. I can't tell you the difference of sentience. I can tell you what people are like. I can compare my relationship with my cats to relationships with other humans. How I'll have a cat who goes through something traumatic, like the one cat got outside and where the dog was, and the dog had it in his mouth but didn't hurt it, but it was very traumatic for the cat. And then he'd come into the room, look, and then run away. And then he'd come back and he'd look and run away. Now that same cat lies next to that gate closer than any other cat. Okay. Now you can argue to yourself all day that this is not evidence of personhood. I'm not talking about the result. I'm talking about the way it acts when it's doing all this stuff. Okay. I'm talking about the way, like, I can tell when my one cat wants me to pick him up just by the way he looks at me. You know? Like, I don't know. To me, if you have a good enough bond with an animal, it becomes self-evident that it's a person to me. I don't need to argue that point though. If you want to say they're not people, that's what you want to say. But to me, I don't understand why we can't let them be. And it's like, if you cry, your animal will come and try and care for you. If, you know, if our cats screech at each other, the dog starts barking because it's like, it wants to try and help and stop them from fighting. It's like, these are not random nonsense. This is actions of beings to me, of people. I'm sorry. So, you might not think animals are people. I do, and I'm not willing to defend it on a non-anecdotal way because I'm not prepared for, and it's quite late. So maybe we'll do a part 2 where I discuss personhood of animals. But right now, my only defense is fucking get to know one.
Don't forget it.
I'm kidding. I don't know. I'm just gonna take a stab. I don't know. I never watched. Was Disney a premium channel?
Probably
Because I never watched that.
No, definitely not.
It was though, because I remember when we finally got Disney, it was a premium channel. It wasn't the channel you could get before was with your antenna, like your basics. But when you got Nickelodeon and Disney, like that was premium, bro. And I remember exactly when it was. And I thought I was finally the cool kid on the block because my family was like the last family to get it. And it was the biggest fucking deal.
We had it.
Because my dad was a cheap fuck and he wouldn't spend on anything.
You guys didn't have like.
What channel was it on?
Okay, I think
It wasn't Nickelodeon or Disney.
It wasn't a premium channel?
Because it's a Canadian show, so it's
I
like.
said
one of the
animals are
weird-
definitely people, so
Look,
I don't know.
okay. To my vegans in the chat, bros, this is going to be fun. We should have a vegan live stream where I argue with all of you. Because you cannot be going this hard for animals being people, but not for fetuses being alive. Like, I believe in...
Okay, so... And fetuses are alive. No one said they're not. But a fetus isn't a person, because they haven't lived a life yet. They haven't experienced life yet. They're technically alive in the same way that if you cut a lizard's tail off, its tail is still alive and wriggling for a bit, right? Or whatever, you know. A plant is alive. They're not sentient. You know what I'm saying? No one's saying they're not alive. Point is, animals are sentient.
All conscious life. A tree is a consciousness, an animal is a consciousness, a human. I take it further than you.
Plants aren't sentient. Humans and animals are.
You know what I don't like about vegans is I take it further than them. I think everything is alive. Dirt is alive. People are alive.
No. Okay, that is further, but that's got nothing to do with veganism, right? You can think the dirt is alive all you want. Technically it is with all the bacteria in it, but if you think the rocks themselves are alive, that's something I'll disagree with you on, and I need to see the scientific evidence. But if we're talking about the dirt itself, yes, there's tons of microorganisms in it. But plants, definitely alive, whatever. You want to say water, we can call whatever you want alive. This isn't a question about what's alive or not. It's a question of what's sentient or not. You know, plants aren't sentient. Animals are. That's the key distinction.
Everything. And if you're just worried about what's conscious, then we might as well kill people in comas. What do you?
Well, if they're going to come out of the coma, then no. You know, but we do kill them when we realize they're not going to come out. So we already do that. So yeah, we do that.
What are you talking about? If you really think consciousness is all that matters, like being awake and alert, like what are we talking about?
No, it's not about being awake and alert. It's about sentience. It's about the fact that when you get awake and alert for the first time, then you start developing sentience. Because that's when you can start having a relationship between you and the outside world. And you can make a separation between the two. And the awareness can build of what you is and what something else is and what someone else is. That's me, this is me, that's not me. Those are the types of connections you start making as you start building your sentience. It's got nothing to do with just being alert and awake. It's the experience of reality and the things that your brain does in response to those experiences. That is the process of being sentient.
You know, it's like pick and choose. I'm all about dignified life and dignified death. But it's like people out here are so funny. I know, that's why I say I'm more progressive than Hassan. I'm more progressive than most people.
I'll do a progressive off any day. I'm the most left-wing progressive person I've ever met.
A fetus has never been awake. Have you never felt a baby kick? Are you?
Okay, I looked this up. So I said a fetus has never been awake, and that was incorrect now that I looked it up. That yes, from 5 to 10% of the time that they're in the womb, they can be awake, especially if there's a loud noise or something. It's a very low amount of time. The point is, it's still not sentient. It's still like, you know, you're not able to differentiate yourself from the external world. You're still not able to, like, start producing thoughts and stuff like that. It's all basically just vibes at that point, and you're not developing a personality yet. You're not thinking, all that kind of stuff. It's like, have you ever been really, really, really sick, and it's like you have a fever or something, and it's like you're trying to sleep it off, and at some point it's like you wake up, but then you go back to sleep again, and it's like it all kind of blends together, and you can't tell how many times you woke up, or whether you slept through or awake, or how long you've been asleep, and it's all kind of muddled. And it's like, that's the kind of, like, we're talking about, like, you know, so we're talking about like momentary moments of consciousness in a headspace of being completely foggy brain, nothing makes sense, and don't understand anything, and everything is dark, and all the sounds are muddled, and all you know is warmth, and back to sleep. Okay? You're not sentient. You're not developing a personality. You're not experiencing the world and responding to stimuli. You're not making decisions. That's the difference. It's got nothing to do with just simply being awake or not, or being alive or not. It's the sentience. It's the connections that the brain makes within itself that are unique from person to person, that develop a personality, and that starts through the experience you have in the world, where you become your own being and not just a part of another being, in a way.
Fucking dumb? With peace and love, have you never felt a baby kick you? What do you mean it's not alive? What do you mean?
No one said it's not alive. We said it's not awake yet, and in the sense that it's not fully awake. It's not sentient and able to process things and stuff like that. And yes, they can kick. You can kick in your sleep, or what? That doesn't mean you're fucking thinking and having thoughts and shit.
Your little development starts in the womb. What do you think? Your whole life started in the womb. Be serious, please. Get out of my chat. Be serious.
We ran on Nickelodeon.
PBS.
Your whole life yes, life, but not personality, right? I haven't found any evidence that personality starts in the womb. I feel like your personality starts when you get experience to the world and you start responding to the world. Okay? You don't have a personality in the womb. I'm sorry. I'm not convinced of that. I'm sorry. And so you're not a person. And yes, you do get animals with personalities. So they're people.
Yeah, something weird.
PBS. Who the fuck watches PBS?
No, I
And
don't
yeah,
know TBS.
I think,
No, not TBS. I don't know.
Well, that's even worse.
Anyways, do you know the answer? Jake and Josh.
I don't know if that might be where
You're like, is it?
the last time. I
No,
said
okay,
something.
chat. You said,
I don't.
hold on. Chat says, I am not vegan. I just wanted to disagree with your statement of it not being a philosophy. It is a philosophy. I didn't say it. You guys are not understanding me. I didn't say veganism isn't a philosophy. I said it is absolutely a philosophy. When did I say it wasn't a philosophy? You are hearing me incorrect. Your bias is showing. Everybody calm down. Veganism is a philosophy. It has holes in the philosophy I would like to correct. Or
You don't understand maybe the whole thing, okay? But there aren't holes, and there's nothing for you to correct. You just don't know it, okay? You might have a brain that perceives things or understands complex thoughts in a certain connected layer of internet, a certain framework of interconnectedness that other people aren't thinking of it on, and so they're not explaining it to you in a way that satisfies the way your brain wants to receive it. But you still have been given all the information. You just haven't put it together yourself the way other people put it together themselves for themselves. And so you want to be spoon-fed the stuff that other people had to figure out themselves, which is fine, okay? But it's not on us. It's not our fault that we haven't come up with the perfect argument. We're going based on what we feel is right to do. It's not because we heard the perfect argument and the perfect philosophy, okay? There are definitely philosophical reasons to do it. But if you're picking veganism for the philosophy and not for the morality, don't bother. Honestly, don't bother. Do it for the morality, because that to me is what matters. Connecting to our empathy and admitting that we're doing something wrong. If we stopped farming animals, but at the same time acted like it was nothing wrong with doing it, that's not fine with me. We as a society need to know it's wrong so that if we stop doing it, we don't later on start doing it again. Okay? This is something we need to learn, a lesson. As a society, as a species, we have to learn and grow beyond, the same way we grew beyond thinking the world was flat. Okay? So we have to get there, and we've got to try and get there. You know? And we're gonna get there, but it's taking time, and it's not like a religion or like a it's similar to the philosophies that matter, but it's not like the ones that don't matter. It's not like Ayn Rand nonsense. It's not those types of philosophies. The philosophies that actually matter are ones that talk about how to change the world. Okay, and that's veganism right there.
understand, okay? I didn't say veganism isn't a philosophy. I said it is absolutely a philosophy. When did I say it wasn't a philosophy? You are hearing me incorrect. Your bias is showing. Everybody calm down. Veganism is a philosophy. It has holes in the philosophy I would like to correct or understand, okay?
There's holes in your understanding of the philosophy that you'd like to understand. Now, I don't know if I've filled those holes yet in this video. I've tried my best because you haven't really pointed out what they are. I've tried to respond to what you did point out, but those didn't seem like holes to me. But if it hasn't been filled in yet, what are these holes that I need to fill? Because there are no holes in the philosophy itself.
Veganism is a philosophy. I literally said that at the beginning. Why did you think I didn't say that? Y'all, that's what I'm saying. Y'all think you know what I'm saying, but I literally never said it wasn't a philosophy. I said there are holes in the philosophy and I want to know why there's holes in it. Okay? You said, okay, but doesn't every philosophy have a hole? Exactly. Thank you for making my argument for me.
No. What do you mean every philosophy? That's not true. A hole doesn't just mean you haven't got there yet. It means there's something missing that should be there, right? There's many philosophies that might not have expanded yet into infinity, but they cover everything and don't have holes. A hole is something where there's a contradiction or something wasn't thought of, or that doesn't happen with all philosophies, and the ones that I actually take seriously don't have holes.
It's not objective, and you can't make prescriptions on what's not objective because it's a...
Yeah, but something can be logical, right? And then you make a logical deduction. It doesn't have to be a prescriptive. Maths isn't prescriptive, it's descriptive. But you can't go 1 + 1 = 3. That's still wrong. Just because maths isn't forcing you to do anything doesn't mean it also isn't describing reality. And if you try to describe something that isn't reality, it's not going to line up with maths, right? So, yeah.
Annoying. So if you keep wanting to make objective arguments about veganism, you better slow down because there's holes in your goddamn philosophy. Make it make sense.
There's holes in your understanding. Okay, there might be. Okay, wait. Let's be. See, I try it. I don't. It's not. I'm gonna be honest. It's not the first thing I think of, but sometimes I can think of a charitable interpretation. So I'm gonna interpret it not as there's holes in veganism philosophy itself, but that there's holes in the way it's being argued or presented, and that might be true. And I, again, don't know how to fill them because you're not really describing them. Unless the things you've been saying have been describing them, the things I've been responding to, then I have filled them. But if I haven't filled them, then it's because you haven't described them.
This is why nobody likes you or anybody else. Okay?
Yeah, nobody likes being told they're wrong. And that's why vegans generally do keep their fucking mouths shut, because people hate being told when they're wrong. And it's unfortunately unavoidable that vegans are right. So, yeah, no one likes us. The same way no one likes trans activists. The same way no one likes anti-imperialists, right? The people who speak truth to power are the ones who get the most hate.
This is why people don't like the religious. You have holes in your philosophies and...
Okay, don't bring the religious into them. The religious are not the ones speaking truth to power. They're weirdos, and they do have holes in their philosophy. They do have logical inconsistencies. There's contradictions, etc. in religions. Because religions aren't based on science the way veganism is.
You're mad that you can't fill the hole. And the rest of the world has to do it by turning the other cheek.
What hole? What hole are you saying can't be filled?
No.
I have no fucking
Not
clue.
anymore.
Degrassi.
Correct.
Oh. Yeah, what the hell is Degrassi?
Shout out to Degrassi.
Smoke Degrassi.
Okay.
Technically, it was Degrassi: The Next Generation.
Oh, no point for
No,
Trisha.
that's so not.
What is this, Star Trek? Well, how many generations does Degrassi need?
Degrassi.
Not the exact name, but it was like the new.
Yeah, but that's like,
Degrassi, the
but that's
civilization of
Shout out to Drake. Just kidding. We fucking hate Drake. Just kidding. It's peace and love.
the future.
Saved by the Bell had like the college years, the new
All
class.
right, next.
All
I'm
right,
losing. I'm
Trisha's
not
leading-
happy.
Trisha's
I
leading.
love this going back and forth between Trisha and Ethan talking about Degrassi and veganism philosophy. Can you tell how much I love philosophy? I love philosophy. Let me
Right,
tell you.
too.
Yes, I know, AB.
Which sports figure met with Kim Jong Un?
Oh,
Say what?
Which sports figure met with Kim Jong Un?
Oh, I know that.
my BFF.
Dude, why do you know all this? You should not know at least one of these.
I was on his podcast.
Why?
I have no idea. It never aired either, and it was such a good podcast. Like, what
Okay, I'm ready. Your boy, Dennis Rodman.
Rodman.
Correct.
Our only hope to peace in
Peace and love.
Southeast Asia.
He's Mr. Peace and Love. Isn't that his thing? Isn't he? Yeah.
No, that's Ringo's Peace and Love.
Oh, I'm thinking
Dennis Rodman.
Meta World Peace. I get them confused.
Peace and love.
Okay, moving on. Name as many Disney movies released in the 90s as you can.
Are you kidding me?
Why are you gonna do this? Why are you gonna
Wait,
do?
what? That's impossible.
Moving on. Name as many Disney movies released in the
In the 90s? Okay, fuck, we can do this.
90s as you
Oh,
can.
are you kidding me?
Why are you gonna do this? Why are you
Little
gonna do
Mermaid,
name as many?
19
You're-
wait,
Disney.
no, Little Mermaid's 1989. So,
hell?
Aladdin,
Yeah, what?
Oh,
Lion
why
King.
Disney freak?
Okay,
Who's a
Hercules.
Disney freak?
Okay, yeah, basically that's it. I mean, I'm not sure if much more was said, but that's all that there's to say in a way. You know, if anything more is said, we go in circles if we haven't already done that. So I think that's pretty much it for that response there. And also, I need to head to bed as well. I'm getting tired. So, but hopefully that was interesting, and I can upload the VOD to YouTube. So that'll be the Lizzie Craft, a gaming channel. Even though I didn't play any games, I'm gonna put it there. The main channel's for better videos, but yeah. And then I don't know. I can always try and edit this video up, this response into something more concise, but like in a way it's like I can use it when I make an animated video, because I want to do the philosophy videos with animations. So maybe I can do one on veganism and then use this response as part of that. But it's a lot of work to edit it down to something small that might never be seen, just because the long form format's got less chance, but the person's kind of could see the long form. I don't know, probably not. Anyway, maybe there's someone watching who can distill it and pass it on or whatever, or it can just be a chill and a long ass discussion on veganism. But I feel like I've sufficiently defended myself now, and so now I can safely ride off into the sunset, and I'm not going to bother Brittany anymore. Unless I get any kinds of positive responses, I'll assume that this is where we part ways, because again, I'd rather be seen as a content creator and a YouTuber than a viewer or a chatter. And so I have no choice at this point. Because if I chat, then that's the way I get seen. But I will make a video about veganism, and I'll use animations, and I will do that at some point. And when it's done, and it'll be good, that's when it'll be time to get Brittany to be a vegan, everyone. If not sooner, but we can hope for that, because there's no holes. These philosophical holes do not exist. I reject that hypothesis. Yes, it's not to say that you can have a perfect ideology or philosophy that's covered every topic, but like you can have something solid that you build on, and it doesn't have to. You don't have to have holes in it. If there's holes in your philosophy, fix them. Honestly, what are you doing? Don't just live there with holes in them. Something wrong with that. Patch it, fix it, figure it out. Cool. So yeah, I think I'm gonna call it there. Thanks for watching, and go vegan and free Palestine. Bye. Oh, one more time, one last check before we go. Did Ethan actually drop this thing? No, he didn't. So why didn't they have a member stream then? I thought he was getting ready to drop it. Maybe he had to send it back to the lawyer, and his lawyers were like, "It's still not right, Ethan." Okay, anyway. If he drops it, then you might see me back on stream. Anyway, that's gonna be it. Bye.